In May 2020, I took over All Elite Wrestling on the TEW 2020 Fantasy Booking Game, a series that has since been removed. To celebrate the impending release of TEW 9, the next installment of the game that changes as I present to you Fantasy Booking AEW, the movie, where I've combined every lost episode into one giant video. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we go all the way back to the week prior to Double or Nothing 2020 and see how I would book All Elite Wrestling.
So finally, we're ready to go. We're just going to take a quick look around the company and show you the general goings on at the minute. So we're going to start with the creative meeting, and we're going to start with our franchise players. So apparently these are the faces of the company. So we've got Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega, Cody, and of course the heavyweight champion Jon Moxley. And we've got some interesting next big things on the horizon. So next big things are wrestlers who are likely to become future superstars of AEW. And in number one, we've got MJF, and it says MJF has almost unlimited potential, and he seems to have that something special about him that might just translate into potential superstardom. It would be wise to book him carefully as not to damage or reduce his potential impact. So the biggest star apparently in the future is going to be MJF. We've also got Sammy Guevara on the list, who is potentially going to be a major draw. We've got Darby Allin. It says he's not going to be single-handedly selling out arenas or drawing millions of dollars, but if used right, he could become a valuable member of the roster. The same for Jungle Boy. And interestingly, at the bottom, we have the son of Billy Gunn, Austin Gunn, of course, currently in the tag team with his dad, the Gun Club. So it's going to be interesting to try and push him to the main event level from his current position. Of course, not really made much of an impact on the AEW roster so far, so that should be fun. In terms of hot prospects, we've got Darby Allin at the top, Sammy Guevara, Jungle Boy, all on the previous list as well. And we've also got Rey Fenix and Ortiz making up the five there. Our best promos are Chris Jericho, MJF, Cody, Jake Roberts, who of course is the manager of Lance Archer, and Jon Moxley. Then the showstoppers, which is the people with the best in-ring performances and can steal the show, are Kenny Omega, of course, Chris Jericho, Pentagon Jr., Pac, and Hangman Page. And then the ring generals are Kenny Omega again, Frankie Kazarian, Chris Daniels, Pac, and Chris Jericho. So some interesting names in and about this creative meeting, and I'm really looking forward to getting started, and I'm glad we're finally here. And as I say at the start of the episode, if you are excited for the series, make sure you subscribe. I'm trying to get to 4,000 subscribers. I think we can do it off the back of this episode. So if you want to help me out, make sure you do that down below. And over the course of this series, we're going to be trying to achieve a number of goals that we've set out at the start. I'm willing to add some more to this list, but for now, this is what we've got. So firstly, and most importantly, we need to overtake the WWE. We need to reach Titanic size and big size. Of course, big size will come first. Titanic is the new global in this game. We need to get Company of the Year, Male Wrestler of the Year, Young Wrestler of the Year, and Female Wrestler of the Year. And initially, these are very award-based. We've got some more awards. We need to get Match of the Year and Card of the Year. We need to create the AEW network so we become self-sustainable as a company without having to rely on other broadcast deals. But before we do that, we want to get a huge TV deal for Dynamite and a big TV deal, which of course the big TV deal would come first once again. We're currently on Medium and TNT, so hopefully we can eventually push on and become more of a mainstream attraction within the States. And also, we need to sell out the home of the WWF MSG or Madison Square Garden. And finally, we need to bring in CM Punk at some stage. And that won't be happening anytime soon, but I think he is the epitome of the kind of person that we need to be bringing in, and he could be a massive addition to the AEW roster. Next up, let's take a quick look at the storylines that we've got going on. So I've set these up at the start of the game, and this is basically just going to follow on for now from where real life is. So, of course, one Dynamite away from Double or Nothing, as I say. So it's very reflective of what's actually happening in the promotion right now. But we're going to obviously take it into our own direction as we go forward. But as a good baseline, we're just going to continue as things are. So we've got Better Than Jurassic, which is MJF and Wardlow's feud with the Jurassic Express, which is going on heading into Double or Nothing, where we're going to see Jungle Boy take on MJF at the pay-per-view. We've got Fractures in the Elite, which is a storyline involving Hangman Page, Kenny Omega, Matt Jackson, and Nick Jackson, of course, the Young Bucks. And Hangman Page has been acting a little bit strange recently towards his Elite friends, and we're going to continue that storyline. Of course, we've got the dissension between the two tag team champions, Kenny and Page, so it'll be interesting to see where that leads. And we've also got Murder Hawk Nightmare, which is the Cody Lance Archer feud, supported by Jake Roberts and Arn Anderson as managers. We've got the Circle that is internal, which is the feud between the Inner Circle and Matt Hardy. And we've got the Exalted One, of course, the leader of the Dark Order, Brody Lee, and his feud with the current AEW champion, Jon Moxley, which is going to be main eventing the pay-per-view at the weekend. So will the Exalted One be able to pick up the belt for his Dark Order minions? So that's where we're going to start as a baseline anyway. And let's take a little bit of a look at the world around us then, and before we get into the first show. And the best wrestler in the world, according to the game right now, is Seth Rollins, followed by Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles, Kofi Kingston, Kazuchika Okada, Johnny Gargano, Roman Reigns, and then the first member of the AEW roster on this list is Kenny Omega. We've also got Tanahashi in there, Ospreay, Jay White. And as I said in the build-up videos, I do want to eventually establish a relationship with New Japan Pro Wrestling so we can start to get some loans from them. But we're going to take it slowly and build towards that. It's not going to be something that we're going to do straight away. I want to keep it as realistic as I can, and I don't think it's going to happen quite yet. But in the future, we might be starting to see some of these names come over from Japan. I've especially got my eye on Okada and Ospreay. They would be really good to bring in for a pay-per-view or two. And of course, we've got the titles. We've got the AEW TNT Championship, which is currently vacant and will be on the line in a match between Cody and Lance Archer at the weekend. We've got the Women's Champion, Nyla Rose, who of course will be defending against Hikaru Shida. We've got the AEW World Champion, as we mentioned, Jon Moxley taking on Brody Lee. And then we've got the interesting relationship between Hangman Page and Kenny Omega, who are currently the tag team champions. So that's just a bit of a rundown of where we are. And we've got some signings that are currently in negotiation. I'm not going to show who they are in these episodes. I'm going to try and keep everything like that a surprise for when it happens on the show. Let's get into the first episode of AEW Dynamite. So let's just have a quick rundown of what's going to be happening on tonight's show before we get into it. And tonight we're going to see Orange Cassidy take on Rey Fenix, two men that will be in the casino ladder match this weekend for a chance to win an opportunity at the AEW World Championship. Of course, a couple of weeks ago, Rey Fenix hit Orange Cassidy with a devastating kick to the back of their head. So Orange will be looking for some retribution tonight. And also tonight we're going to see Arn Anderson, the manager of Cody Rhodes, go face to face with Jake the Snake Roberts, the manager of course of Lance Archer. Lance and Cody are going head to head this weekend to crown the first ever AEW TNT champion. So what will they have to say to each other? And MJF will be taking on Marco Stunt tonight ahead of MJF's match at Double or Nothing against Jungle Boy. And then Sammy Guevara will be taking on Matt Hardy. Matt Hardy will be teaming with the Elite at the weekend to take on the Inner Circle in a Stadium Stampede match. And two of those men will be competing tonight. And then in the main event of tonight, the first main event of the series, Jon Moxley will be taking on the Dark Order's Evil Uno. And a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Evil Uno tonight. We know that Brody Lee expects a lot from his Dark Order, and the Exalted One will want him to do some damage to Moxley ahead of Brody Lee's AEW Championship match against Moxley in the main event of Double or Nothing. But without any further ado, let's get in to the show. And we start with Orange Cassidy taking on Rey Fenix in what was actually a really good match, 73 there overall, with Orange Cassidy picking up the win over Rey Fenix tonight in 11 minutes 34 by pinfall with a super kick. And Orange Cassidy there with a 62. Rey Fenix outdoing him slightly with a 69. Orange Cassidy benefited from a groundswell of support, and the match got the crowd hotter and the show off to a strong start. It's a solid way to begin AEW Dynamite and the AEW series there, with a big win for Orange Cassidy, and maybe he'll be the one to take on the AEW champion at some point in the near future, who knows. And yeah, big win for Orange there, and a bit of retribution on Rey Fenix. Then next up we go to the Arn Anderson and Jake the Snake, who are sat face to face in a dimly lit room. And Arn says, "So here we are, Jake. You asked me to speak to you. So what is it that you want to say?" And Jake says, "Oh, Arn, it's just so great to see you. And I just want to pass a message on to your boy Cody. And do you remember back in November, it was Cody versus Chris Jericho for the AEW World title. And Cody believed that he would win so bad that he said if he lost, he'd never fight for the world title again. And that there was the biggest mistake of his life, because not only can he never win the world title, he will also never win the AEW TNT title. And do you know why, Arn? There's a man standing in his way, a monster, and a man that cannot be beaten. A man that will win this weekend at Double or Nothing, and when he does, there's nobody in this world that can take it from him." And then Arn keeps it short and sweet and says, "Let me assure you that Cody is ready, and he's overcame bigger mountains than Lance Archer, and he will be the first ever AEW TNT champion." So decent promo there, mainly from Jake, where he's basically trying to remind Cody that no matter how much he believes that he's going to win, that isn't always enough. And he's just putting a little bit of doubt in the back of Cody's mind there. And the monster Lance Archer is ready for the fight. And the Murder Hawk Nightmare storyline has started with this segment. Jake Roberts came out of this looking excellent and improvised well throughout the segment. And Jake Roberts also benefited from a groundswell of support, and so did Cody, who was mentioned in it, so he was off screen for this angle. And yeah, 57 overall, and the Murder Hawk Nightmare storyline has started with this segment. And yeah, as I say, 57 overall, so quite a good promo. I was expecting a little bit more, to be honest, but I'll take it. And that builds up the title match of the weekend quite nicely. And then we go to a tag team match where Britt Baker will be teaming with AEW Women's Champion Nyla Rose as they take on Chris Statlander and Hikaru Shida. And of course, Britt Baker will be taking on Chris Statlander at AEW Double or Nothing at the weekend. And Nyla Rose will be taking on Hikaru Shida as Nyla defends her AEW Women's Championship against her. And winning tonight is Britt Baker and Nyla Rose when Nyla Rose submits Chris Statlander with a camel clutch. So the champion with the victory tonight heading into the weekend. 39 overall, 38 for Nyla, 42 for Britt, Hikaru Shida with a 40 and 36 there for Chris Statlander. Not the best ratings there, so maybe we do need to make some additions to the women's division. This is really the best we have at the moment. I don't want to completely overhaul it though, but I think some additions will be necessary to help rise the rest of the division. Britt Baker and Nyla Rose showed some excellent chemistry teaming together, which is interesting. And the announcing and colour commentary was good. As I say, 39 overall, as the champion heads into the weekend with a win over Statlander and Shida there. And then, in an extremely short match, Lance Archer defeats Max Stardom in 4 minutes 58 by pinfall with a blackout. And Max Stardom just came in for a one-night deal, a local worker that's unemployed on the game, and just a squash match really for Lance Archer to get over heading into that TNT Championship match against Cody. 43, so not too bad. Max Stardom actually getting a 42, so that's quite good. And 52 for Lance Archer there. Of course, the rating capped with it only being a 5-minute match. But yeah, does the job, Lance Archer, with a dominant victory heading in to Double or Nothing. And it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Cody in that one. And then MJF takes on Marco Stunt next. And in 10 minutes 39, MJF has defeated Marco Stunt in 10 minutes 39 by pinfall with a swanton bomb. And yeah, just a win for MJF here heading into the weekend where he takes on Jungle Boy. And yeah, he's beaten his stablemate in Marco Stunt. 55 overall, 54 for MJF. Hopefully that does start to go up. It should, because he's top of the next big things. 37 there for Marco Stunt, so not the best from him, but the better Then Jurassic storyline has advanced with this segment. MJF and Marco Stunt don't seem to click. The announcing and Collar did well. MJF and Wardlow are a good pairing. They play off each other well, which is good. Of course, he is the manager of MJF. And MJF benefited from the flavour of the month. So that's pretty cool. And 55 overall. A good win there for MJF. But Marco Stunt doing quite well to go 10 minutes with anyone. And then we go to after the match, where MJF stands with his foot on top of Marco Stunt. And Wardlow hands MJF a microphone. And Maxwell says, "This right here will be the scene at Double or Nothing when I squash Jungle Boy and I end his career for good. And Jack Perry will forever be sitting at home living off his daddy's inheritance money, watching MJF rise to the top of AEW." And harsh words there from MJF, but Jungle Boy rushes to the ring, clearly upset with MJF's comments, but Wardlow steps in his way as he tries to approach MJF, and Jungle Boy looks up at Wardlow as he towers above him, and MJF screams, "Come on, Jack, do something." But then Luchasaurus stomps his way to the ring and goes face to face with Wardlow, and the two giants stare each other down, looking ready for a fight. But MJF attempts to calm Wardlow down and eventually persuades the big man to exit the ring and leave the fight for another day. And a big confrontation here between two big men of AEW, Luchasaurus and Wardlow, and it should be interesting to see where this leads. That would be a hell of a match. And for now, Luchasaurus is in the casino ladder match. I might add Wardlow, but I'm not sure. There is one spot remaining for that one, and it might be a new signing. I haven't quite decided. It depends who signs in time and stuff like that. But yeah, still, that should be an interesting one as this goes forward. And yeah, Wardlow, Luchasaurus going head to head there, and Jungle Boy and MJF building up some heat for their match. And yeah, MJF with some harsh words, but that will surely rile up Jungle Boy for the weekend. And MJF again benefited from flavour of the month. Announcing and colour again did well. 44 for that one though, so that's all right. And then we go into the Sammy Guevara versus Matt Hardy match, and the winner in 19 minutes 03 after a distraction from Vanguard 2. So if you remember, Chris Jericho smashed up Vanguard 1, but the debut tonight, a big debut, Vanguard 2, has distracted Sammy Guevara. He thinks he's seeing a ghost, but then Matt Hardy gets the win with a twist of fate. And 68 for Sammy Guevara, and Matt Hardy with a 51. The circle that is internal storyline has advanced with this segment. Sammy Guevara and Matt Hardy have great chemistry, and it showed in their performance. You can see that there with a 70, so this is definitely going to help boost that rating up towards the end. Now it's all down to that main event between Moxley and Evil Uno, but we will see how that one does later on, or next even. But Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of support. We've seen that quite a lot tonight. And yeah, really good that they've got chemistry, so that could be something to look at going forward. But 70 overall, like I say, pretty good match. But after Vanguard 2 distracts Sammy, leading to a Matt Hardy victory, the rest of the Inner Circle rush the ring and take Hardy down. But then the Elite make the save as the two feuding factions break into an all-out war across the arena. And this is just a sneak peek of what is to come this Sunday in the Stadium Stampede match, when Matt Hardy and the Elite take on the Inner Circle in all-out war. So yeah, of course, that match at the weekend, the two stables going one-on-one, and yeah, should be good. And the fractures in the Elite storyline has started with this segment, of course the one that we talked about earlier, and the circle that is internal has advanced, but it lost heat, which is a shame, but still 59 is good. I think the storylines have to be 50. I have to have at least two storylines that are 50 level, and at least one has to advance a show, I think that's what it is anyway. So it looks like we're on course for that anyway. We will have a look at the storyline screen after. I haven't really used storylines in game in like a while, so it's definitely worth having a look at that, and something I've got to get down. But yeah, Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of public support. Kenny Omega and Matt Jackson the same. And we go on to the main event, where surprisingly a good match, 78 there. Jon Moxley has defeated Evil Uno in 13 minutes 42 by pinfall with a paradigm shift. Of course called Death Rider there because it's New Japan. I need to change that. But Jon Moxley had an in-ring performance of 88. It's a great performance of the night for Jon Moxley, and Evil Uno got a 43, so not too bad. But yeah, I was actually quite surprised by that result. I just put Evil Uno in there for storyline reasons. Of course, part of the Dark Order. Jon Moxley will be taking on the Exalted One at the weekend, so it made sense to give Jon Moxley a win there over a big member of the Dark Order. So yeah, the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment. Jon Moxley benefited from a groundswell of support. This should do really well for that storyline as well. And Jon Moxley looked good out there. So fantastic match. I'm really pleased with that. And not a bad first main event. If you'd have said, though, that Evil Uno would be in the first ever main event of the series, I would have laughed. But he's done okay there. At least the match rating's okay. Not so much his in-ring performance, but we will carry on. But immediately after the pinfall, Brody Lee rushes the ring to get his hands on Moxley after his win over Evil Uno. Brody grabs Moxley by the hair and whips him into the ropes. And he goes for a big boot, but Moxley ducks and slides out of the ring and grabs his AEW Championship belt, the belt that Brody Lee stole from the champion a couple of weeks ago. And Moxley gets onto the entrance ramp and holds his title in the air and points at his chest. And he says, "This is my title." And then Moxley is jumped from behind by the rest of the Dark Order. And Moxley tries to fight them off, but is simply outnumbered. Moxley gets thrown back into the ring as Brody Lee waits as his army lift Moxley. Brody Lee runs up and nearly takes Moxley's head off with a huge, big boot. And the Dark Order carry the AEW title back to Brody Lee and hand it over as Brody Lee lifts it into the air as the show comes to a close. So once again, Brody Lee gets his hands on the title and leaves with it. He's not yet the champion, but will he be after the weekend? We will find out in the next episode. But the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment. 78 rating again. Pretty good. Rated on Moxley and Brody Lee there. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm pleased with that actually. And the Exalted One storyline looks like it's going to have a good heat rating. But we will have a look, as I say. And Jon Moxley, again, public support and good colour and announcing. So that's that then, the first Dynamite done. And how has it done for a rating? Let's find out. And 74, I'll absolutely take that. We've increased our popularity in 24 regions. I'd say that's a solid show. And yeah, let's check the storylines then. Better Than Jurassic's currently got 40 heat. I wish that was bigger. That's really small. Fractures in the Elite has got 53 and the storyline is considered hot, which is good. The Murder Hawk Nightmare storyline with a 51, also considered hot. The Circle That Is Internal has got a 64 there, also the same. And 70 for the Exalted One storyline, so the best storyline that we've got. And I guess that's good because that is the main event of the pay-per-view, and it will be Jon Moxley taking on Brody Lee in the main event at Double or Nothing. So before we get into the show, let's have a look at the card itself. And tonight we're going to see Chris Statlander take on Dr. Britt Baker DMD in a match in the women's division. We're going to be seeing the Casino Ladder match, which will see 9 of AEW's best compete for an opportunity at the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. We will start with 2 men in the ring, and every 90 seconds a new competitor will enter the match until we have all 9 participants. In the match there is Darby Allin, Colt Cabana, Orange Cassidy, Rey Fenix, Scorpio Sky, Frankie Kazarian and Luchasaurus all confirmed, and there is 2 remaining spots left, and we will find out who they are later on tonight. And we're also going to see the Stadium Stampede match between Matt Hardy and the Elite taking on the Inner Circle, of course led by Chris Jericho. And we're going to see the Salt of the Earth, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, take on Jungle Boy tonight, and that should be a very interesting match. MJF made it personal on Dynamite by bringing up Jungle Boy's father, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, and he's vowed to end Jungle Boy's wrestling career. Here tonight, we will see the AEW Women's Championship on the line, where Nyla Rose defends against Hikaru Shida as the second ever AEW Women's Champion. Nyla Rose comes up against her toughest challenge to date. And we will see the first ever AEW TNT champion crowned tonight when Cody takes on Lance Archer, and that should be a fantastic match. Of course, Lance Archer rising up through the ranks of AEW recently, currently undefeated. And of course, Cody's last championship match was against Chris Jericho, where he said that if he lost that match, he would never fight for the AEW World Championship again. And of course, he lost that match as a result of MJF throwing in the towel. But tonight he has a one-on-one opportunity against Lance Archer to win his first title in the promotion. And in our main event, we will see the AEW World Heavyweight Championship on the line, where Jon Moxley defends his title against the Exalted One, Brody Lee. And of course, Brody Lee making a big debut as the leader of the Dark Order, and he has positioned himself at the top of the card. And can him and his cult rule All Elite Wrestling? We will find out tonight, and it should be interesting. So let's get into the show. And to start the show, we go into the pre-show, where we have one match tonight, and it is a tag team match between the Gun Club, Austin and Billy, taking on Jimmy Havoc and Kip Sabian. And I had to take Kip Sabian out of the casino ladder match tonight because apparently he's being used too much on the show with the length of that ladder match. So we've moved him down to the pre-show for now, and he can team with fellow Englishman Jimmy Havoc. Apparently they live together, Kip Sabian, Jimmy Havoc and Penelope Ford. At least that's what they said on Dynamite, and they've started to team recently. So we're going to go with that again tonight. But the winners via roll-up is the next big thing, apparently, according to the game, Austin Gunn. So we're giving him a boost here tonight with a win in this tag match, and he gets the pinfall, and this should help start his development going forward. Of course, apparently a future main eventer according to the creative team, so yeah, why not start it tonight? And for now we're going to keep him in the team with Billy Gunn, but eventually I kind of see him going solo with Billy as his manager. But for now we'll keep the team together and see how it goes. Billy Gunn had an in-ring performance of 35. Austin Gunn with a 45, so actually outdoing Billy there. Jimmy Havoc had an in-ring performance of 64, and Kip Sabian with a 46. So not a bad way to kick the show off and get the crowd into it tonight. Kip Sabian and Jimmy Havoc had excellent chemistry as well, which is really good to see. And yeah, 53 overall, as I say, pretty good as we continue on into the main show now. And we're going to start with Chris Statlander taking on Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. And the winner by pinfall in 9 minutes 55 is the Doctor, and picking up a win for her in the women's division. And this should be pretty big for her going forward. A pay-per-view win is more important on the rankings than anything else, and the rankings have reset tonight for the tag rankings, the men's rankings and the women's rankings. So a good head start for Britt Baker tonight going forward. And yeah, as I say, Britt Baker will go top of the rankings after this win. A 34 there for Chris Statlander, 40 for Britt Baker. Apparently Chris Statlander was off her game, but overall he got a 39, so not too bad. It could be worse, I guess, but let's continue. And next up we go into the casino ladder match, where the winner of this will get an AEW World Championship match in the future. And of course we've got two mystery competitors in this, and the first one, continuing his feud here with Luchasaurus, is Wardlow. Of course they went head to head on Dynamite, and MJF managed to convince Wardlow not to fight, but they've clashed tonight in this match. So a bit of a teaser for what might be to come in that solo feud there. And the second mystery opponent is always ready, Matt Cardona. Of course, recently released by WWE, Zack Ryder, and we've picked him up as, I feel, he's one of the most underutilized people in WWE history, at least recent history. And they really dropped the ball with Matt when he got over using his YouTube show, and hopefully he can pick up a bit of steam once again and organically create some fan support here in AEW. But it doesn't look like he's got off to a good start though. A pretty vocal crowd didn't seem particularly thrilled with seeing Matt Cardona, but hopefully we can turn them around, because I really do see big things for Matt going forward. And with a huge win in this match is the winner Darby Allin after retrieving the poker chips in 20 minutes 26. So a big win for Darby and a big debut for Matt Cardona. And apparently Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy have pretty good chemistry. He was at ringside. Probably shouldn't have been because Jungle Boy is in a match later, but I didn't think to take that off. Darby Allin, Colt Cabana and Orange Cassidy had a groundswell of public support. And during the match, Darby Allin, the winner, took a stunt bump during this match. So Darby Allin has an opportunity at the AEW World Champion, and that will either be Brody Lee or Jon Moxley. We will find out later on tonight who he has the chance to challenge, of course. But yeah, good match at a 60 rating, but let's continue. Apparently, Darby Allin debuted a new power spot that showcased his ability to sell well. His psychology will be helped by being able to use it as a go-to spot in the future. So a big match for Darby there. Extra boost for the stunt bump and the win, and now he's improving in psychology as well, so that's really good to see. And then we go into the AEW Women's Championship now with the champion Nyla Rose defending against Hikaru Shida, and the winner and new AEW Women's Champion is Hikaru Shida, as she gets the win by pinfall in 14 minutes 59. So a big shift in the women's division tonight. We've changed champions, and it looks like we did the right thing with Shida getting a 41-36 for Nyla Rose. And yeah, I just prefer Shida, and I think she should be the champion for now. And yeah, the third ever AEW Women's Champion is Hikaru Shida. And next up though, Hikaru Shida celebrates her title win after the match. She drops to her knees in tears, clutching her new championship belt. But then she notices someone walking out onto the ramp applauding her, and it's Tully Blanchard. And he stops at the top of the entranceway. His Hikaru stands looking confused, and then from behind she gets taken down by a huge clothesline to the back of the head, knocking her to the floor. It's Tessa Blanchard, and Tessa climbs to the top rope and waits for Shida to get back to her feet, and then Tessa hits a dazed Shida with a magnum. Tully climbs into the ring and raises the hand of his daughter Tessa, and a new addition to the AEW women's division is Tessa Blanchard, arguably the best woman in the world right now, doing absolute bits in Impact. Of course, the current Impact champion, and yeah, she's showing up now on AEW tonight and making an impact by attacking the brand new babyface champion with her father in tow as well. So that should be an interesting dynamic to the feud. And the next level storyline has started with this segment, the idea of that being Tessa's going to take the women's division up a level. And yeah, that's the storyline going forward. The 50 for this one, so pretty good. I think it was better than the match rating wise, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, a big debut for Tessa Blanchard, and now Tessa Blanchard is all elite. And next up we go into the match between Matt Hardy and the Elite, taking on the Inner Circle in a stadium stampede match. And the winners, after Sammy Guevara pinned Kenny Omega with the 630, is the Inner Circle. So a big win for the Inner Circle tonight, and Sammy Guevara in particular pinning one of the best in the world in Kenny Omega. I made Kenny lose that by design, and there will be a storyline coming out of this amongst the Elite. Of course, we've got the Fractures in the Elite storyline, which has advanced and gained heat with this match, and the Circle that is internal has advanced with this segment and gained heat as well. Of course, the feud between Matt Hardy and the Inner Circle themselves. So two storylines continuing in this match. These are now going to go their separate ways. Matt Hardy isn't going to team with the Elite anymore. He's going to more focus on him and Chris Jericho, and now we've got the Young Bucks, Adam Page and Omega. So that is where we're going to be heading, and the best in the match was Kenny Omega with an 86, so unbelievable performance there. And next up we go into the MJF versus Jungle Boy match, and MJF made things very personal on Dynamite, and he vowed that tonight will be the end of Jungle Boy. But I don't know about the end of Jungle Boy, but MJF has defeated him in 14 minutes 42 by pinfall with a Swanton Bomb after a distraction from Wardlow. And it's worth noting that despite a grueling ladder match earlier tonight, MJF was accompanied by Wardlow and Jungle Boy was accompanied by Luchasaurus. So that feud is continuing at ringside there, but Wardlow has cost Jungle Boy tonight. And MJF and Wardlow are a good pairing. Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy have good chemistry, and MJF once again being the flavour of the month. But overall 63, so not a bad match. And next up we go into the first ever AEW TNT Championship match, the finals of the tournament, with Cody taking on Lance Archer, and the winner tonight and the first ever AEW TNT champion is Lance Archer in 14 minutes 43 by pinfall with a black out. And yeah, I just couldn't make Lance Archer lose tonight. I think he's been on such a roll that he needs to be champion for now. And I feel if Cody won, that would sort of just take any momentum that Lance Archer has. But if Lance Archer wins, Cody can continue the chase after the big man. So we've gone with that. The first champion is Lance Archer. There's no Mike Tyson like there will be in real life. I did try and sign Sting on a one-night deal, but he just decided to go on hiatus as soon as I offered him the contract. So that would have been nice to have Sting here tonight, but it's not going to happen for a while now because I can't get him on a contract. I also offered Eric Bischoff a one-night deal for him to present the TNT Championship, of course, him being a big part of WCW, but I couldn't get either, and I just felt if I can't get those two, we may as well not have anyone. And yeah, Lance Archer wins the title though. And Cody and Arn Anderson are an awkward pairing. They just do not have any chemistry. Maybe we move Arn on to somebody else? I know just the team, but I'll not say any more than that. But 66 for Cody, 47 for Lance Archer. And the Murder Hawk Nightmare storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. So it's not quite over just yet. 58 though, I was expecting a little bit more, but I'll take it. And now we go into the main event with the AEW Championship on the line. Of course, the challenger, the Exalted One, Brody Lee, and Jon Moxley are no strangers to each other. Of course, a big feud in the WWE between the Shield and the Wyatt family. And now we see them in completely different directions going towards AEW, and they clash tonight once again, this time in a singles capacity. And the winner of the main event tonight, and still AEW World Champion, is Jon Moxley after he makes defense number 2 of his AEW World title. And yeah, I can't take the belt off Moxley yet. It's just not the time, and I don't even know if Brody Lee is the right man to do it. And I'm sure Brody Lee isn't going to be blaming himself tonight. It will be, of course, the Dark Order's fault. So we're going to see the Exalted One storyline continue, maybe without Jon Moxley, but there is certainly more to come from the Dark Order and the Exalted One going forward. But coming away with the belt tonight, Jon Moxley, and he better be looking over his shoulder because Darby Allin will be after him. And yeah, it should be good. But an 82 there for Jon Moxley, 64 for Brody Lee. The Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And we've done pretty well there with 17,000 in the MGM Grand, the place where Double or Nothing was supposed to be held before it was moved due to this situation in real life. But yeah, 78, good way to end the show. And let's find out what the final rating will be as we get a 69. Hikaru Shida was used too much, apparently. I didn't get a warning about that though, that's weird. But we have increased our popularity in 56 regions, which is okay, I guess. 69 is a little bit disappointing, I'll not lie, but that probably would have been more had we not got the Shida penalty. But we do have now Tessa Blanchard to help elevate her, so hopefully that goes away pretty quickly. But I'm happy with that, especially the main event with a 78 there. And let's make a speech. We need to praise, I think, Jon Moxley, he did well. Kenny Omega had a good night as well, and Darby Allin. And we'll point them all out as a good example. Moxley was pleased, Omega was pleased, and so was Darby. One thing I do want to check before we go is the finances. So at the minute, after the pay-per-view, we've got 315,000 from pay-per-view revenue, 358 from ticket sales, and currently we are in profit by 463,000, which of course is good. It will be interesting to see how that continues because we do only have a pay-per-view every 4 months, just to keep it so the pay-per-views are more important. So as you can see here, the pay-per-view schedule is Revolution, Double or Nothing, All Out and Full Gear. So it will be All Out next in September, and I've made Fyter Fest and Fight for the Fallen dormant because I don't think they're actually going to be doing them again. I think they only happened because they didn't have the TV deal started yet on TNT. So yeah, we're just going with the 4. And tonight, Double or Nothing, I would say, went pretty well. We improved our popularity, and that's the main thing. So hopefully you enjoyed that. And if you did, make sure you drop a like down below again. Let's try and get 200. We'll see if it happens. I don't know if we will, but be nice. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes. And why not watch one of the videos that you can see down below. But until next time, peace. So with AEW Double or Nothing 2020 behind us, it is time to get into the first Dynamite since the big pay-per-view. And tonight we've got some big things coming up, so make sure you stay tuned. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes. And if you're enjoying the series so far, make sure you drop a like down below. Let's try and get 200 once again. But without any further ado, let's get into AEW Dynamite. But with that out of the way, let's have a look at tonight's card. So we're going to be seeing Hikaru Shida, the new AEW Women's Champion, take on Britt Baker tonight. We're going to see Kenny Omega take on Jack Evans in a one-on-one contest, and we have word that Arn Anderson will be joining Kenny Omega at ringside, as he is now not only the coach of the Nightmare family, but he is the coach of the Elite, with the aim of bringing the Elite back to winning ways after their defeat at Double or Nothing. And with Kenny taking the pinfall in that match, Arn has tasked Kenny tonight to take on one half of the Hybrid 2. And in our main event, we are going to see Darby Allin take on Stu Grayson of the Dark Order. Of course, Darby Allin, the new #1 contender for the AEW World Championship, and the Exalted One wants Stu Grayson to get the Dark Order back to winning ways after their recent successive defeats, after Evil Uno lost to Jon Moxley on Dynamite last week, and of course Brody Lee lost the big one at Double or Nothing when he had the opportunity to win the AEW Championship from Jon Moxley, but came up short. So can he redeem the Dark Order tonight? We will see in tonight's main event. We do have some other matches planned that will be on the show as well, but we'll get into that later. But for now, let's start the show. And we open up with a video package with highlights from Double or Nothing this past weekend, and we see Darby Allin winning the Casino ladder match, winning a future AEW Championship match. Then we see Tessa Blanchard debuting, taking out the newly crowned AEW Women's Champion Hikaru Shida. Then Jon Moxley successfully retained his AEW Championship against the Exalted One Brody Lee. So what does the future hold for the AEW World Champion? So a simple video package here just to highlight the key moments of the pay-per-view and just to remind the crowd what happened. The next level storyline has advanced with this segment, as well as the rise of Darby Allin's storyline starting, which is a storyline involving that #1 contendership. So we'll see where that goes. And yeah, good segment with a 59 overall, but let's get into the main show itself. And we start with a match for the tag team division, and this is a key match for both teams as the rankings have reset at Double or Nothing. The rankings now will reset every 6 months instead of yearly. So at Double or Nothing and at Revolution, the rankings will reset. Got the Lucha Brothers taking on Private Party, and getting a good head start in the rankings tonight is Pentagon Jr. and Rey Fenix, after Pentagon pinned Isaiah Cassidy with a top rope Styles clash after a distraction from Pac. So we've seen the return of Pac here as well, and continuing the Death Triangle, which is a stable that formed recently on Dynamite but was cut short due to the pandemic. But tonight Pac has returned to Dynamite, and a big win here for the Lucha Brothers, and a big step up for them in the AEW tag team rankings, as I say. 72 for Pentagon here, Rey Fenix with a 76, so the man of the match. Isaiah Cassidy with a 59 and Mark Quinn with a 61. Pentagon Jr. and Rey Fenix showed excellent chemistry, and so did Private Party, and that has pulled out a 75. I wasn't quite expecting that much. I thought maybe in the 60s, but that's really good, of course, helped by the chemistry, and this match got the crowd hotter, and Lucha Brothers go forward with a win and the reunion of the Death Triangle. And next up we go into the Kenny Omega Jack Evans match. A big opportunity for Kenny to redeem himself after taking the pinfall at Double or Nothing.
Alright, Sam. Okay.
and a big opportunity for Kenny Omega to redeem himself after taking the pinfall and costing the Elite the match at Double or Nothing in the Stadium Stampede. And tonight he's managed to defeat Jack Evans in 18 minutes 46 by pinfall with a one-winged angel. And solid match there, 72 overall, 74 for Kenny, 55 for Jack Evans. A little bit underwhelming for Kenny there. He was off his game. Kenny would be better off without Arn Anderson. They simply don't work well together. So we've had that for Cody and Kenny. So not ideal. But Kenny benefited from a groundswell of public support, which helped him. And as I say, 72 overall. We're going to have to maybe reassess the Arn Anderson situation then, because he just doesn't seem to click with anyone. But we'll see what happens. And next up, we go into another important tag team match for that rankings, as I say, after the reset. And we see Proud and Powerful take on the Natural Nightmares, of course, the team of Dustin Rhodes and QT Marshall. And coming away with the victory tonight is Santana and Ortiz, when Ortiz pinned QT Marshall. And QT Marshall was the weak link, struggling to keep up with everyone else in the ring. Dustin Rhodes with a 54. And Santana and Ortiz with a 66 and 65. And yeah, good match though, 63. Not quite as good as the earlier tag match and the Kenny match, but still that's acceptable. As long as we get over 60 show rating, we're good. So yeah, that's fine. So yeah, big win there for Proud and Powerful. Two heel tag teams moving their way up the division. So one of them maybe could be the number one contenders soon for Adam Page and Kenny Omega's Tag Team Championship, but we will see how that goes. And next up, we see the brand new AEW Women's Champion Hikaru Shida take on Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. Of course, Britt Baker coming off the pay-per-view with a win over Chris Statlander. Tonight getting the opportunity against the new champion who beat Nyla Rose at the pay-per-view, of course, as well. And Hikaru Shida coming into this match, maybe not 100% after the attack from Tessa Blanchard after the match, after her championship win, but she has managed to pull out the victory tonight in 10 minutes 05 with a pinfall with a Maho no Ichekeki. Perfect. And Hikaru Shida got a 46-43 for Britt Baker, so deserved winner there. Hikaru picking up her first win as champion over someone that's just got a big win over Chris Statlander. So yeah, a huge win for the champion going forward. Hopefully this can help her improve as champion and maybe get on Tessa Blanchard's level as we build towards that. But 51 overall, so solid match, and I'll take it. Then after the match, Hikaru Shida celebrates her first win as champion, and she notices Tully Blanchard walking out onto the ramp once again, just like a Double or Nothing, and he's followed by Tessa Blanchard and Sean Spears. And Tessa has a microphone and begins to talk, and she says, "Hey Shida, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you tonight." And let me just start with an apology. At Double or Nothing, I got a bit carried away, so allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Tessa Blanchard, the single most revolutionary woman in the history of this sport. And I am here in All Elite Wrestling to make a change. And nobody in this division stands a chance against me. And I am here to take over. And I am here to take this division to the next level. And so, yeah, solid promo there from Tessa Blanchard stating her intentions. She's here to take over and take the division to the next level. Luckily, that's what the storyline's called as well. So that might be a bit of a catchphrase for Tessa. Apparently she struggled going off script though, so maybe we need to start scripting it in the future. But 48 overall is a good promo, I'll take it. And yeah, a bit of a faction seems to have formed here, and they will now be known as the Marquee. I did make a community post asking for some suggestions, and there were some good ones in there, and it came down to the Marquee and the Diamond Pack. The original suggestion for the Diamond Pack was the Deck of Diamonds, but I thought Diamond Pack sounded a little bit better. But the idea was to have each member represent a card in the deck of cards. So you would have, the suggestion was to have Tessa be the 3 of diamonds, the King of Diamonds would have been Tully, and Sean would have been the 10 of diamonds. I think that probably would have worked better with Tessa as the Ace of Diamonds. I think that would have made more sense. So yeah, that's what I was going to go with, but I have decided to go with the Marquee. So the Deck of Diamonds was suggested by Robert Thornton, so thanks for your suggestion there. And the Marquee was suggested by Sean Williams, who's a channel member, so thank you for doing that as well. And I might keep the diamond idea in the back pocket for maybe the future, for maybe a different group. We will see though. But for now, Tessa Blanchard of the Marquee has made her intentions known. And then after the break, the Marquee are shown getting into a limo But Tully is stopped by Alex Marvez, who is seeking an interview. And Marvez says, Tully, can we get a quick word? And Tully agrees and says, what is it, Marvez? And Marvez says, Tessa made a huge statement at Double or Nothing. What does the marquee mean for the future of AEW? And Tully says, let me put it this way. Tessa will be the AEW Women's Champion. And next week, we've got word that she'll have her first AEW match. And she will show no mercy. And Sean Spears, he has some big plans too. And after scouting the entire world for the perfect partner, we've found one. And next week, we're bringing him to Dynamite. And then Tully joins the rest of the marquee in the limo as they leave the arena. And as you can see on the screen, Tessa Blanchard will be competing in her first match in AEW, and we will also see who Sean Spears' perfect partner will be. So make sure you join us for the next episode to find out how that goes. But next up, we see a drone shot of the Hardy compound, and the drone pans down and goes face to face with Matt Hardy. Now, I don't know, shall I do the impression? We'll do half impression. Yes, Vanguard 2. I knew you'd come. You are the essence of everything Matt Hardy has become, reborn into something stronger. Now, Vanguard, I want you to deliver a message to Christopher of the land of Jericho. Congratulations, Chris. The circle that is internal were victorious at Double or Nothing. But I want to invite you here to the Hardy compound. Leave your friends at home, and this time it's just me and you. And I want you to take part in the All Delete Wrestling. Yes. And the drone flies off to deliver the message to Chris Jericho. So Matt Hardy has decided to invite Chris Jericho, or Christopher of the land of Jericho, to the Hardy compound. And it looks like we're going to be getting a cinematic match in the future. So what will Chris Jericho's response be? We will find out next week, but that should be pretty interesting. And sorry about the impression there, but let's continue on. And we go on to the main event now, where we see Darby Allin take on the Dark Order's Stu Grayson. And in 14 minutes 48, so Stu Grayson putting up a fight here in the main event. The number one contender for the AEW World Championship, Darby Allin, has picked up a win here. And during the match, Evil Uno accidentally hit Grayson, which has cost him the match there. So more dissension in the Dark Order. And yeah, it's not going to plan. Brody Lee is not going to be happy. And we will see more aftermath of this in a minute. But Darby Allin had an in-ring performance of 74. Stu Grayson had an in-ring performance of 51. So solid from these two. And they've put on a great match. 77 there overall, as I say. Darby Allin benefited from having a hot new move, which is cool. Perfect time to do it after just becoming number one contender. Darby Allin also benefited from a groundswell of support. So great main event there. And apparently Darby Allin seemed off his game, but still got a 74. So what would he got had he not been? But yeah, great main event. Again, the second Dynamite of the series, and another member of the Dark Order is in the main event and losing once more. Of course, the first Dynamite main event we had was Moxley versus Evil Uno. And yeah, that's the main event for tonight, and it's got a good rating. And then after the match, the Dark Order rush the ring and outnumber Darby Allin as he fights for his life. And Darby is helpless as the Dark Order lift him to his feet as they feed him to Brody Lee. And Brody grabs Darby's head and gets ready to hit the Boss Man, which is the where he does the start of the Sister Abigail, spins out into the discus clothesline. He gets to the point where he grabs his head, but he notices Jon Moxley, who is making his way through the stands. And Brody lets go of Darby as he prepares for Moxley's arrival. And then Darby manages to blindside Brody with a low blow as the rest of the Dark Order turn their attention back to Darby. But then Moxley slides into the ring as he and Darby clear the ring, leaving only Brody Lee. And then Moxley hits Brody Lee with a paradigm shift. Darby climbs the top rope and then hits him with a devastating coffin drop, hurting himself in the process. And Moxley and Darby stop and they look at each other. Darby spots the AEW Championship laying on the floor and he picks it up, looks at the belt, looks at Moxley, and then Darby hands Moxley the belt and leaves the ring as the show comes to a close as Moxley's music hits. So a bit of tension there between the challenger and the champion, and Moxley knows that Darby Allin is not going to be far behind him for that championship. But tonight, the mutual respect continues, and Darby simply hands back the championship to Moxley after having a little bit of a look at it. And the Rise of Darby Allin storyline has advanced with this segment. Darby Allin was a real star, and Brody Lee came across well. John Silver and Reynolds didn't do too great. Moxley was fantastic, and Darby and Moxley benefited from a groundswell of public support. But this only got a 50, but we should be okay with that good main event. And let's see how the show did overall. And we get a 71, so decent. And we've increased our popularity in 24 regions. And yeah, solid show, I'll take it. And before we go, let's have a look at the storyline ratings then. 58 or better than Jurassic. We haven't seen anything for that tonight, but that will continue soon. The Fractures in the Elite has got a 62. The Circle That Is Internal has a 69 now. The Exalted One with a 78. The Next Level, of course, the Tessa Blanchard storyline has a 48, and the Rise of Darby Allin has a 53. So that is now considered hot as well. And in terms of the overall ratings, the Dynamite for tonight wasn't quite as high as the first Dynamite that we did, but it is better than Double or Nothing, so that's good. In terms of matches, the best match we've had so far, which is actually joint top there, Jon Moxley with Brody Lee, and Jon Moxley with Evil Uno. Darby Allin versus Stu Grayson is third, so who knows? Evil Uno and Stu Grayson, future main eventers. We'll see. But yeah, main event each for those on Dynamite. It's pretty big for their careers, I guess. Lucha Brothers and Private Party are there at fourth. Orange Cassidy and Rey Fenix there at fifth. And then we've got a few more matches there that are greens. We've got Inner Circle versus The Elite at Double or Nothing. Kenny Omega versus Jack Evans from tonight. And then Matt Hardy versus Sammy Guevara on that first Dynamite. So yeah, we're getting some good amount of greens now, and the show ratings are above our size, which is always a positive. We've got 62 now in some regions after starting at 60 across the board. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes, and why not watch one of the videos that you can see on the screen right now. But until next time, peace. So before we get into the show itself, let's have a quick look at what we're seeing tonight. And we're going to be seeing Chris Jericho's response to Matt Hardy after Matt Hardy challenged him to All Delete Wrestling last week on Dynamite. And Vanguard 2 will be delivering the message to Chris Jericho tonight. And what will his answer be? We're going to be seeing Matt Cardona in his Dynamite debut when he takes on Superbad Kip Sabian. Of course, Matt making his debut at Double or Nothing in the Casino Ladder match, and tonight we see him on Dynamite for the first time. And we're going to be seeing two members of the Jurassic Express, Luchasaurus and Marco Stunt, take on the Salt of the Earth MJF and Wardlow in a tag team match. We're going to be seeing the AEW TNT Championship on the line when Lance Archer throws out an open challenge to the locker room. We're going to be finding out who the latest member of the Marquee will be after Sean Spears claims to have scouted the globe to find the perfect partner. And speaking of the Marquee, we're going to be seeing Tessa Blanchard in her first match since joining AEW, as she also makes her Dynamite debut. And how will the revolutionary of women's wrestling get on tonight? And in the main event, as we said earlier, Jon Moxley, the AEW World Champion, will be teaming with his number one contender, Darby Allin, to take on the Butcher and the Blade in tonight's main event. So that should be a very interesting match, to say the least. And for those long-time viewers of the channel, if you remember the Strong Style Amsterdam series, you will remember the name Killer Kelly. Now, Killer Kelly is now officially signed to AEW on this series, and as you can see on the screen, she will be making her debut on AEW Dark, which is the series available to channel members. And we open up the show with Sammy Guevara taking on Austin Gunn, after Sammy Guevara comes off the back of a huge win at Double or Nothing when he got the pinfall in the Stadium Stampede match over Kenny Omega, making it so the Inner Circle defeated the Elite and Matt Hardy. And off the back of that, he is tonight pinned Austin Gunn in 11 minutes 45 by pinfall with a 6:30, and Sammy Guevara had an in performance of 63:44 there for Austin Gunn. Austin was joined at ringside by Billy Gunn, who did some good work at ringside, and the match got the show off to a strong start and got the crowd buzzing. So great way to start the show. Two youngsters that are on the next big thing list on the creative meeting. So a big future for both of these, but tonight Sammy has got the win over Austin. I think this is Austin's Dynamite debut of the series anyway. So yeah, hopefully a lot of things to come from both of these two going forward with a lot of potential. But for now, 63 overall, kicking the show off with a strong match there. And then we go to a drone shot of Chris Jericho's mansion as Vanguard 2 is about to deliver Matt Hardy's message to Chris Jericho. And Jericho is sunbathing with a bottle of champagne as Vanguard 2 approaches him. And he says, "What are you doing here, you stupid drone?" And then Vanguard 2 displays a hologram of Matt Hardy's invitation to the Hardy compound from last week on Dynamite. Of course, Matt Hardy inviting Jericho to the compound for All Elite Wrestling. And Chris Jericho says, "You tell that son of a bitch that I'll be there, but on one condition. If I can pin Matt Hardy in the Hardy compound, Vanguard 2 joins the inner circle." And Vanguard 2 shrieks and flies away to deliver the response back to the Hardy compound. So we will find out Matt Hardy's response next week, but Vanguard 2 seems a little bit worried by the prospect of having to join the inner circle, and some stakes there potentially being added to that match between Jericho and Matt Hardy, which will be, if accepted, our first cinematic match of the series. So that should be pretty interesting. And yeah, the circle that is internal storyline has advanced for this segment and gained heat. Jericho was a real star, improvised well throughout the segment and benefited from having a hot catchphrase. Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of support and the angle got the crowd hotter. And 80 overall, so solid promo there from Chris Jericho, and Vanguard will give him a bit of credit as well. So yeah, good stuff there from Le Former Champion. And next up we go into Matt Cardona's Dynamite debut, where he defeats Kip Sabian in 12 minutes 42 by pinfall with a Rough Rider. Potentially need to change that name. Maybe some suggestions in the comments below of what we should rename the Rough Rider. Let me know. Again, the crowd seemed pretty vocal about not liking Matt Cardona. Apparently that happens if, I think it's 4 stats. One of them's charisma, one of them's psychology, and one of them is aerial. I can't remember what the third one is. But if you don't have 60 in one of these stats, the crowd don't like you with this product that AEW has, which is Wrestling Nerd Nirvana. So a potential solution, because I think it's a little bit unrealistic that Matt Cardona doesn't at least have 60 charisma. Do we just bump it up to 60 just so the crowd like him? And I think realistically they would, because of course Matt Cardona had a big internet following, one of the first really to use social media to his advantage. And yeah, I'm going to put a little poll up in the corner. Should I bump his charisma up in the editor to 60? And we'll follow whatever happens on that poll. It's yes or no, should we do it or not. But 60 for that match, really good, despite the disappointing crowd reaction. But yeah, 55 for Cardona, 50 for Sabian, as we go on to the next segment, where we go into the tag team match, where MJF is teaming with his muscle, Wardlow, taking on Marco Stunt and Luchasaurus. Of course, we've got Jungle Boy at ringside as well. But getting the win tonight is MJF on Wardlow after Wardlow pinned Marco Stunt with a Splash Mountain. So keeping Luchasaurus strong there in this feud between Wardlow and Luchasaurus. But Wardlow has managed to catch Marco Stunt tonight and defeat the team. But 54 overall, MJF continues to be undefeated here in AEW. And that could be a long time before that ends. But 58 there for MJF, the standout of the match, closely followed behind by Marco Stunt actually at 52. Wardlow there with a 40, 37 there for Luchasaurus. So hopefully these two big men can start to improve. I'm sure they will into the future. Better Than Jurassic storyline has advanced. And Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy, of course, who was at ringside, have good chemistry. So that's good to see. And as planned, this match brought the fans down a little bit. This was on calm the crowd just to chill a little bit going into the second half of the show. And the Marquise music hits as Tully, Tessa and Spears make their way to the top of the ramp. And Sean Spears has a microphone and he says, "Over the past few weeks, we've been scouting the globe ready for this moment here today. Me and Tully have been looking for the perfect tag team partner. A tag team partner fit for the marquee and fit for the tag team championships. So let me introduce you to the newest member of the AEW roster, Ricky Starks." And Ricky Starks walks out to join the marquee, and Sean Spears hands him the microphone, and Ricky says, "My name is Ricky Starks. The men call me Absolute, and the women call me Stroke Daddy." And I didn't invent that. That's his catchphrase for real. And he says, "On this stage, you are looking at the undeniable future of All Elite Wrestling, and we are ready to take over. And next week, me and Sean will show the world what we are all about." So next week on Dynamite, we will see the tag team debut of Sean Spears and Ricky Starks. And I'm praying they have chemistry, because I haven't actually tested them as a team yet. But yeah, Ricky Starks, he was the first NWA TV champion of at least the modern era, after he won the tournament that they held and beat Trevor Murdoch in the final. And if you watch him, you'll understand why he fits in to the marquee. If you haven't already seen one of his promos, maybe check him out after this video. But yeah, I think he fits perfectly. A lot of people were predicting Curtis Axel because I said the word perfect, but the reason I said perfect is because Sean Spears is the perfect 10. It's got nothing to do with Kurt Hennig or Joe Hennig. Also, a name that was thrown around was EC3, but EC3's had a bit of a gimmick change in real life, so it wouldn't really fit in his current phase. But Ricky Starks, I think, is a really good addition. He's only 27 years old and a lot of potential ahead of him, so hopefully you're behind me on that one. And I don't want to just grab Curtis Axel. He's 40 now, and he's a former WWE guy, and one of the main things I want to do in this series is create our own stars from scratch. And yeah, Ricky Starks will hopefully be one of those stars. But Sean Spears and Ricky Starks make their way to the back, and Tully and Tessa walk to the ring ready for Tessa's debut match here on Dynamite. The performance of Sean Spears was good. Ricky Starks debuted his cocky gimmick and got adequate, which is fine. Sean Spears clearly enjoyed having the freedom to go off the script, and so did Ricky Starks, which is great to see. And Starks had the crowd in the palm of his hands the entire time, so you can see there he knows what he's doing on the microphone. And 41 overall, so he could potentially be a top heel in AEW in the future if we play our cards right. So let's hope that the marquee can take him to the next level, and I'm sure they will. And next up, we go into the match with Tessa Blanchard taking on Aria Blake. And Tessa Blanchard has defeated Aria Blake in 7 minutes 30 by pinfall. Aria Blake is just here on a one-night deal, just a job to Tessa tonight. 54 for Tessa, 38 overall. Can't expect too much because she's going up against someone that's not very well known. And also, it's only a short match, so the rating can't be too high anyway. The crowd didn't like Aria Blake, and she was off her game, so maybe not bring her back anytime soon. But Tessa and Tully are an awkward pairing, and they just have no chemistry. Wait, just went past. Yeah, that's a bit odd. They are literally father and daughter, so you would think they have a little bit of chemistry. I hope that changes. It probably won't, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. But yeah, 38 overall. It's still a big addition to the women's roster there, Tessa Blanchard. But we go into the next segment now, where Jake Roberts and Lance Archer make their way to the ring as the first AEW TNT champion makes his first appearance as champion. And Lance Archer waits to find out who his first challenger will be. And then Joey Janela makes his way to the ring as Lance Archer and Jake Roberts laugh to themselves. So they don't see him as much of a credible threat to the Murder Hawk monster tonight. But maybe Joey Janela is in with a shot tonight as the underdog. Jake Roberts looked good and did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd. And Lance Archer did well as well, so did Janela. And Jake Roberts benefited from a groundswell of public support, and the angle got the crowd hot at 68 overall. Hopefully the main event can help us out a little bit here. And the only real good segment was the Jericho one. So yeah, I think we should be okay though. But let's continue. And in 9 minutes 36, Lance Archer defeats Joey Janela by pinfall with a blackout. And Lance Archer makes defense number 1 of his AEW TNT title. 53 overall there, it's a decent match. 55 for Lance Archer, Joey Janela there with a 54. And yeah, the first defense of Lance Archer's championship reign tonight against Joey Janela. Not much really more to say about that, other than the champion is going to be very tough to beat. And next up, in the main event, we've not done great here for ratings. Hopefully the final segment can help us out, because this is not looking good. But yeah, the Butcher and the Blade here not pulling out a great performance. But Darby Allin and Jon Moxley have defeated the Butcher and the Blade in 13 minutes 01 when Darby Allin pinned the Butcher with a coffin drop. So the number 1 contender for the AEW Championship has got the win tonight when teaming with the champion, and the Butcher was the weak link. But the main thing is the dynamic between Darby and Moxley continues. 80 there for Moxley, 73 for Darby Allin. So maybe if it was a better team, we probably could have done all right with this main event, but 67 overall. I'm just praying that the Chris Jericho segment can help us out a little bit, because that did get an 80. So that might be what saves us tonight. But solid performance from the champion and the challenger. And the Rise of Darby Allin storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, interestingly. And the announcer quality lifted the match. The Bunny did some good work at ringside. Darby Allin benefited from having a hot new move, and Allin and Moxley had public support as well, and the performance of Jon Moxley stood out as being good. So not a particularly thrilling main event, but we've also got one more segment, so hopefully that can help save it as well. And it's got a 78, so there's a bit of hope. But yeah, maybe think more about the main events and have some bigger stars in them. But we did okay last week with Darby taking on Stu Grayson, and that pulled out a good rating. So that's sort of my idea, is if one side of the match is good, then it can hold the match up itself. But that wasn't the case tonight. But hopefully we can still meet expectations of the broadcasters. But after the match, though, Jon Moxley climbs in the ring from the apron, and the referee gets in between Allin and Moxley and raises their hands in the air. But Moxley pulls his arm away and keeps a close eye on Darby, so he's not trusting him at the minute. And Darby turns around and notices Moxley staring right through him. And then Moxley sarcastically applauds, then leaves the ring. And Darby turns his back on Moxley and leans on the top rope, trying to catch his breath, looking across the arena. And then Moxley sneaks back into the ring and waits for Darby Allin to turn around. Moxley rolls his shoulders, the thing he does. And then Darby turns around and is struck with a huge paradigm shift. And Moxley screams into the air, then picks up his AEW championship belt. Moxley puts his belt over his shoulder as he shouts towards the floored Darby Allin, pointing at the title. And then Moxley leaves the ring and makes his way through the stands, exiting the arena. And Darby Allin slowly gets to his feet as he watches Moxley leave, and he is furious as the show comes to a close. So it was inevitable, but Moxley knows that Darby Allin is coming for his title at some stage or another, and tonight he wants to get the first shot and doesn't trust anyone, and that includes Darby Allin. If it looks like you're about to get in a fight, punch first is the advice normally given, and that is what's happened tonight with Jon Moxley taking down Darby Allin in this one. And the Rise of Darby Allin's storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, and a good way to end the show there. Hopefully the Jericho segment and this one has saved us tonight. The performance of Jon Moxley was good, and yeah, again, groundswell of public support. We'll not cover that once again, but let's find out how we did overall. And we got a 68. I don't think that's good enough for the broadcasters. But yeah, maybe Butcher and the Blade have cost us there. I think if the main event was better, we could have broke into the 70s. But yeah, I don't think TNT are going to be happy about this. So we're going to have to see how that goes. In terms of booking, I think it went well. We've advanced all the storylines, other than the Elite one, who will be on the card next week. But yeah, increased our popularity in 24 regions there. And let's see what the emails are saying. So TNT are happy, but TSN2 aren't. We did not meet their minimum requirements, so that's interesting. But TNT haven't said anything. The viewing figures, we've got 1.3 million across all channels. Maria Kanellis has been hired by Stardom, interestingly. Aria Blake gone from AEW, of course, on a one-night deal. Jim Ross says that Wardlow doesn't connect with the fans. We've got some drug test things coming through. And yeah, let's have a closer look there at what the broadcasters are expecting. So TNT are saying 61, which is good. TSN2 wants 74. That is quite a lot, especially since I want to build to stuff rather than just chucking all the best matches on Dynamite at once. But maybe we can adjust the time slot a little bit. That's late evening for 73. Late night is 59. Should we go to late night just to stay safe? I don't think we're going to get a 74 every week. The proposed change has been agreed, so that's fine. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, then we're not going to lose the TV deal in Canada. But let's have a look at the individual ratings. I need to move this down because I noticed the camera was cutting it off last time. In America on TNT, we haven't broke the million yet. and I don't think we did last week either. We got close though. Yeah, we're not too far behind that. We've got less viewers this week than we did last week overall, but not by much, 50,000 overall, which is fine. We're probably going to get less viewers now that we've moved time slots, but I think it's just better to be safe than sorry at this point, and hopefully up it later on once we get more popularity in Canada. So if we look at Canada now, we've got 57, and that is improving from starting at 55. In America we had 60. We now have 63 in some places, 62, 61 here and there as well. But overall, I'd say we're doing okay. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that show. A lot of stuff going on with these storylines. The Darby Allin and Moxley feud has really kicked off now. But pick your side. There's going to be no clear heel or babyface in this feud. So in the comments below, let me know whose side you're on, Darby Allin or Jon Moxley. So it has been confirmed that in the game Vince McMahon has passed away and has been replaced by Stephanie McMahon at the head of the WWE. And what will that mean for WWE going forward? We will see. But let's get into today's show, and we're going to be seeing tonight the battle that we've all been waiting for. We will see Luchasaurus take on Wardlow in a one-on-one contest. Of course, last week MJF and Wardlow managed to defeat Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus after Wardlow pinned Jungle Boy, but tonight they go head-to-head one-on-one in a much anticipated fight. We're going to see Shawn Spears teaming for the first time with his new tag team partner and the newest member of the Marquee, Ricky Starks. We're going to hear from Matt Hardy and his response to Chris Jericho's challenge last week, where Jericho agreed to the All Elite Wrestling match at the Hardy compound, but if Matt Hardy loses and Chris Jericho picks up the win, he wants Vanguard 2 to join the Inner Circle. And will Matt Hardy accept this stipulation? We will find out a bit later on tonight. We're going to see another AEW TNT Championship Open Challenge as Lance Archer puts his belt on the line for the second week in a row. Mr. Brody Lee will be leading a Dark Order board meeting as he has some words for the members of the Dark Order ahead of their big match next week, which we will talk more about later on tonight. And in our main event, we're going to see AEW World Champion Jon Moxley take on Pentagon Jr. Of course, last week Jon Moxley taking out AEW Championship #1 contender Darby Allin, striking first after tensions have been building up since Darby Allin's Casino Ladder match win. And can Darby Allin pick up some momentum going forward towards that championship match? We will see in tonight's main event, and that should be one hell of a match. And if you're excited for tonight's show, make sure you drop a like down below. It helps me out a lot. But without any further ado, let's get in to the show. And what better way to start this show than with the Dark Order being shown sitting round a table with Mr. Brody at the end. And Mr. Brody Lee says the Dark Order have been weak, and soon you have the chance to redeem yourselves. And you've let me down, and you've let everyone at home down. And I let you in to the Dark Order to help you. And if you lose to the Elite next week, I might have to look at replacing you with somebody who can get the job done. Win or you'll be fired. So continuing the Vince McMahon parody, I was sort of questioning whether to do this, of course with the in-game passing of Vince, but I think it's in good spirits and I'm sure he'll be laughing along, maybe. But yeah, Mr. Brody Lee did well there, using the freedom to improvise to his advantage. 74 overall for this segment. It's a solid promo from Mr. Brody Lee. And this segment confirms next week's match where the Dark Order will be taking on the Elite. So two fractured stables going head to head. Of course, some problems in the Elite recently after losing to the Inner Circle in the Stadium Stampede. And of course, Mr. Brody Lee losing that AEW Championship match at Double or Nothing, and a few more defeats across the board for the Dark Order as well. So two factions looking to redeem themselves next week on Dynamite, and Brody Lee blaming the Dark Order for his loss at Double or Nothing. So let's continue though, and we go into the Battle of the Big Men where Luchasaurus is taking on Wardlow, and apparently they don't seem to click, and it made for an awkward bout, which is a shame because I've been looking forward to this one. But Wardlow has defeated Luchasaurus in 15 minutes 29 by pinfall with a splash mountain after a distraction from MJF, and overall got a 38, so not too bad for a mid-card bout. Luchasaurus with a 32, Wardlow with a 36. So yeah, as I say, in previous weeks, hopefully they do start to improve, because I would like to use them maybe in the main event scene eventually, but particularly Luchasaurus, I'm a big fan of him. So hopefully we can use segments to boost his popularity, because I think that is the main weakness in his arsenal right now. So with the correct build, I think we can build him up to be something, at least a big star in the mid-card. Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy have good chemistry, of course, Jungle Boy joining them at ringside, but MJF's henchman has got the victory today after a distraction from Maxwell Jacob Friedman. And the Better Than Jurassic storyline has advanced but lost heat, which is a shame, but we will continue this feud as it's going to go in a different direction. You might get a little bit of a hint where this is going to go. And next up, we go to the Hardy compound, where Matt Hardy is preparing the battlefield as Vanguard 2 approaches him. And then Vanguard plays a recording of Jericho declaring his stipulation for the all-delete wrestling match proposed by Hardy. And Jericho says if he wins, Vanguard 2 must join the Inner Circle. Of course, that was a promo cut by Jericho last week after Matt Hardy's invitation to the match. And then Matt Hardy initially looks concerned, but begins to look excited, and there's this. And then he says, Christopher of the land of Jericho, I accept your stipulation, and next week the battlefield will be ready for all delete wrestling. Keep your friends at home, and it's going to be wonderful. Yes, etc. And the Circle, that is internal storyline, has advanced with this segment, but lost heat again. 2 storylines dropping tonight. Not too good, but 66 overall. Hopefully the match can do a little bit better than that. We will see in next week's show, of course. And the announcing quality lifted the segment. Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of public support, and the angle got the crowd hotter. So I'd say 66 is okay, as we go to the Starks and Spears match, where they are making their debut as a team. Of course, Ricky Starks joining the marquee last week as Sean Spears' mystery partner, and they have got the win tonight in 11 minutes 36, when Ricky Starks, in his first AEW match, has pinned T-Hawk with the Buster Keaton, and apparently Shima was head and shoulders above everyone else, which is good to see. Sean Spears with a 39, 38 for Ricky Starks. Of course, only 20 popularity in the USA, so we're looking to build that up through the marquee, but he has all the ability. T-Hawk got a 45, which is good, and Shima there with a 64. And overall 59, so solid match there. One positive is there is no bad chemistry between Ricky Starks and Sean Spears. There's no good chemistry either, but I'll take that any day over bad chemistry, of course. And yeah, new tag team on the block, and they've got a win tonight. And we will see Tessa Blanchard in action later on as well, representing the marquee. So maybe it'll be 2 wins in one night for the faction as they look to make a name for themselves. And like I say, 59 overall is pretty good for a mid-card match. So let's continue. And not so great, but in the open challenge for the TNT Championship, we see Hurricane Helms show up to challenge Lance Archer for the title, but in a quick 4 minutes 35 match with a blackout, Lance Archer has pinned Hurricane Helms and makes defense number 2 of his AEW TNT title. And Hurricane Helms here on a one-night deal, someone that has a name that is squashable for Lance Archer. He hasn't put in a great performance though. 32, I was expecting a little bit better from the Hurricane, but 52 for Lance Archer, the champion, is good. But yeah, not a great match there, 36. As the weeks go on, Lance Archer's opponents will start to get better, which should hopefully help build him up. But overall, that's fine, I guess, 36. And next up we go into another not so great match, but 46 is okay. But Tessa Blanchard has defeated Rebel Kell in 7 minutes 41 by pinfall. Of course, another one-night deal here for Rebel Kell, just someone to come in and job to Tessa Blanchard. I don't want to job out the women's division just yet to Tessa, but she will get on to the main wrestlers now. We've had 2 jobbers come in over the past 2 weeks. But yeah, with the jobbers out the way now, she will start to go through the women's roster and have some more serious competition. But we're just introducing her over the last 2 weeks as a dominant force going forward. And yet Tessa Blanchard picking up another win tonight over Rebel Kell. And 56, which is the main thing to keep an eye on here for Tessa. and that's pretty good. And then we go into a solid match, which this time is in the tag team division, and the Young Bucks are taking on the Hybrid 2, and in 14 minutes 53, the Young Bucks have managed to pick up the victory after Nick Jackson pinned Angelico with a Meltzer driver. And Angelico was the weak link, struggling to keep up with everyone else in the ring. He did get a 52 though, so that's not too bad compared to other performances tonight at least. Jack Evans with a 66, and the Young Bucks there with a killer performance, 88 for Nick and 81 for Matt. And the Bucks showed excellent chemistry and got a boost for a tag team specialist bonus. Apparently Excalibur couldn't keep up with the match and was pretty weak. That's a shame. I might think about taking Excalibur off the desk then, maybe replacing him with Taz, having Taz, JR and Tony Schiavone. I'll look at doing that maybe for next time. Nick Jackson benefited from a groundswell of public support, so did Matt, and the match got the crowd buzzing. And of course last week Kenny Omega picking up a win thanks to Arn Anderson's management, and tonight the Young Bucks have done the same. There's no note here for bad chemistry with Arn Anderson, which we got with Kenny and Cody, so I guess that's a positive. But yeah, the new coach of the Elite doing bits, and can he continue that next week against the Dark Order? We shall see. But yeah, as I say, 46, which is a really good match. As we continue on into a promo this time, when we cut to a black and white video showing Darby Allin inside a large cage. And he says, Jon Moxley, I've seen where you've been and I've seen where you are now, AEW World Champion. But to get there, for years you played a character. And you see, I don't play a character, and I would never sell my soul like you did. I would never become something I'm not to get to the top. And now look, I'm in your rear view mirror, speeding down the highway, and I'm coming for you. And I did it all by being who I am. And I know that you can't look in the mirror and tell yourself the same thing. So, interesting promo here from Darby Allin. The rise of Darby Allin storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, which is good to see. But the point being from Darby, of course, Jon Moxley played the character of Dean Ambrose for years in the WWE, which increased his star power and got him to where he is now in AEW, or at least in the opinion of Darby Allin. And now Darby Allin is just behind Jon Moxley on his tail, and he did it by being himself. So that's the clear difference that Darby Allin sees between him and Jon Moxley. And yeah, pretty interesting promo, I'd say. And Darby did well there, using freedom to improvise to his advantage. Darby Allin benefited from a groundswell of public support, and so did Moxley. And yeah, 75 overall, solid promo there from Darby Allin. As we go into tonight's main event, and we see Jon Moxley, the AEW World Heavyweight Champion, defeat Pentagon Jr. in 17 minutes 58 by pinfall with a paradigm shift. And Moxley there with an 83, solid from him. 65 from Pentagon Jr., a little bit less than what I was expecting, if I'm honest. But I'll more than take that. 79 there. Overall, potentially one of our best matches yet. We'll have to check that after the show. Jon Moxley again benefiting from a groundswell of public support. I might just stop mentioning them because it comes up that often. Yeah, Excalibur again was pretty weak on the commentary. It's only when the segment is high that shows up, because the announcer can't keep up with what's going on. So yeah, we're going to look at taking him off immediately after this show, so I don't forget. And yeah, good match there, and we can confirm that in 3 weeks' time on AEW Dynamite, we will see Darby Allin take on Jon Moxley for the AEW World Championship. So that should be a great match, and we will see how the build continues. But Darby Allin tonight, cutting deep into the past of Jon Moxley. And overall we get a 72, which is solid, and we've increased our popularity in 24 regions. Again, mission accomplished. So let's go and change the announcers then. So if we go in, we're going to take Excalibur off. It's a shame because I really think Excalibur's probably the best play-by-play guy in real life, but we're going to bring Taz in there to replace Excalibur, which is a shame, but it's something we just have to do. And we're going to do the same for Dynamite. So, of course, Taz as well. And then AEW Dark, we're going to leave Excalibur on. I think he should be fine on Dark.
Hopefully he does start to improve though. And I just want to check to see how that match compares to the rest of them. And that main event is our best match so far, just edging out Brody Lee and Evil Uno. But you'll see a common theme there, Jon Moxley in the top 3 matches of all time so far. So AEW champion for a reason. But yeah, I'd say that went quite well. All the storylines have advanced going forward, and hopefully you enjoyed that. And if you have, make sure you drop a like down below. It helps me out a lot. And make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any upcoming TEW 2020 videos. And why not watch one of the videos that you can see down there or there. But until next time, peace.
So today is time for the first cinematic match of the series, where in tonight's main event we're going to be seeing Chris Jericho take on Matt Hardy, and if Matt Hardy loses, Vanguard 2 joins the Inner Circle. And if you're excited for today's video, make sure you drop a like down below. It helps me out a lot, and make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss another episode. But without any further ado, let's get into it. So we've got a pretty stacked card for today's episode, so let's take you through what's going to be happening on tonight's show. And we're going to be starting with an AEW Women's Contender Battle Royal, and the winner will face Hikaru Shida in 2 weeks at AEW Fyter Fest. And Fyter Fest will be a special episode of Dynamite just in real life. However, it's not going to be a 2-night event, it's just going to be the one. So yeah, we're going to find out tonight who Hikaru Shida will be up against. We've got the likes of Killer Kelly, Tessa Blanchard, 2 former AEW Women's Champions Nyla Rose and Riho all in the match, so it's all to play for tonight. And we're going to be seeing Lance Archer once again defending his AEW TNT Championship in an open challenge. We're going to see Jon Moxley's response to Darby Allin after Darby Allin's cut-in promo last week on Dynamite, where he talked about Moxley's past and basically said that he would never play a character like what Jon Moxley did in the WWE. And tonight we will hear from the champion. And we're going to be seeing the Elite take on the Dark Order, and Brody Lee has made clear that if the Dark Order cannot win tonight, we might see someone fired from the Dark Order. And of course, in the main event, as we discussed before, all Delete Wrestling will take place on the Hardy compound. It's going to be Matt Hardy taking on Chris Jericho one-on-one. If Chris Jericho manages to get the victory tonight, Vanguard 2 must join the Inner Circle. So Matt Hardy will be fighting to keep his companion by his side. And can he do it? We will find out a little bit later on, but without any further ado, let's get into the show. And we start with the Women's Battle Royal then, and we've got 3 debuts in today's Battle Royal, so we'll go through those first. We've got, coming from NXT, Deonna Purrazzo and Tainara Mello, both being released as part of the mass firings from WWE, and we've picked both of those up as young up-and-coming talent in the women's division. And we've also got Zayda Zhang, who we've signed from Major League Wrestling, making her debut in tonight's Battle Royal, who has a MMA background. And making up the rest of the competitors, we've got Big Swole, Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, a Dynamite debut for Killer Kelly, Chris Statlander, former women's champion Nyla Rose, Penelope Ford, Riho, Shanna, Tessa Blanchard representing the Marquee. We've got the Bunny and Yuka Sakazaki. So the field is stacked tonight, and hopefully this Battle Royal can help boost everyone's popularity across the board as we try to rise this division up out of the ashes into something significant. Of course, not many people have popularity in this division, so one of the goals of the series is to boost everyone up rather than just bringing in names. We want to try and work with what we've got. Of course, we have signed some names, but they're not exactly global stars. So yeah, we're trying to bring everyone up here, and hopefully that Battle Royal does that. And coming into this match, the favourite has to be Tessa Blanchard. As you can see on the screen, she is top of the AEW women's rankings. And the final 4 for this Battle Royal were Killer Kelly, Riho, Tessa Blanchard, and Big Swole. Then Big Swole manages to eliminate Tessa Blanchard. Then Tessa Blanchard is not happy about this, gets back in the ring and throws Big Swole out, costing Big Swole an opportunity at the AEW Women's Champion. And that leaves Killer Kelly and Riho left in the ring. A former Women's Champion taking on someone on their debut on Dynamite. Of course, has appeared on AEW Dark in the past, but the winner and going on to face Hikaru Shida at Fyter Fest is Riho. I bet a lot of you thought I was going to say Killer Kelly there, but not quite yet. But the former women's champion will go on to face Hikaru Shida at Fyter Fest. But yeah, big Dynamite debut there for Killer Kelly, coming in second. And Tessa Blanchard got the most eliminations over the course of the match. So dominating performance from her, but she couldn't quite pull it off. Tessa Blanchard was probably the favourite coming into this match, but she hasn't managed it just yet. I'm going to save that for a little bit later on. I don't think we're going to rush straight into Tessa. Riho will take on Hikaru Shida in 2 weeks' time on Dynamite. And this match got a 49, so pretty good. And that should help all of the women in the match with their popularity. And Zeta Zhang debuted her old school heel gimmick, and it got a very good. We've got 4 people who the crowd weren't particularly pleased to see. That was Deonna Purrazzo, Penelope Ford, Shanna, and the Bunny. Shanna was off her game and so was Yuka Sakazaki. But overall, I'm pleased with how that's gone. And next up, we go into a tag team match between Lucha Brothers and Best Friends. And at ringside, of course, we've got Pac on the Lucha Brothers side, making up the Death Triangle. And Orange Cassidy is with the Best Friends. But the winners tonight and getting the victory is Lucha Brothers after Pentagon Jr. pinned Chuck Taylor with a top rope Styles Clash. So what a way to end the match there. And 72 for Pentagon Jr., so pretty good for him after his main event on Dynamite last week against Jon Moxley. We've got Rey Fenix, who had an in-ring performance of 79, so the best of the match there. Chuck Taylor, the worst of the match, with a 55. Trent Beretta with a 63. Rey Fenix and Pentagon again showed excellent chemistry, and this match got the crowd hotter. And Trent Beretta was off his game tonight, so he would have got even higher there had he not been. But yeah, 74, it's a solid tag match there, particularly boosted by the Lucha Brothers there. So good performance from them and a big victory going forward. And next up, we have confirmation that in 2 weeks' time at Fyter Fest, we're going to be seeing Big Swole take on Tessa Blanchard after their issue started in tonight's Battle Royal. Big Swole eliminating Tessa Blanchard fairly, but Tessa Blanchard being a sore loser, getting back in the ring and eliminating Big Swole despite not being in the match anymore. So yeah, that's going to come to head in 2 weeks' time. And next up, we go into the AEW TNT Championship match, and this time answering the challenge of Lance Archer is Jungle Boy, and of course coming in as the underdog, as pretty much anyone would be in these TNT Open challenges against Lance Archer. And Lance Archer has managed to get the victory and make defense number 3 of his AEW TNT Championship after a blackout took out Jungle Boy. And Lance Archer there with a 52, Jungle Boy with a 40. Overall though, we've got a 51, so pretty good match there for a mid-card title. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus have pretty good chemistry once again, of course, managing Jungle Boy during this match. Maybe somewhere down the road it would be pretty interesting to see Luchasaurus answer this challenge, so maybe that's what we do next week or a couple of weeks' time. But next up we go into the Elite versus the Dark Order. On each team we've got Cody, Hangman Page, Kenny Omega, Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson making up the Elite, of course. And on the Dark Order side we've got Mr. Brody Lee, Evil Uno, Stu Grayson, John Silver and Alex Reynolds. And the winners, after a miscommunication between Hangman Page and Kenny Omega, Brody Lee has pinned Hangman Page in 10 minutes 07 with a running big boot. And in terms of in-ring performance, Kenny Omega was head and shoulders above everyone else, which is good to see. And the fractures in the Elite storyline has advanced with this segment. And as you can see, tonight nobody has been fired from the Dark Order, with the Exalted One picking up the victory. In terms of in-ring performances, we'll look at a couple of them. We've got Kenny Omega there with an 83, which is outstanding from him. Not far behind him, we've got Hangman Page in second place with 70. And in third place, we have Brody Lee there with a 66, so that's pretty good. Other than that, it's fairly average across the board, but as I say, 64 overall, so a good match. Big win there for the Dark Order, and fractures in the Elite continue to show. And apparently Matt Jackson debuted a new high spot that popped the crowd. His psychology will be helped by being able to use it as a go-to spot in the future, which is good. And after the match, AEW Tag Team Champions Kenny Omega and Adam Page go face to face after Omega's mistake cost the Elite the match. And Page shoves Omega as the rest of the Elite jump in between the two and prevent the two from brawling. And Page calms down, but Kenny leaves the ring and goes to the back, leaving the rest of the Elite behind. And we will see where that goes. I don't really want to comment any more on and potentially give away where this will go, but you might be able to work it out, but we will see. Apparently Cody and Arn Anderson are an awkward pairing once again, and Kenny Omega would be better off without Arn Anderson as well, which is a shame. Bless him. But yeah, that's fine. We'll see how it goes. I want to just keep him with him for now, just for the purpose of the story, but I do have a rough plan of what we're going to do there. Kenny Omega benefited from a groundswell of public support, so did Cody and the Bucks. So yeah, 64 for that segment as we continue on to Jon Moxley, who is in a Nevada desert, and he says, "Do you think I'm stupid, Darby? Did you really think I was going to wait for you to strike first? Where I come from, if you're about to fight, make sure you get the first punch. And you want to talk about my past, where I've been, and how I got here?" But Moxley holds his title up to the camera and he says, "I'm holding this title because I scratched and clawed my way from the very bottom all the way to the tippy top, and I wasn't handed anything, and nobody in this world can take what belongs to me." So Jon Moxley fighting back there with a promo on Darby Allin, and if you saw last week's episode, you know what Darby said, and Jon Moxley has refuted that claim that he was handed anything. And yeah, interesting promo as we build towards the AEW Championship match at Fyter Fest, and that is where the title match will be taking place, as you can see on the screen. But yeah, 67 promo from Jon Moxley there, a little bit underwhelming actually. Apparently he struggled when going off the script, which doesn't really make sense. But yeah, Jon Moxley looked good. The rise of Darby Allin's storyline has advanced with this segment. And yeah, hopefully this is helping Darby Allin's popularity as we try and get him established as a main event talent. But yeah, let's continue. 67, as I say. And in the main event, in the All Elite wrestling match, we see a brawl. I'm not really going to go into too much detail. There's a brawl across the compound. We can have fireworks and all that stuff. But towards the end, Vanguard 2 flies into the face of Matt Hardy, taking him out and taking his vision away from him. And Chris Jericho takes advantage, hits him with the Judas effect, laying out Matt Hardy and pins him 1, 2, 3. So Vanguard 2 has decided it is in his best interest to help Chris Jericho and to join the Inner Circle. And a huge betrayal here for Matt Hardy. His companion has turned his back on him and has joined Chris Jericho's bubbly buddies, or whatever they're called. Big main event there. 48 from Matt Hardy, so not too great. 61 for Jericho, so pretty underwhelming across the board there. Not even the best match on the card, but they are getting on a bit, so can't really expect them to have an extraordinary match. But with it being a cinematic match, I thought they might have got a little bit of a boost, which it seems it did. But still, 68 overall, I'll take it. The industry leader production values added to the cinematic style, so that's good. And Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of public support. But we end the show there then with the portrayal of Vanguard 2. It's almost like Shakespeare. Let's continue to see how we get on though. And we get a 68. And we have increased our popularity in 24 regions. So that's the main thing. And I'll take it. Solid show across the board there. And yeah, mission accomplished there with the popularity. And let's continue on and see what the emails are saying. So we've got the ratings in. We've got a 1.8 there. Let's see how it compares to other weeks. So it's less than last week. Of course, we've got a 72 on that one. It's only 4 points below, though. We've lost about 50,000 viewers there, which is fine. And let's have a quick look at the popularity then. So we're up to 64 almost everywhere in the US. There's a couple of 63s and 62s. But yeah, that's good. If we look at progress, we're up across the board in America, in Canada, a little bit in Mexico, but I don't think we've got a TV deal there. We're up in the British Isles. We haven't got anything in Japan or Europe or Oceania or India. But everywhere where we are showing Dynamite, we are making improvements. So that's good to see. Maybe we could look at getting a TV deal in these countries then. Maybe if we could do that now, if we've got time. Let's just try any type. Let's just see what comes up. We've got YouTube Mexico. I wonder if they'll let us negotiate a new deal for Dynamite. And yeah, we can actually. Let's do
6 months. Do we want prime time? I suppose we could try it. Revenue split would be 10% to the company. What about 50-50? They're not willing to offer us this time slot actually, so we'll go late evening. Late night they're happy with, or should we just go on demand? We'll go late night, we'll premiere it, I guess. Is that okay? It seems to be. The deal has been agreed. Would you like to go ahead and sign it? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. And what was the other one? We want Japan. So if we've got YouTube Japan as well, we do. It's a new deal for Dynamite. We'll go the same, late night, 50-50. Will they do more? I think because it's free to air, it doesn't even matter. So we'll just go 50, why not? Now we'll do 6 months once again and do that. Where else was it? Europe, wasn't it? We've got some other options for Europe actually, but they show in the UK as well, so we won't be able to do that. I think as well for YouTube, they're shown in the UK as well. So new deal for Dynamite, let's try it. Apparently we can go on YouTube in Europe actually, so yeah, I thought the deal in the UK would prevent that with ITV4, but apparently not. So 6 months, there it says ITV4, so we can't actually do that, so click no. The other one was Oceania. I haven't got YouTube there apparently. We won't be able to do the Fight TV then for the same reason. Be in Sport again for the same reason, it'll probably be TNT. India, we can get Fight TV, it's going to clash, so it's not going to let us do it. So that's fine, we've got 2 new deals there with Mexico and Japan with YouTube, so hopefully we should start to see some numbers boost up in those countries. But hopefully you've enjoyed this episode. If you have, make sure you drop a like down below, it helps me out a lot. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes. And why not watch one of the videos that you can see down below. But until next time, peace.
On tonight's episode of AEW Dynamite, we've got a huge main event with the Salt of the Earth, MJF, taking on the AEW World Champion Jon Moxley, ahead of Moxley's defense next week on the Fyter Fest edition of Dynamite, where he will take on Darby Allin. And can Jon Moxley get a big win heading into that match, or will MJF show why he is better than you? And a big thanks to everyone that's signed up as a channel member so far. You can see their names now at the bottom of the screen, and at the start of all the episodes now I'm going to be showing the names of all of the channel members. But without any further ado, let's get into today's big episode of Dynamite. As well as that main event, we've got a pretty stacked card, so let's quickly run you through what will be happening on tonight's show. So we're going to be seeing Hikaru Shida, the AEW Women's Champion, team up with the #1 contender for her title, Riho, and they will take on the Bunny and Killer Kelly ahead of their title match next week at Fyter Fest. And we're going to see Jungle Boy take on one half of the Butcher and the Blade, where he goes a one-on-one with the Blade. Then we're going to see the Young Bucks take on the tag team from the Marquee, Starks and Spears, as Arn Anderson goes head-to-head with his former tag team partner Tully Blanchard, with both men going into this match as managers of their respective teams. And speaking of Tully Blanchard, we're going to see his daughter Tessa Blanchard take on Taynara Mello ahead of Tessa Blanchard's match next week at Fyter Fest against Big Swole. We're going to see a #1 contendership match for the AEW Tag Team Championships, where the Lucha Brothers will take on the Gun Club, and the winner of that will take on Hangman Page and Kenny Omega next week at Fyter Fest. And in the main event, we're going to see the Salt of the Earth MJF take on the AEW Champion Jon Moxley. Jon Moxley will be looking to get a win heading into next week's title defense against Darby Allin. So it's shaping up to be a good show, so let's get into it and see how we get on. And we start the show with Hikaru Shida teaming up with Riho against the Bunny and Killer Kelly, and in 10 minutes 27, Hikaru Shida has managed to pin the Bunny to pick up the victory for her team. And yeah, just a win for Hikaru Shida and Riho going into their match next week, where they will face each other. And for now, they've both managed to pick up the victory this week. And Killer Kelly was the weak link, struggling to keep up with everyone else's performance. But hopefully that should start to change once she gains popularity. And this 44 segment should help her with that. In terms of in-ring performances, 47 for Riho, 44 for Shida, 32 for Killer Kelly. So not too bad, not too far behind the rest. And the Bunny had an in-ring performance of 52. The vocal crowd didn't seem to like the Bunny, so that might be something to note going forward. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside, and as channel members will know, he has been managing Killer Kelly on AEW Dark and has continued to do so tonight.
And we've kept her strong there by pinning the bunny with the champion and the challenger getting the win. And then after their win, Riho and Hikaru Shida go face to face in the ring. They both shake hands in a show of respect. Tonight they are partners, but next week they are opponents. And who will leave Fyter Fest as the AEW Women's Champion? We will find out as we go on to the rest of the show, where Jungle Boy takes on the Blade and giving him a boost in the rankings. There is Jungle Boy picking up the victory in 13 minutes 20 with a quick roll-up as he has defeated the Blade. And yeah, just a win for Jungle Boy, really. Nothing too much to note there. He's lost, I think, every match so far. Lost to MJF. He lost in a tag match when he teamed with Luchasaurus. So yeah, I just wanted to give Jungle Boy a win there and help him out in the rankings a little bit. And yeah, he's beaten the Blade, who makes his singles debut of the series. And he's done pretty well there with a 42. And Jungle Boy there with a 39 as well. So good match overall with a 41. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus once again have good chemistry. And yes, solid performance there from both men, I would say, for a mid-card match. Then we go to another match. This time it is a tag team match, which will have a big bearing in the AEW tag team rankings, with the Young Bucks taking on Starks and Spears of the Marquee. And getting the win tonight in 13 minutes 10 is the Young Bucks after Nick Jackson pins Sean Spears with a 450 splash. Ricky Starks was the weak link in this one, but again, another young talent that we're looking to build up with matches like this. A 74 segment for him will certainly help him going forward. And the Bucks there with a great performance, 82 and 84 for Matt and Nick there respectively. Sean Spears with a 52 and 39 for Ricky Starks. So again, not too bad. He's just not quite on the Bucks' level there tonight, which is why that's shown up. But still, I would say that's a good performance from him. But yeah, as I say, 74 overall. So solid match there and a big win for the Young Bucks to help them in the rankings. And next up we go to the Tessa Blanchard match, where she takes on Tainara. Mello, of course, recently debuted in the Women's Battle Royal last week for the #1 contendership, and we signed her after her recent release from NXT. But tonight Tessa Blanchard has the win in 8 minutes 01 by pinfall, and overall we got a 46 with the 58 there for Tessa Blanchard, so solid performance, and 27 for Tainara. But the same with Ricky Starks and Killer Kelly. Hopefully Tainara can start to get better performances once she boosts her popularity. It's a long-term thing for those guys, but tonight she's just done the job to Tessa Blanchard, and a 46 overall should help Tainara. But more importantly, we get a win for Tessa Blanchard heading into her match next week against Big Swole, which will happen at Fyter Fest. Tessa Blanchard is getting better at her gimmick, which is good to see. And yeah, as I say, another solid mid-card match as we continue on. And then we go to after the match, Tessa Blanchard continues to beat down Tainara as she looks to show her dominance after failing to win the Battle Royal last week on Dynamite. But Big Swole rushes down to the ring and takes down Tessa with a spear and punches her in a ground and pound. And then Tessa manages to escape and rolls out of the ring. The two trash talk back and forth as Tessa makes her way to the back. And who will be victorious next week at Fyter Fest? It should be a good match there. And really a big feud for Big Swole. Again, someone else we're trying to boost up in popularity. And this feud with Tessa Blanchard should hopefully do that. And 37 overall there for this segment as we head towards that matchup between the two. But we continue on in a 70 segment, so let's read this one. The Elite's coach, Arn Anderson, is backstage with Hangman Page and Kenny Omega. And if you remember last week, the Elite lost to the Dark Order after a miscommunication from Kenny Omega. And after the match, Hangman shoved Kenny, and Kenny Omega eventually just walked off. And frictions there between the tag team champions continue to build. And Hangman and Omega are arguing back and forth, blaming each other for last week's altercation after the Elite lost to the Dark Order, as I say. Then Arn says, "Stop. You two need to get your act together. You're a damn tag team and you're the champions. Whatever problem you have with each other, it ends now. Next week, you have a title defense, and I want you and you to shake hands and put this behind you." And both men look at Arn, then they look at each other, and then Page says, "Okay, he's right. We're the champions for a reason. So let's move on." Then Page offers his hand to Omega, and Kenny looks down and then reluctantly shakes Page's hand. And then Kenny says, Don't Push Me Again. And that's the end of that one. And the Fractures in the Elite storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. Arn Anderson did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd, even though they were backstage, but that's fine. Hangman Page worked the crowd well, again, improvising well. And so did Kenny. And yeah, as I say, 70 overall for that segment. So a solid promo should definitely help with the end rating. And yeah, they seem to have put last week behind them, at least for now. And we will see how that title match goes next week, where they will be going up against Lucha Brothers or the Gun Club. And next up, we will find out who their opponents will be with that match. And Lucha Brothers have managed to defeat the Gun Club in 15 minutes 27 when Pentagon Jr. pinned Billy Gunn with a top rope Styles Clash. And a big win there for the Lucha Brothers, and have earned themselves the opportunity at Hangman Page and Kenny Omega next week at Fyter Fest. And that should be one hell of a match. So I'm looking forward to booking that one and seeing what the rating gets. Overall, a pretty good match, like I say. 76 there for Pentagon Jr., 78 for Rey Fenix, Austin Gunn with a 47, and 36 for Billy Gunn. It might be time to start transitioning Billy Gunn away from the ring now, as I don't think he's going to get any better. And we might start putting Austin Gunn in a singles capacity pretty soon, maybe with Billy as his manager. But 71 overall, like I say, great match there. And hopefully the main event is even better. And speaking of the main event, we go to it now with MJF making his way to the ring with Wardlow in tow. And MJF has a microphone and begins to cut a promo. And he says, "I have been undefeated for nearly 2 years, but for some reason, I still haven't had a title shot. And something tells me that somebody in the AEW office might have a problem with MJF. And why wasn't I in the casino ladder match, but Darby Allin was? Tonight I go one-on-one with the AEW World Champion, and I will prove that I am better than you, and you know it." And then Jon Moxley makes his way to the ring through the stands and goes straight for MJF as the bell rings. And that got a 75 there, so solid segment. MJF came across well, and MJF did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd. So great promo there from MJF talking about Jon Moxley and Darby Allin. He feels like he's being overlooked due to a personal vendetta from the office, but tonight he's going to show why he's better than everyone else in AEW. And the Rise of Darby Allin storyline has advanced with this, since he mentioned Darby and Moxley. But yeah, solid promo from MJF. And then we go into that main event, and the winner, defeating the AEW World Champion, is MJF, winning with a swanton bomb in 17 minutes 29 after a distraction from Darby Allin. So Darby there costing the champion a big win and putting MJF right in line for a AEW World Championship match by defeating Jon Moxley here. So you can only imagine that MJF is going to be asking for that title shot even more now. And maybe we will see MJF take on the winner of next week's Fyter Fest main event. And yeah, what a main event there, and what a big win for MJF, the biggest of his career so far. And he got a 58, so pretty good match for MJF. 80 for the champion, so probably the best performance of the night, I think, overall. MJF and Wardlow are a good pairing. Jon Moxley benefited from a groundswell of public support, but the main thing is Darby Allin has cost Moxley tonight heading into that match next week. Be sure that Jon Moxley is going to be furious about this one. Of course, Jon Moxley with the first strike on Darby Allin after he attacked him 3 weeks ago, and Darby has got his revenge tonight. So yeah, the show comes to a close with Moxley on the ground, Darby Allin laughing, and MJF looking as smug as ever. And we finished this episode of Dynamite with a 74 increase in our popularity in 38 regions. So that's more than last week because we got the new TV deals to show Dynamite in different countries. And we got a 74. So let's see how that compares to the other shows that we've run so far. And it is the best show that we've had so far, at least joint top. And we've got a huge show coming up next week with Fyter Fest, so hopefully we can outdo tonight's show. We're going to see every championship on the line next week when Lance Archer defends his TNT championship against an unknown opponent, and that's going to be an open challenge, so it should be interesting to see who accepts the call. And then we're going to see the AEW Tag Team Championship on the line, and can Page and Omega get along to defeat the Lucha Brothers? And of course the brothers will be working as a team. They grew up together and they're family, and can Page and Omega perform well enough to defeat one of the best tag teams in the world. We're going to see Tessa Blanchard take on Big Swole. Of course, if you remember, Big Swole eliminated Tessa Blanchard from the women's #1 contendership battle royal, and then Tessa got back in the ring and eliminated Big Swole. And a cheap shot there from Tessa sets up this match, and it should be an interesting one and a big match for Big Swole and her career. We're going to see the AEW Women's Championship on the line when the winner of that battle royal, Riho, takes on the champion Hikaru Shida, who picked up the championship from Nyla Rose at Double or Nothing. And in the main event, tensions are high between Jon Moxley, the champion, and the challenger, Darby Allin. Darby cost Jon Moxley tonight against MJF, and you can be sure that Jon Moxley is going to be looking for revenge. So it's going to be a good card. I can't wait to see how it goes. And if you're excited for it, make sure you drop a like down below and subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss it. But until next time, peace. So here we are then at the first special edition of AEW Dynamite of the series, and today it is time for AEW Fyter Fest. And of course, in tonight's main event, we're going to see Darby Allin take on Jon Moxley for the AEW World Championship. And we've had word on social media that tonight's main event will now be contested inside a steel cage. So it is all on the line tonight, and will we be leaving Fyter Fest with a new world champion? Let's find out. And before we get into the show then, let's quickly run you through the card that we're going to be seeing tonight. And we're going to be seeing the AEW Women's Championship on the line when Hikaru Shida defends against the Battle Royal winner Riho. And can the first ever AEW Women's Champion win back the title tonight? And speaking of that Battle Royal that Riho won, we're going to see Tessa Blanchard taking on Big Swole. And of course, if you remember, Big Swole eliminated Tessa Blanchard in that match, and then Tessa Blanchard got back in the ring and threw Big Swole out. So Big Swole will be looking for revenge tonight after Tessa cost her that championship opportunity. We're going to be seeing an open challenge from Lance Archer for his AEW TNT Championship. So who will be the one to accept the challenge tonight? And we're going to see the AEW Tag Team Championships on the line with Kenny Omega and Hangman Page defending against the #1 contenders, the Lucha Brothers. And of course, Omega and Hangman having some issues recently, so can they group together tonight and retain the titles? And then we're going to see the AEW World Champion defend against the Casino Ladder Match winner Darby Allin, and recently this feud has gone personal. And of course, on this past Dynamite, Darby Allin distracting Jon Moxley in his match against MJF, causing Jon Moxley to get his first singles loss of his AEW career. So Jon Moxley is after Darby Allin's head tonight, and this match will be locked inside a steel cage to make sure there's no funny business from any outsiders, and we will be having a winner tonight. But with that out of the way, let's get into the show and see how we get on. So then, MJF's music hits to open the show, and he walks down to the ring followed by Wardlow. And MJF is oddly being cheered by the Long Island crowd. Of course, MJF, a resident of Long Island, which is where tonight's show is being held. And he says, "Wow, it's great to be home. Well, it was, but then I came down to Queens surrounded by a bunch of numbskulls. People like me, people from Plainview, Long Island, don't surround themselves with people like you unless I want you to shine my boots." And he says the AEW management didn't even book me in a match on my homecoming. But you know what? You people don't deserve me anyway. You are looking at the next AEW World Champion, and you are looking at the best thing that Long Island has ever produced, and I'm better than you, and you know it. And then Matt Cardona's music hits as Cardona walks down to the ring holding up the LI sign, and Cardona says, "Guess what? I wasn't booked either, but hey, it's not the first time. But you want to claim that you're the best thing to come out of Long Island? Why don't you prove it?" And then MJF laughs and points at Cardona, and he says, "Are you challenging me? You're on." So a nice little segment here to start the show. We are in Long Island tonight at the Carnesecca Arena. So we're in Queens, which is, I think, south, and MJF is from the rich part up north in Plainview. So yeah, a good way to start the show. So to open, we're going to see MJF take on Matt Cardona. And the performance of MJF was good. Matt Cardona performed poorly, apparently. But I think that's just because he's not quite on MJF's level in terms of entertainment skills. But overall, we've got an 80, so really good segment to start the show there. Probably carried a lot by MJF's ability. MJF and Wardlow were a good pairing. MJF did well off the script. And the angle got the crowd hotter and got the show off to a strong start. So let's get into that match and find out who is coming out on top. And in the Battle of Long Island, getting the win tonight is, of course, MJF, after he defeated Matt Cardona in 13 minutes 18 by pinfall with a double cross. And you'll notice there I've changed his finisher from the Swanton Bomb. We've got the double cross as his pinfall finisher and the Salt of the Earth as his submission. So I've corrected that to make sure it's what he uses in AEW. And MJF has an in-ring performance of 61. Matt Cardona with a 55, so pretty good match overall at 62 to open the show. And including that promo, I'd say it's a good start to the show there. And then we go backstage where we see Cody. And he says, a few weeks ago, I lost in the final of the AEW TNT Championship tournament. And I've sat back and watched Lance Archer accept challenger after challenger. And that's what the TNT title should be all about. And I hear Lance Archer wants another challenger tonight, which is why I'm here. I am officially accepting Lance Archer's open challenge, and this time I'm leaving as champion. So Cody Rhodes has made clear tonight he will be accepting Lance Archer's TNT open challenge, and Cody with a second opportunity at the belt after losing in the final, as he said. So will Cody be able to defeat Lance Archer tonight? We'll be seeing that match later on. But Cody benefited from a groundswell of public support, but Arn Anderson was with him. Again, they still haven't got chemistry, but I want to transition Arn out instead of just dropping him. But yeah, let's continue though. 57, so decent promo there from Cody. As we continue on into the AEW Women's Championship match. And in 15 minutes 10, Hikaru Shida has defeated Riho, making defense number 1 of her women's title. And yeah, big win there for Shida, defeating the first ever women's champion Riho, and a solid match actually with a 52. Shida just outdoing Riho there with a 46, Riho with a 45. So yes, solid first defense for Shida. Of course, a credible opponent in Riho, having been the champion before, and she's seen her off tonight. And next up we go into another women's match, this time Tessa Blanchard taking on Big Swole, and predictably the winner in this one is Tessa Blanchard, who's defeated Big Swole in 11 minutes 53 by pinfall. I need to add a finisher for Tessa, so I'll try and remember to do that after this show. But yeah, Big Swole got a 28, so not great, but hopefully she does start to improve as her popularity rises. But yeah, this feud between Swole and Tessa ends here. It was just a short 2-week feud, I think, 2 or 3. Just to give Tessa something to do rather than challenging for the title, because I think that's too obvious to go with that straight away. But she might be going towards that belt pretty soon. We will see. The next level storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, which is, of course, Tessa Blanchard's attempt to take the women's division to the next level. And 49 there, so another good match. A solid mid-card performance from them as we continue on into the AEW TNT Championship match, where we see Lance Archer defend against Cody Rhodes, and coming away with the victory this time with a roll-up. And new AEW TNT champion is Cody, after he's just about scraped past Lance Archer here and leaves as champion. And Lance Archer protected here by not having really a decisive win. It was a quick roll-up, he caught him off guard, and Cody leaves as TNT champion. I think maybe I should have gone with Cody winning the match at Double or Nothing, but I thought because Lance Archer had so much momentum, it wouldn't be wise to make him lose straight away. But I think probably had I done that again, I would have made Cody win. So we've done it tonight at Fyter Fest, and the belt, which was basically made for Cody, is now held by the rightful holder. Cody got a 61, which wasn't helped by Arn Anderson. Again, that chemistry is affecting his performances recently, but we might take Arn away from the Elite at Dynamite. We'll see how that goes. And 53 for Lance Archer, so good mid-card performance from him as well. And yeah, the new TNT champion is Cody. So title match number 2 of the show out of 4, we've seen one new champion. so far. And next up we go into the third championship match of the show, where we're going to see Omega and Hangman take on the number one contenders, the Lucha Brothers, and coming away with the victory in 27 minutes 51. We've got new tag team champions after Rey Fénix has managed to pin Hangman Page with a Meteora, and the Lucha Brothers win the AEW World Tag Team titles. The duo of Hangman and Omega have now lost the belts after some recent issues between the two, and they haven't been able to stay together tonight, and the victory goes to the brothers. And a 74 there for Kenny Omega. Hangman Page had an in-ring performance of 64, Pentagon Jr. had an in-ring performance of 77, and Rey Fénix had an in-ring performance of 78. The fractures in the Elite storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And again, another Arn Anderson chemistry issue. We're going to get rid of that soon, as I say. And Kenny Omega benefit from a groundswell of public support. And 80 overall, like I say, solid match there for the tag team championships. And we've got new champions, the Lucha Brothers. But then after the match, Hangman Page and Kenny Omega are left in the ring alone. And Hangman offers his hand to Omega to help him to his feet, and he pulls him up. So Page putting things behind them here and helping Kenny to his feet. But then Kenny leans on the ropes, looking disappointed with the loss. And Page puts his hand on Omega's shoulder, but Kenny pushes it off. And Omega squares up to him as both men verbally go back and forth. Page pushes Omega away, but Omega turns around and low blows Page, who falls to his knees. Kenny lifts him up for the one-winged angel and shouts, "I said, don't push me again." And then Omega drives him down into the canvas, laying him out. And then Kenny does the hand sign towards the floored Page, and he shouts, "Goodbye and good night." Bang. And with this angle, we see a Kenny Omega heel turn, which we are going to be going through with now. And we're going to turn him heel officially, and the turn was a complete success, which is good to see. And I wanted to turn Kenny here. I think we're lacking main event heels. We have Jericho, MJF, and that's about it. We do have like Brody Lee and Pac, but I don't think they're quite on the same level as Omega and Jericho. So yeah, I think we need this to try and get the young baby faces over, one of them being Hangman Page. So the fractures in the Elite storyline has ended with this segment, and the Elite are officially fractured, and Kenny has gone off on his own, and we're going to be seeing a heel persona from him from now on. And 68 overall, so pretty good segment. Not our best segment of the show, but still very acceptable. But we continue on then into the main event, where we go to the steel cage match for the AEW World Championship, and we've been building to this one for weeks now. I think it was announced about 5 weeks ago, and yeah, the build has come to a head now, and we see it inside that cage. And in a bout that had superb wrestling and great heat, Jon Moxley has defeated Darby Allin in a cage match in 15 minutes 07 by pinfall with a paradigm shift. And Jon Moxley makes defense number 3 of the AEW World title. And yeah, the champion has retained inside the cage. Darby Allin not quite having enough tonight, but I think we've showcased Darby Allin as a main event talent. But the rise of Darby Allin's storyline has ended with this segment, and Jon Moxley got an in-ring performance of 88, so really good from Jon Moxley. Darby Allin with an 80, so that is definitely more than what I was expecting. Darby Allin took a stunt bump during this match. Also, just to note as well, he didn't get involved in the match, but MJF was at ringside, and so was Wardlow. Let's say they were front row in the crowd, and MJF with a keen eye on this AEW World title match after he beat the champion on Dynamite this past week. And yeah, Moxley retains, but will we be seeing now MJF go after Moxley? He has beat him, and he is also near the top of the rankings and is currently undefeated in AEW, so he has a great argument now for a title shot at All Out, but we'll see where that goes. Overall though, this match got a 79. I think we've got a pretty good show tonight. Overall, we've had some good segments and some good matches, so let's see how we get on overall. And we got a 74, so I think that's the same as last week actually. So that is the joint best show we've had, and there's been 374. So I'd say it's a good show. We've increased our popularity in 37 regions. We've had the end of some storylines. We've seen the start of a new feud between Omega and Paige. We've got a new TNT champion in Cody, and what is in store next for the undefeated MJF. Make sure you tune in to the next episode to find out. Hopefully you've enjoyed that episode. If you have, make sure you drop a like down below, and make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes. And why not watch one of the videos that you can see down below. But until next time, peace.
And before we get into the show, let's take a look at the card for tonight's Dynamite. And we're going to be opening the show with MJF taking on the debuting Pineapple Pete. He, of course, has been seen in real life on AEW, but has yet to make a debut on this series. And, of course, MJF will be wanting to make a statement tonight against Pete. And Big Swole will be taking on the Bunny in singles competition after Swole's loss against Tessa Blanchard last week on AEW Fyter Fest. And she'll be looking to get some momentum back and move up the rankings after that loss last week. We're going to see Cody Rhodes take on Matt Cardona after Cody selected his friend to be his first challenger for his newly won AEW TNT Championship. And Cody has said that the tradition of weekly defenses will continue under his reign, so will always ready Matt Cardona be ready to take the title from Cody tonight. And in tonight's main event, we will see the former member of the Elite, Kenny Omega, take on former friend Matt Jackson, who will be making his singles debut here in AEW. Of course, we saw his brother Nick not too long ago take on Phoenix in a match on Dynamite, so tonight it is Matt's turn to show what he can do on his own, and Kenny will be looking to get a big win tonight ahead of his singles charge after breaking up with the Elite. So a huge main event there, and it should be a really good match, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that one goes. And across the board, I think we've got a good card. So to begin then, MJF and Wardlow walk down to the ring to open the show as MJF mocks the crowd, and MJF grabs a microphone and he says, "What better way to start the show than with me, the next AEW World Champion?" And first off, let me congratulate Jon Moxley on his win last week. Impressive stuff. But despite dominating AEW since the start, I haven't had a single title match, and the AEW office still haven't named me the number one contender. So if they won't give it to me, I'm not afraid to start a war. Then we zoom in on Wardlow's face, who looks menacingly into the camera. So a bit of a threat there from MJF. He wants a title shot, and he's basically threatening to set Wardlow on the AEW higher-ups. Of course, the EVPs and potentially Tony Khan, we will see as we head forward. But a good promo there from MJF with a 67. Apparently Wardlow underperformed, but that's fine. He's just standing there, really. But yeah, that's how we open tonight's show. MJF is still demanding a title shot, and despite his win over AEW champion Jon Moxley 2 weeks ago, he still hasn't been given it. But we will see what happens as MJF fights for that title shot. So then we go into the match then, and MJF defeats Pineapple Pete in 7 minutes 55 by submission with the Salt of the Earth. So seeing Pineapple Pete off tonight by submission, and this is a big win for MJF. He shoots up to the top of the AEW men's singles rankings, and if you're interested in seeing the rankings, you can see it over on my Twitter at CurbSC, and I've started posting the rankings over on there after every episode. So yeah, make sure you go and give it a follow if you're interested in that. And MJF for this one got a 61, so good performance from him. 37 for Pineapple Pete. Pineapple Pete has debuted his fun babyface gimmick, and it got a great, which is good. Or it's great as well. And a vocal crowd didn't seem particularly thrilled to see Pineapple Pete, which is a shame. So we might have to keep him on dark for a little bit as he improves. But yeah, just someone to job to MJF tonight to give him that boost up the singles rankings. And yeah, successful night for MJF. And he still wants that title shot, and now he's pretty much undeniable. So we're going to see how that progresses as the time goes on. And then we cut to Darby Allin, who is shown skateboarding at his home as music plays over the top. And then Darby goes up the half pipe as the camera goes to slow-mo, and an envelope can be seen attached to the bottom of his board, and the camera fades to black. I won't really say too much about this one because it's followed up a little bit later on the show. But yeah, someone has left an envelope on the bottom of Darby Allin's skateboard. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this one goes. But 65 there for the Darby Allin segment, which is good. And in a huge win for Big Swole, she's defeated the Bunny in 12 minutes 29 by pinfall. Yeah, just a win for Big Swole, hopefully boosting her popularity, beating someone that is much bigger than her in terms of popularity in the Bunny. The Bunny will be leaving AEW soon because she has just gotten pregnant. So the Blade and the Bunny there expecting a child. So we're just sort of jobbing her out as she goes off to deal with that situation. And 33 there for Big Swole, and the Bunny there with a 45, and we've got a 45 overall. So good match there in the women's division, and a big win for hopefully a future top face of the division in Big Swole. And next up we go to the 6-man tag where the Death Triangle will be taking on Strong Hearts, and getting the win in this one is the Death Triangle after Pentagon Jr. pinned T-Hawk with a top rope Styles Clash. And yeah, a good win there for the new tag team champions whilst teaming with Pac, and I believe this is Pac's first match of the series. I might be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure it is. And yeah, someone that I definitely want to start using more going forward. Big fan of Pac. A good win there for the Death Triangle. 48 there for Rey Fenix, 65 for Pentagon Jr. and 66 for Pac. The best of the match there was actually Shima with a 67, so just about outdoing Pac. Pentagon Jr. was off his game, which is a shame, but still 64 is a solid match for the mid-card as we continue on. And we cut to a shot of Chris Jericho's mansion, and Jericho is sat at his dining table with Vanguard 2 flying in with a bucket of ice, and inside the ice is a bottle of bubbly. And Vanguard drops it on the table, and Jericho says, "Sit here, Vanguard." And then Vanguard lands on a chair as Jericho pours them both a glass. And he says, "What a wonderful evening this has been, Vanguard. You've been here for 3 weeks, and this has been the best time of my life. I haven't laughed so much since 1969. And between you and me, you are my favourite member of the Inner Circle, and together we deleted Matt Hardy for good. He may have been broken before, but now he's been destroyed. Onwards and upwards." And Chris Jericho holds his glass up to Vanguard and drinks a bit of the bubbly. So the circle that is internal storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, and it's got a 99. Really good stuff there from Chris Jericho. So that's almost the best it can be, of course 100 being the most. That's really good from Jericho, as I say. Chris Jericho looked good out there. He was superb working without a script, and he had the crowd in the palm of his hand the entire time, so really good to see that. Chris Jericho benefited from a hot catchphrase as well, of course probably being a little bit of the bubbly, and a little bit of comedy there from Jericho hanging out with Vanguard at his mansion after Matt Hardy had his companion turn on him at the All Elite Wrestling match. And this is the first time we've seen Jericho since. And the Matt Hardy-Jericho feud will be continuing into the future. But let's continue on anyway. And we go to a match between Riho and Killer Kelly. And Riho, of course, just having a title shot at Fyter Fest against Hikaru Shida and coming up short. And tonight she's looking to get some momentum heading forward, maybe earning another title shot. But it's not her night tonight, as Killer Kelly has defeated Riho in 9 minutes 58 by submission with a guillotine choke. And originally Riho didn't want to lose this match, but then we got a notification that said Riho was unhappy at the booking of this match, and it looked like she was planning on complaining, but then she had a change of heart after noticing an intimidating sight of Killer Kelly cracking her knuckles and glaring. So forced into this one a little bit, Riho, but a big win there for Killer Kelly nonetheless, and earns herself a massive win over a former AEW Women's Champion in Riho, and she's took her out with the guillotine choke, as hopefully this helps boost her popularity even more as we try and get her out of that unimportant category on the roster. And next up we go into the AEW TNT Championship match where Matt Cardona will be taking on his friend Cody Rhodes after Cody chose Matt as his first opponent as champion. And of course winning the match is Cody after he defeated Cardona in 14 minutes 49 with a crossroads and makes defense number 1 of the AEW TNT Championship. And Cody there with a 48, a little bit underwhelming for him. Matt Cardona with a 43, and apparently they didn't have any chemistry, so that's why the ratings are so low. But a 52 is okay for a match. Hopefully the main event can carry us a little bit here. Of course, we've got that segment from Jericho, which should give us a big boost as well. But yeah, a little bit disappointing from these two. It's a shame that they don't have any chemistry.
But more importantly, Cody retains the AEW TNT Championship and goes on to face another challenger next week. And then we go back to Darby Allin's home as he is shown once again skating. This time it's a little bit later at night, so he's been out for a while now. And he finishes off and kicks his board across his skate park. And the board lands upside down near the camera, and the camera focuses on it, and the envelope can once again be seen. And it reads, "Join Dark Order." So now we know who left the envelope. It was the Dark Order, and they seem to be trying to recruit Darby Allin. So the audience have seen the envelope, but Darby hasn't seen it yet. Of course, Darby Allin just losing his match against Jon Moxley last week in the steel cage. So maybe the Dark Order feel like they can help Darby back on his feet. But we will see where this leads. Darby doing well there with a 66. Solid segment for him. As we continue on into the main event, which has managed to get an 81. And in a superb match, Kenny Omega defeats Matt Jackson in 21 minutes 23 by pinfall with the one-winged angel. And Kenny Omega carrying this match up to that rating with his 84, Matt Jackson with a 68. So yeah, good match there for the former Elite Friends. And Kenny Omega taking on Matt Jackson for the first time. And Kenny Omega comes away with the victory. And this is the first win since his heel turn. And long may it continue. We go to after the match though, where Kenny picks Matt up on his shoulders to hit another one-winged angel, but Nick Jackson slides into the ring and pulls Matt down to stop him. Then Kenny holds his hands up and backs off and leaves the ring. But then two hooded men slide into the ring behind Nick. One of them goes for Nick's knees and takes him to the ground, and both men lay punches in as Nick tries to cover up. And then his brother Matt sees what is happening and struggles to his feet as the other man takes him down, laying in punches on Matt. And then Hangman Page runs down the ramp, but is intercepted by Omega, who takes him down with a huge knee to the face. And then Kenny drags him to the ring and throws him to the two men. Page is lifted up and is hit with the Good Night Express. And then they take down their hoods, and it's FTR. Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler are here. Kenny stands in between the two men as the three of them stare into the camera. Kenny points to the camera and says goodbye, good night, bang. And what a way to end the show. We have Cash Wheeler, Dax Harwood seemingly aligning themselves with Kenny Omega against Hangman Page and the Young Bucks. Of course, the Young Bucks and FTR having a long feud online, and it has come to head tonight. Of course, channel members know that we've had these signed up since basically the start of the series. I've just been waiting for the right time to pull the trigger, so to speak. It will be interesting to see the dynamic between FTR and Kenny Omega going forward. Are they a stable? Are they just closely aligned? We will see as we go forward. The FTYB storyline has started with this segment. You can probably work out what that stands for. And also the Alpha Omega storyline has started with this segment as well. So we've got the feud between Kenny and Hangman and the Young Bucks and FTR all kicking off in one segment. So let's see how the final rating did for the show. So we've got a 75, which is much more than I was actually expecting. I was thinking maybe around a 70, 71. But that main event and the Jericho segment seems to have given us a real boost there. And we've increased our popularity in 38 regions as we get the best show rating we've ever had. And if you've enjoyed this episode, make sure you drop a like down below. It helps me out a lot. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any upcoming episodes. And why not check out one of the videos that you can see down below. But until next time, peace. So welcome to another episode of AEW on TEW 2020, and today we're not going to be holding any shows, but we're going to look at behind the scenes of the save. We're going to go and take a look at WWE and NXT and maybe some other things around the wrestling world. So that should be pretty interesting. We've also got some stuff to do behind the scenes. We're going to have to try and sort the finances out because we're starting to lose money pretty rapidly, and try and raise some more funds, and I've got a couple of ideas of how we're going to do that, so we'll do that today as well. So yeah, a little bit of a special episode today and something a little bit different from the usual format. So yeah, I guess we'll start by looking at the finances. You'll see in the last month we lost $600,000. So yeah, that's pretty big. And one of the problems that we're having is because we are only holding pay-per-views every 3 months. So we're not getting as much pay-per-view revenue as what we would be, of course, if we're doing it monthly. Every pay-per-view we hold, we get 315,000. So even if we did hold one every month, we'd still be losing money. But yeah, obviously that's quite a big factor. But of course, we're trying to keep pay-per-views fresh instead of just overdoing it. We're trying to make them more special. Sponsorships are up. Merchandising is down, interestingly. Broadcast revenue is down as well. Of course, ticket sales is down because we didn't have the extra pay-per-view on top. We're also spending more money on workers than we were last month. But I think part of that is the money I paid to release 2 people that we'll get into in a second. But we still do have 9 million in the bank, so we're not exactly running out of money just yet. But I think we've probably got about a year or 2 to try and turn this round into a profitable organisation. And one of the ways I've been thinking of doing that is trying to get more pay-per-view deals. Of course, we've currently got 3 pay-per-view deals. We've got In Demand, we've got BR Live, who is a subscription service, so a little bit different. And we've got Fight TV as well. But with these 3 deals, they're not exclusive, so we can actually get more deals if we choose to. So you can see here, I'm looking at cable pay-per-view. You'll see there's no available ones for terrestrial. Perhaps there is for subscription. No, there isn't. So let's have a look at cable pay-per-view companies. So we're going to have a word with Cable Vision and see if they'll give us a deal for events. And we'll make it a year. And late evening seems fine. In fact, we'll do prime time because that's 71. They want a minimum of 12 episodes to be guaranteed and are not willing to offer you that time slot. That is a problem because we're not going to have 12 events. That's an issue then. Yeah, they're going to be a bit of a problem. Let's try Cogecco. This is a Canadian pay-per-view provider. Hopefully they don't want 12 events. They don't, which is fine. We'll do 1 year. Let's start at 100 and see if we can persuade them to take a bigger revenue split to us. And it looks like I can get 35%. The current deals we've got, we get 25% of revenue, so that's a little bit better than what we're doing on the other ones. We can't get prime time, I don't think. The best one we can get is late night. That's going to be for a year. There's no minimum shows, which is good. And they won't accept the deal unless they have exclusive rights to the footage in all regions which they have covered. However, they are willing to give you an exception if the show footage is on your own network. Okay, so we can't do that one then. What about Direct TV? Let's see if I can crack a deal with them. We'll go for a year as well. Do we not already have a deal with these? I don't think so. No, In Demand I'm thinking of. Okay, so let's try this. Events. We'll go a year again. They're not willing to offer us time slot. Late night. They won't accept any deal unless it's exclusive rights. Again, that's a problem. We can't do it then. Okay, this isn't going to be quite as easy as I thought then. Dish, will they do it? They want 12 episodes, so we can't do that. Fight TV USA, on the pay-per-view part of the website, I would imagine. Because we're already on the subscription bit. They won't accept any deal unless they have exclusive rights. In Demand, we're already on them, aren't we? And Star Choice. Okay, so let's try that then. They won't accept any deal unless it's exclusive. That's a problem. Okay, I thought that was going to be a little bit easier. Let's try cable subscription. We've got BN Sport on there. They would not pay anything. They're not asking for exclusive rights to footage. Brilliant. So we'll do these then. 1 year. Actually, we'll do 6 months in case we can get one of the bigger deals a bit later on exclusively. So yeah, we'll just do 6 months, see how it goes. On Demand. They don't have a minimum episode. We'll start at 100 and just scroll through, see if we can get the most money. 70% of revenue to us. And yeah, so that's for events. So we've got one deal at least. That should bring a little bit more money in. You'll see there, because we want 70%, they want us to pay 10,000. But if we drop it to 60, we don't have to pay them anything. If we get it to 65, we only have to pay 5,000. Tell you what, we'll go 65, pay the 5,000 a show. 6 months, unlimited episodes on demand, 65% to the company. BN Sports. Welcome. Next up, we're going to get Setanta Sport, which is a European subscription network. So we'll go events. They're happy with these terms. If we go up to 100%, obviously they say no, but what can we get it down to? It's the same as before, actually. So we'll go 65, on demand, unlimited, 6 months, and default, I guess. So yeah, 2 new faces showing the pay-per-views now then on cable subscription. What about internet pay-per-view?
We've already got that one. What about internet subscription? We've got BR Live. Bell TV, are they up for it? They would not ask for exclusive. So this is probably going to be a similar thing to before. We can actually get 70% without paying them. We'll go 6 months again and go with that. And what about DAZN? Of course, a boxing network normally. We'll get a bit of wrestling on there. That could be interesting. And I'm guessing it's going to be roughly the same. It is, yeah. 70% we have to pay 9,000. If we cut that in half to 65, yeah, we'll do that. On demand, 6 months, and it's not exclusive, so we can do this one once again. There we go. And we've got Hulu Plus. They show WWE main event. Can we get this one as well? We can. Can we get it up to? We'll go 65 once again. Unlimited. 6 months. We'll go 70% on demand, 6 months. We'll do the same for Pivot Share North America. So you can get Twitch involved as well. We're 65 for them and pay them the 4,000 a month. In fact, no, I don't want to do that. I'm going to just go to the 60 so we don't have to pay them, just in case we're not making enough back in return. You never know. So we'll do that. And I think for now that'll do. We've got quite a few now. If we look at broadcasting, this is all the networks that show our pay-per-views, so it's going to be widely available. Hopefully that should help us increase our popularity a little bit more as well, because it's going to more eyes. Hopefully we'll see how it goes though. Obviously it's just an experiment for now. Maybe we still have the same amount of viewers, they're just spread across more networks. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. For popularity though, speaking of that, we've gone up to 66 in America. We started at 60. For Canada, we've gone up by 6 in most regions. For Mexico, we've gone up a tiny bit. In Britain, we've gone up by about 6 or 7. In Japan, we're only just starting to get a little bit of popularity there after we started our YouTube deal in Japan. Our popularity in Europe's going up, so is Oceania, and India is as well, only just though. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. The next goal that we need to do for size is to get to big. And to do that, we need 77 popularity in at least 5 mainland American regions, which must include your home region of Southeast and either Great Lake, Mid-Atlantic or Mid-South. So we're not too far off that. If we stay at the current pace, which we're probably not, it's probably going to slow down because ratings aren't going to be really too much over what we've got now for a little while. But I think we can do that within the year. So that'll be a big day. Yes, it will. In terms of the releases I was talking about before we get into the WWE stuff, I'm not going to say too much about this, but just to let you know that we have released at least 2 wrestlers, Jake Hager and Jimmy Havoc. Havoc I have no plans for, and Jake Hager's contract was running out anyway, and we let him go, basically. I just released him earlier, though, than what his contract was, but he only had less than a month left. Alex Marvez has gone as well. I think we don't need him at all. And BJ Whitmer, who is a road agent for us, or was a road agent for us, has also been released. So that saved us a little bit of money per month. So we should start to see the benefits of that this month, because obviously I think that was taken out of this workers section. So that should be lower next month, and we'll start to see really how we're going to do with the finances after All Out, which is in September. So we're going to have to see it out for a couple of months and then reevaluate the finances. Once we've done the All Out show, I'll do another episode like this where we just take a look at behind the scenes and we can have a look how the finances are going on that front. Also, a couple of things to point out in the creative meeting. Cody has dropped out of franchise players after his initial bad run when the Elite lost to the Inner Circle and then the Elite lost to the Dark Order as well. So that's actually dropped his popularity just, and he's now below the cap to get into this section. But hopefully we can build him back up and get him back in here with his TNT Championship run, but I'll keep you updated on that. And another thing, we've now got Tessa Blanchard in the Hot Prospects section after signing her. So hopefully she starts to develop a lot in the future and become even better than what she is now. So then let's start with NXT, I guess. Let's look at the news. They've had a lot of people recalled. The Undisputed Era seems to be called up. Have they called up Cole as well? Yeah, they have. So the whole Undisputed Era have been called up. The other names, Velveteen Dream,
Johnny Gargano, Shawn Michaels, that famous NXT wrestler, and yeah, a few others. Breezango, Finn Balor, to be expected though. But yeah, that's a lot of people. Dexter Lumis, interestingly, as well. Of course, Samuel Shaw from TNA a few years ago. Other than that, what about the champions then? The tag team champions are still Imperium. The North American champion is Keith Lee. Was he that at the start? He was, yeah. It began in January. And the women's champion is Io Shirai. Interestingly, this happened, I think, before it happened in real life. So Charlotte did start the save as champion. And yeah, Io basically defeated her in a fatal four-way, which had Charlotte Flair, Kacy Catanzaro, and Aliyah in it. So similar circumstances, a multi-woman match. And I'm guessing Charlotte didn't take the pin. But yeah, Charlotte has dropped it to Io Shirai. And the NXT champion, let's find out who that is. And it is Tommaso Ciampa. So he would have took the belt off Adam Cole before he got called up, I'm guessing. So, well, yeah, it definitely would have been. I think that's his second reign, isn't it? Or is that his first? No, it's his second reign, of course it is. So yeah, he's had 2 reigns there. So pretty good for Tommaso Ciampa. And pretty realistic across the board, I would say. Have they had any signings, maybe? Let's have a look at that. We'll go to the news and story type, worker signings. And no, it's all just about being recalled, so nothing on that front. So what about WWE then? Let's have a look over there. Of course, you already know, if you've been following the series, that Vince McMahon died and Stephanie took over for the champions then. Drew McIntyre is still the WWE champion. We'll leave the Universal till last, but we'll go down. Gronkowski is still the 24/7 champion. The Intercontinental champion is Shane McMahon after it was vacated by Sami Zayn. I think at the start of the game it was vacant. So yeah, Shane McMahon defeated Samoa Joe in a ladder match at Backlash to become the new Intercontinental champion. Amazing. Got the Raw Tag Team Champions, the Street Profits. They were already there, I think, at the start of the save. We've got Asuka as the WWE Raw Women's Champion. I think that was the same as well. The New Day are still SmackDown Tag Team Champions. We've got Bayley still as the SmackDown Women's. The US Champion is Andrade. I think that's still the same. The Women's Tag Team Championship is Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross. And the Universal Champion is Braun Strowman. So nothing's changed there as well. So yeah, nothing too interesting other than Shane McMahon, the best in the world, of course. Let's see if they signed anyone then. We'll go to news. So they signed Roosh. Someone asked about him in the comments of one of the videos, or it might have been a community post. And yeah, he's gone to WWE. Let's check his match history then. He's on SmackDown and he beat Jeff Hardy. He teamed with Murphy to beat Jeff Hardy and Samoa Joe. And then Brock Lesnar defeated Roosh and Samoa Joe. So that would have been a pretty good match, I would imagine. He's got good pop in America, so he might get a little bit of a push. We've got SoCal Val signed to WWE as the manager and on-screen personality. And other than that, that's about it. Nikken Lee, who is a referee from South Korea, interestingly. And she also works for All Japan. So she got sent to NXT, it looks like. Let's have a quick look at their show history. We'll see what pay-per-views they've been having on. They had the Backlash pay-per-view, which saw Drew McIntyre defeat Seth Rollins to retain the WWE title. And wasn't that the match in real life? I might be wrong. I've not really been following WWE properly, but I think it was. The New Day defeated Bray Wyatt and AJ Styles. Great. Braun Strowman defeated King Corbin by DQ. Of course, we had that Shane McMahon Samoa Joe historical ladder match. Asuka defeated Sasha Banks and Ruby Riott for the Raw Women's title to retain. Viking Raiders defeated The Bar, which I would say that would be a good match. The Street Profits defeated Theory and Garza by DQ. Another DQ finish at this pay-per-view. And a few other matches. If you want to have a little pause there to see what else was on the show. We did see Shayna Baszler destroy Dana Brooke as well. There was actually another ladder match. But yeah, as I say, pause if you want to have a little look there. We got the Extreme Rules pay-per-view, which was headlined by Drew McIntyre versus Aleister Black. That's really cool. Tommy End there with a better performance than the champion. 72. and Drew McIntyre with a 67. Put the belt on black, I would say. Brock Lesnar defeated AJ Styles. Daniel Bryan defeated Bray Wyatt. And Roman Reigns defeated Shinsuke Nakamura. And a few other bits and bobs happening there. Bayley defeated Bianca Belair for the SmackDown Women's title. That would be a good match, I would imagine. Maybe put the belt on Bianca one day. I'd say it was inevitable at this point. And the Street Profits defeated the Undisputed Era to retain the WWE Raw tag titles. So yeah, there it is then. If you want to have another pause as well, have a look. I'll just scroll through for you. You do want to have a proper look at that. So we've got him in the thumbnail, so we may as well have a look at the big dog and see what he's doing. He's won every match other than a match on SmackDown in a triple threat. Brock Lesnar defeated him and King Corbin. He's had a couple of matches with Shane Thorne. He's been squashing Steve Cutler on SmackDown 3 weeks in a row. And yeah, he's had 3 matches against Shane Thorne, 3 matches against Steve Cutler, beat Nakamura randomly and lost to Brock randomly. You know, AI booking, you gotta love it. Yeah, other than that, nothing too drastic. It'll be interesting to see how like the likes of WrestleMania goes. SummerSlam should be coming up this month, I think. And yeah, it's in 2 weeks, so we might have a look at that in a few episodes' time then. It'll be interesting to see if maybe Aleister Black gets that title run that he deserves, clearly by his performance in that one. Let's have one quick look at New Japan. Naito is still double champion. The junior heavyweight title is still on Takahashi, and the US championship is now vacant after Jon Moxley vacated it. Of course, working for us, he's no longer with New Japan. I'm surprised they didn't make him drop it, but maybe he was too busy with us, I'm not sure. And I just want to quickly show you the Impact Championship as well, because of course Tessa joined us when she was champion, and before she left, she dropped the belt to Taya Valkyrie. So another woman, the second ever woman to hold the Impact World Championship. So that is pretty cool. And I can't really think of anything else I want to do. I potentially actually want to release Jerry Lynn because he is on 17,000 a month, but it's going to cost us 100,000. So I might just see how the pay-per-view goes first. Of course, next month in September before I start to do any more releases, because it's going to cost us a lot in the short term, but at the same time, in the long term, it's going to be beneficial because we're only going to take the hit once, and then it should help our profits from there on. And before we end, then we'll just have a quick look at the All Elite Wrestling Top 100. So if we look at our best events, 75. I'm pretty sure that was the last one where we broke the record. Our best match has just been broken, actually. I didn't even mention this in the last episode, but the Kenny Omega versus Matt Jackson main event from the last Dynamite has actually become number 1 in our best matches ever. It got an 81, which outdoes the Lucha Brothers versus Omega and Hangman from Fyter Fest. So Kenny Omega there killing it in the records. It was Moxley who had the top 3 for a while, or at least a few weeks. I've not been going that long. But yeah, Kenny Omega taking it to another level. Of course, helped by Matt Jackson and the Lucha Brothers and Adam Page, but still, Kenny Omega being the consistent thread for that top 2, of course, is Kenneth. With his recent heel turn, we should start to see some exciting stuff for him going forward. And I'm looking forward to booking Kenny in the near future. Had it not been for the 2 matches with Kenny Omega in the last couple of weeks, Jon Moxley would have the top 5 spots in this list. So yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe a potential feud there between Mox and Kenny Omega could be on the cards, and that could smash our ratings. For attendance, Double or Nothing was our best attendance, of course. Our attendances seem to be going up and up as the weeks go on. TV ratings, this last week was the highest we've got with a 2.2. Hopefully that starts to go up as well. And yeah, it had the best viewership as well. So up and up we go. Hopefully these new deals for our pay-per-views are going to help us all a lot when we hold All Out. And as I say, we'll have a review of the finances probably on that episode of the pay-per-view. But if you're excited for the next episode, like I say, make sure you drop a like down below. We've got loads of stuff coming up. Darby Allin, will he join the Dark Order? Will MJF get his title shot? And what does the future hold for heel Kenny Omega? Make sure you subscribe and notifications turned on to find out. And why not watch one of the videos that you can see down below. But until next time, peace.
Today on AEW on TEW 2020, we've got another stacked episode of AEW Dynamite, and in our main event we're going to see the AEW World Champion Jon Moxley in action. And as I say, we've got another action-packed card, so let me run you through the matches that we will be seeing tonight. And we're going to be opening the show with Chris Jericho in his first match since defeating Matt Hardy at All Elite Wrestling, and he will be taking on Colt Cabana. And we're going to see the former women's champion, the Native Beast, Nyla Rose, take on Big Swole. And of course, Big Swole has been getting a lot of momentum recently. Although she lost to Tessa Blanchard at Fyter Fest, she'll be looking to get a big win tonight over a former women's champion. And we're going to see Pac in his second match of the series, and he will be representing the Death Triangle as he takes on Marco Stunt, who of course is representing the Jurassic Express. And we're going to see the aftermath of last week, where the Dark Order seem to be inviting Darby Allin into their cult. And what will Darby Allin's response be? We might find out when we go to his home a little bit later on. We're going to see Cody Rhodes defend his AEW TNT Championship once again, and tonight he's going to be taking on freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. And in the main event, we're going to see the AEW World Champion Jon Moxley take on a recently debuted Ricky Starks, who will be looking to get a big singles win early on in his AEW career. And you can be sure that MJF will have his eye on the champion after making his intentions perfectly clear that he wants a title shot against Jon Moxley. But without any further ado, let's get into today's episode of AEW Dynamite. And we start with the Chris Jericho versus Colt Cabana match. And as I say, this is the first match that Chris Jericho has had since defeating Matt Hardy at All Elite Wrestling. Last week we seen him, of course, with Vanguard 2 having dinner and some champagne. And Vanguard 2 is keeping Chris Jericho company here tonight at ringside. And that may be what motivated him to get the win, as Chris Jericho defeats Colt Cabana in 15 minutes 08 by pinfall with a lion salt. Should probably change that to the Judas effect. I'll do that after this match. But yeah, Chris Jericho comes away with the victory. He only got a 59, so a little bit disappointing from Jericho there. And Colt Cabana actually outdoing him there with a 62. Cabana did have a groundswell of public support going into the match, and the match got the show off to a strong start, and the match got the crowd hotter. So yeah, solid way to begin the show with a 67 rated match. But we go on to after the match, where Chris Jericho grabs a mic as he is joined by Vanguard 2, who hovers next to him. And he says, "Myself and Vanguard 2 destroyed broken Matt Hardy, and you will never see that son of a bitch around here again." And now that he is out the way, it is time to focus on the task at hand, and that is to be crowned Le Champion once again. But then Matt Hardy's laugh can be heard over the speaker system, and Jericho looks around confused. And then Jericho says, "Vanguard, go and find him." And then Vanguard flies around the arena as we cut to Vanguard's camera as it scans for Hardy, and it says on the screen, "No target detected." And Jericho laughs and he says, "He's not here. He never will be here again. Let's go, Vanguard." So they leave the arena. And yeah, Matt Hardy seems to be haunting Chris Jericho after All Elite Wrestling, and he's made his presence known tonight, but he didn't show up in the end. But this has advanced the circle that is internal storyline, and Chris Jericho came out of this looking excellent. He clearly enjoyed having the freedom to go off script once again, so that's really good. And yeah, 74 promo here from Chris Jericho. Not quite as good as his 99 last week, but we'll take it. And yeah, solid performance from Chris Jericho. And then we go into a women's match where we're just giving Britt Baker a win, and she defeats Yuka Sakazaki in 9 minutes 56 by pinfall. Dr. Britt Baker had an in-ring performance of 35, and Yuka Sakazaki had a 31. Britt was off her game tonight, and the crowd weren't really into it because they weren't very invested in these two. But that is a problem we have across the women's division at the minute. But as I say, we've got to remain patient and try and get these talent over. And hopefully the win for Britt Baker tonight can put her on that path. But yeah, 28 overall. Again, not great, but let's just move on. And then we go to the next segment where we see Darby Allin is shown in his garage. And he notices the Join Dark Order envelope that we saw last week. and he takes it off the board. Of course, if you saw last week's episode, you know that the Dark Order have left an envelope on the bottom of Darby Allin's skateboard, and he looks at it and he puts it on the side, and he seems to be considering the offer, but then aggressively throws his board off the wall as it breaks in two. So seems that maybe Darby Allin's having a bit of an internal struggle with this decision, but the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment, and Darby Allin improvised well throughout, so that's good to see. 66, so pretty good promo there from Darby, as we move on to the match that we talked about earlier, where it's going to be the former World Women's Champion Nyla Rose taking on Big Swole. A huge victory here over Nyla Rose in 11 minutes 47 with a fast roll-up, so getting another win in the win column is Big Swole. And they've both had a decent performance tonight. Again, the same problem with the crowd not really being invested in these two, but Big Swole is, of course, someone that we're trying to build up to become over on the roster. And yeah, hopefully, again, same with Britt Baker. Hopefully this win puts her on that path. 34 there for Nyla, 32 for Big Swole. And the match cooled the crowd a little. And that's red, so I'm guessing that's not good. But yeah, 27 overall, so pretty poor match, not going to lie. But we move on to a match between Pac and Marco Stunt. So it's going to be the Death Triangle versus the Jurassic Express, and coming away with the victory. And I think this is his first singles match of the series. Pac has defeated Marco Stunt in 9 minutes 39 by submission with the Brutalizer, and Pac had an in-ring performance of 79. Marco Stunt with a 48, so pretty good from him. Not the worst performance of this show. A 77 overall, so the match carried by Pac there. But yes, good stuff. And the match got the crowd buzzing again. And then after the match, Pac keeps the Brutalizer submission locked in as Marco Stunt begins to fade. And Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus slide into the ring to pull him off, but are intercepted by the Lucha Brothers as a brawl breaks out. But then Luchasaurus manages to clear the ring as Jungle Boy helps Marco get to his feet. And the Death Triangle back off and go backstage. So maybe the beginning of a little feud here between the Death Triangle and the Jurassic Express. I forgot to actually add a storyline, so I'm going to do that after this show. A new feud begins between the Death Triangle, of course, Pac and the tag team champions Pentagon Jr. and Rey Fenix, and Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus and Marco Stunt. And maybe a potential match there for All Out, but to be able to do that, we're going to have to build up Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy up the tag team rankings, because they're not currently even in the top 5. But yeah, that's a 54 segment, so pretty good. As we continue on, and we go back to Darby Allin, who is shown around a campfire outside his home, and he's sitting there with the Join Dark Order envelope in his hand, and he then throws it on the fire as the camera zooms in, watching it burn. And then Darby gets off his seat and walks across the field towards the house. So maybe that shows that Darby Allin's decision has been made, but then 5 figures walk out of the trees as the segment comes to an end. So out of the darkness, after Darby leaves, the Dark Order are watching him from the forest next to Darby's field or house. We'll see where this goes next week, but it seems that Darby Allin has turned down the offer from Mr. Brody Lee and friends. But the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. 64 overall. Again, Darby Allin improvising well. And yeah, we move on. We go to now the AEW TNT title defense, where Cody Rhodes will be defending his title against freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. And Cody has managed to retain his title after defeating Orange Cassidy in 17 minutes 57 by pinfall with a beautiful disaster. And Cody makes defense number 2 of his AEW TNT title. So of course, Cody not quite ready to drop the title yet, and he's made another defense this week against Orange Cassidy, giving him a little bit of a showcase, showing what Orange Cassidy can do. And yes, solid match. Cody only with a 63 for this one, so that's a little bit disappointing for him. But Orange Cassidy actually outdoing the champion with a 64. That's pretty surprising. But Cody and Orange Cassidy have pretty good chemistry, and it lifted the match. That's good to see. Maybe something for the future. And they both benefited from a groundswell of public support, and we got a 69 overall, so pretty good match for a semi-main event. But now we head into the main event, where we're going to see Jon Moxley take on Ricky Starks. And of course, the champion, coming away with the victory today by submission as he defeats the Marquis Ricky Starks. But a good performance from Ricky Starks at 39. Not quite main event levels, but hopefully his popularity will be helped by this match at 75. Jon Moxley, the champion, showing why he is still holding the title. And he got an 83. So solid main event though, 75 overall as we go into the final segment, where after the match, Moxley celebrates his victory on the turnbuckle, but then from behind, Wardlow grabs Moxley and lifts him above his head with ease and then throws him out of the ring onto the entrance ramp as Moxley lands hard on the steel. Then MJF walks out from the entranceway wearing a suit, smirking from ear to ear. And MJF says, "Hey Moxley, we meet again. Do you remember me? I'm the one who pinned you and gave you your first loss in AEW. How could you forget? And I am Maxwell Jacob Friedman." And then MJF puts his foot on Moxley's windpipe. "And I'm better than you, and you know it." And then Moxley grabs MJF's ankle, but Wardlow is quick to stomp all over Moxley's ribs. And then MJF says, no, don't be stupid. I suggest you play along before this gets even worse for you. I want my shot at my AEW World Championship, and I want it at All Out in Chicago. And if I don't get what I want, AEW won't have a champion anymore. And Wardlow picks Moxley up once again and drives him into the ramp with a huge powerbomb. And then MJF adjusts his tie as the show comes to a close. So big statement made from MJF, setting Wardlow on Moxley, taking him out. Yeah, putting a lot of heat on MJF here, getting Wardlow to do his dirty work. Of course, that's what he's there for. And we're going to try and build up Moxley finally getting his hands on MJF at the pay-per-view. But the challenge has been set. It looks like it's going to be MJF versus Jon Moxley in the main event for the AEW World Championship. And I'm looking forward to that one. And the Better Than Mox storyline has started with this segment. Jon Moxley came across well. Apparently Wardlow and MJF struggled, but that's fine. We did get a 71 overall. And yes, solid way to end the show, I think. So let's see what the final rating is overall. And we got 74, so not too bad there. That is joint second with our best show. So this is sort of our level at the minute, is 74, 75 for Dynamite. And I'll take it. We've improved our popularity in 38 regions. So I just want to check what our ticket sales were for this show. And we got 95,130. So I just need to make a note of that on the video so I can look back. Because what I'm going to do now is up the ticket prices for TV shows to premium, and we're just going to save that, and then we're going to keep an eye on that for next week's Dynamite, and we'll do a bit of maths to work out how much we made for next week. And yeah, that is just in a bit of an effort to make some more money, so we're going to work out whether it's more profitable to do it this way by charging more but having less people. I'm just not sure where the balance will be, but we'll find out next week anyway. And also one more thing that I've done to work on the finances is I've moved AEW Dark to be filmed on a Tuesday. So instead of being recorded on a Wednesday before Dynamite, we're going to try and record it live every Tuesday, which will mean we're selling separate tickets for Dark rather than the attendance just being based on Dynamite, which is how it was before. So hopefully we get extra money that way as well. And yeah, as I say, we'll assess this next week, and hopefully this will help us generate a little bit more income and stop the rot of losing money every month. And hopefully you're excited for the upcoming AEW All Out pay-per-view, where we're going to see in the main event Jon Moxley taking on MJF. So hopefully you stick around, and make sure you drop a like on the video if you're excited for that. And make sure you subscribe down below so you don't miss another episode. But until next time, peace. So welcome to another episode of Fantasy Booking AEW on TEW 2020, and today we have another episode of AEW Dynamite ahead of us as we head towards the AEW All Out pay-per-view. And we have a huge announcement tonight for the women's division, and we will see the aftermath of MJF and Wardlow's attack on AEW World Champion Jon Moxley. So hopefully you're excited for the episode. So as always, let's have a look at the card itself before we get into the show. show. And we're going to be opening up with a huge announcement from Brandy Rhodes regarding the AEW Women's Division. And this announcement will change the future of the Women's Division forever. And we're going to see Cody Rhodes defend his AEW TNT Championship against Ricky Starks of the Marquee. And this is a huge opportunity for Ricky Starks to make a name for himself. After recently debuting as Shawn Spears' tag team partner, but tonight he goes it alone in a quest for the AEW TNT Championship. We will go back to Darby Allin's house as the Dark Order look to bring Darby Allin into their cult, and Darby Allin has so far refused all advances, but that will heat up a little bit more tonight. We will be hearing from Jon Moxley and his response to MJF after MJF and Wardlow took him out last week in a vicious assault, and MJF demanded a title shot for Jon Moxley's AEW World Championship. And in the main event, we're going to see the newly formed alliance between Kenny Omega and FTR, who debuted last week, taking on the more established team of SoCal Uncensored, also known as SCU, and that should be one hell of a six-man tag. But with all that out of the way, let's get into the show itself. And as I say, we open up with the announcement from Brandy Rhodes as Cody and Brandy make their way to the ring. And Brandy has a microphone ready to make the big announcement. And she says, ever since AEW started, we've had a commitment to making the women's division the best in the industry. And recently we've seen 4 women step up to the plate and take things to the next level. But now it's time to take another step forward. So I have 2 matches that I would like to announce for the AEW All Out pay-per-view. Tessa Blanchard has risen to the top of the women's rankings with dominating performances. So at All Out, she will go one-on-one with the AEW Women's World Champion, Hikaru Shida. And as well as that, there's 2 more women who have impressed. Killer Kelly brings an edge to the division that we've lacked, and she is currently undefeated in singles competition. And then there's Big Swole, who has also been on the rise and making waves. So one of these 2 women will make AEW history, and All Out, one of them will be named the AEW Women's National Champion. So a huge announcement there from Brandy Rhodes. The future of the women's division is looking bright, with 4 women leading the way, and we've got a brand new championship on the way to AEW. So a big step, I think, for the women's division, and it should be good, as I say, to showcase more talent. And the Next Level storyline has advanced with this segment, and the AEW Women's National Title storyline has started. And speaking of second titles, we're going into the Cody versus Ricky Starks match now for the AEW TNT Championship, and the winner, of course, is Cody after defeating Ricky Starks in 12 minutes 51 by pinfall with the Crossroads, and Cody makes defense number 3 of his AEW TNT Championship. So, big spotlight match for Ricky Starks tonight, showing what he can do, and this is hopefully going to help him in popularity. But Cody there with a 61, Ricky Starks with a 39, so not too bad for him. Cody and Brandy Rhodes had good chemistry, so Brandy was still with Cody for this one. No longer will Arn Anderson be at ringside with Cody Rhodes. Obviously, they've got bad chemistry, so Arn has just been faded out now. And Brandy will be back managing Cody. So, yeah, it makes sense. Husband and wife reunited, I guess. 58, though, overall for this match. And, yeah, solid defense there for Cody as he defeats the young Ricky Starks. Then we go to a tag team match with the Jurassic Express taking on a newly formed team of Pineapple Pete and Joey Janela, and I haven't actually formed them as a team yet in the game. I just wanted to see how they get on. They don't have any chemistry, but they don't have bad chemistry either, so we might team them up again in the future, but we will see how it goes. But coming away with the win tonight is the Jurassic Express after Luchasaurus pinned Joey Janela. So a big win there for Jurassic Express as they look to climb back up the tag team rankings. And there is a spot available at AEW All Out for a shot at the tag team championships. And I'm sure Jurassic Express, especially after last week's attack by the Death Triangle, will be wanting to fill that spot. And yeah, they're on their way. And I think this win takes them into the top 5 of the AEW rankings, but the rankings will be up on my Twitter after the show, so if you want to go over there and check that out, you can go to @CurbSC, which is where I post the rankings after every episode. But yeah, as I say, big win for Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy. The crowd once again seemed pretty vocal against Pineapple Pete, which is a bit harsh. But yeah, that's fine. Hopefully that does start to change after he gets more exposure and improves in attributes. But it's a solid match at 49 as we go into the next segment, where after the match, the Death Triangle rushed the ring after being embarrassed last week on Dynamite, and they managed to wipe out the Jurassic Express with steel chairs. And they set up a table and lay Marco's stunt on top of it, and then Pac climbs onto the top rope and hits Marco with a black arrow as the table splits into pieces and the three men stand tall in the middle of the ring. So last week, you remember, they tried a similar thing where there was a brawl after the match because Pac held the submission too long on Marco's stunt. Jurassic Express climbed into the ring, tried to stop him, but then the Jurassic Express managed to clear the ring. And this week, they've chosen to get steel chairs and tables involved to be able to give them the advantage. And this time they come away standing tall in the middle of the ring. And a good segment there with a 53 as we continue on to the next match, where Chris Jericho will be taking on Austin Gunn. And Austin Gunn with a big opportunity to take down the former champion. But Chris Jericho comes away with the victory in 14 minutes 53 by pinfall with a Judas effect. So I fixed his finisher. Last week he was winning with a lion salt, but this week he won with the Judas effect. And during the match, Matt Hardy's voice could be heard, his laugh over the speaker system, and Matt Hardy continues to haunt Chris Jericho after Vanguard 2 betrayed Matt Hardy and aligned himself with Chris Jericho in the All Elite Wrestling match. And the ghost of Matt Hardy continues to follow Chris Jericho around. And 63 there for Chris Jericho, so another decent performance from him. But again, nothing main event worthy, really. But Austin Gunn had an in-ring performance of 46. And overall, we got a 63. Solid match there for Austin Gunn. And again, another young up-and-comer, much like Ricky Starks. And hopefully this can do the same for him for popularity and help improve him and get him up to that next level. But moving on then, we go to Darby Allin, who is shown walking into his house as the Dark Order stalk him from the shadows. But then the doorbell rings, and then Darby looks through the peephole and sees a huge man stood there in a mask, and the man kicks the door in as it swings and knocks Darby to the floor, who is now busted open. And dazed and confused, Darby is dragged to the garden as the rest of the Dark Order circle him as he lays on the floor. And then Brody Lee offers his hand out to help him up and says, "We're here to help you, Darby." So the saga continues between Darby Allin and the Dark Order. Will Darby Allin join the Dark Order, or will he continue to reject them, or will they beat him into submission? We'll find out over the coming weeks as we head towards the All Out pay-per-view. But a good segment there with 52. Darby Allin came across well. The Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And the masked man that was mentioned in the promo is Vance, or Preston Vance as he's known. We're calling him Vance in this one. He's also known in real life as 10, but we only have 6 members, so we're not going to call him 10. And 6 doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Mr. Brody Lee improvised well throughout the segment, and Darby Allin once again benefited from a groundswell of public support. But yeah, good segment, as I say, with a 52. As we move on to another match where it's going to be MJF taking on Dustin Rhodes. And of course, last week MJF and Wardlow attacked world champion Jon Moxley. He has a strong case, and that case has been strengthened once again tonight after MJF defeated Dustin Rhodes in 14 minutes 40 by pinfall with a double cross, and MJF had an in-ring performance of 67, so good from him. But 67 overall in a big win for MJF, which puts him now even further at the top of the AEW men's rankings. Again, you can see that on my Twitter after this episode. But then after MJF's win, Jon Moxley appears on the big screen, and Moxley says, "MJF, Wardlow, what you did last week, it put a smile on my face. But did it hurt? Yeah, it hurt, but it lit a fire under me. And MJF, you think you're better than me, and you want a shot at the AEW World Championship. All you had to do was ask. You're on. It'll be me and you, one-on-one, or All Out in Chicago." And I've spoken to Tony Khan, and we've agreed on a little stipulation for the match, and I'll be at AEW Dynamite next week to tell you face to face. So Jon Moxley accepting the challenge now after the beatdown last week from him and his muscle Wardlow. And Jon Moxley enjoying the beatdown. He's a bit of a sicko, isn't he? So yeah, he's accepted the challenge though. We will find out next week what the stipulation will be for the AEW All Out main event. And overall, a good promo there from Jon Moxley, 73. So that's good. Jon Moxley looked good and improvised well throughout the segment. The better than Mox storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And now we're going to go into a tag team match, which is going to be a combination of the two women's matches that will be happening at All Out. We're going to see Hikaru Shida teaming with Big Swole, taking on Killer Kelly and Tessa Blanchard. And this is obviously going to be in a tag team match. Coming away with the victory is Tessa Blanchard and Killer Kelly after Tessa Blanchard pinned the AEW Women's World Champion Hikaru Shida with a magnum. So a huge victory there for Tessa and a huge statement made. She has pinned the champion and her and Killer Kelly come away with the win there. And Tessa Blanchard was head and shoulders above everyone else and she got a 57. 31 there for Big Swole, 44 for Shida, and 32 for Killer Kelly. Yeah, 53 segment there. That should be good for Swole and Killer Kelly's popularity as we look to rise them to up the card. And yeah, I think this AEW National Championship should help them with that. And the next level storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, and the AEW Women's National Title storyline has advanced and gained heat. But yeah, solid match, I would say. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside for Killer Kelly. Of course, still being managed by him. But yeah, big win there for Kelly and Tessa as we head towards AEW All Out, and a big pinfall over the champion for Tessa. And now we move on into the main event with Kenny Omega and FTR, of course, Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler going up against the team of SCU, Scorpio Sky, Frankie Kazarian and Christopher Daniels. And coming away with the victory is Kenny Omega and FTR after Cash Wheeler pinned Christopher Daniels. And in terms of in-ring work, Kenny Omega was head and shoulders above everyone else. He had an 80 there, so one of the best workers that we have. For FTR, Dax got a 54 and Cash got a 61. SCU there, Daniels got a 52, Kazarian with a 54, and Sky with a 62. So good performance there from Scorpio Sky, the second best in the match. Apparently Dax was off his game, which explains his lower rating, and Kenny Omega apparently came out of this match looking good. And overall in the main event we got a 70, which is a solid main event overall and should see us meet expectations for the network. But we do have one more segment to go. But apparently Kenny Omega was angry after the match, upset that Scorpio Sky almost injured him. So yeah, a bit of a close one there. Luckily Kenny's okay though. But after the match, Kenny Omega and FTR celebrate their victory. And Hangman Page can be seen in the stands drinking a cup of beer, and he raises his glass to the winners. And the Young Bucks walk out onto the top of the ramp, applauding them too. So, of course, last week, FTR made their debut by attacking the Young Bucks and Hangman Page assisting Kenny Omega. And Kenny and FTR look at each other confused, but then FTR choose to rush the ramp and start brawling with the Young Bucks. But Matt and Nick managed to win the battle as FTR are floored on the ramp. And then Kenny Omega turns around after being distracted by the brawl as Hangman Page throws his beer in Kenny's face. Then Kenny turns into a huge double super kick by the Bucks. And then the Elite end the show with their signature taunt. So Young Bucks doing that. I don't know what Hangman will be doing. He can just, I guess, have a drink. Good way to end the show there. The continuation of the feud between Kenny Omega and Hangman Page, and the Bucks, of course, and FTR. And 67 overall there to end the show as we head again towards All Out. And I'm sure a combination of these 6 men will be facing at the pay-per-view. But we continue on then to find out what the event got overall, and it got a 68. So probably one of our worst shows, but overall I think it went okay storyline wise, but yeah, we didn't quite get the ratings that we'd like there. The best segment of the show was Moxley and his promo on MJF, and of course the best match there was the main event. But yeah, 68, I think we've met network expectations, and we have increased our popularity in 35 regions, so of course that's the main thing. So in terms of Dynamite, it is our joint worst show on 68. We've had 3 other 68s, one in July, one in June, and one in August. So yeah, it's not too bad. Could be worse, of course. We did increase popularity, as I say. And let's end with these storylines and see what the ratings are for them. So the AEW Women's National Title storyline is considered hot with a 53. Alpha Omega's got a 59. You get that with anything over 50. The Better Than Mox storyline is at 67. FTYB is at 59. The Circle That Is Internal storyline has got a 69, and that's the highest rating one we've got so far. The Exalted one has only got a 45, so a little bit of work needed to be done there to hopefully boost that. And the Next Level storyline has got a 50. So overall, I'd say we're doing okay. If we look at the size of the company, if we track progress, we were on basically 66 across the board at the start of the month. We're now up to 67 in most places. So hopefully you've enjoyed today's episode. If you have, make sure you drop a like down below and subscribe, of course, with notifications turned on so you don't miss any upcoming episodes. But until next time, peace. So on tonight's show, we've got a huge main event, and we're going to see Darby Allin in action for the first time since he was asked to join Dark Order. And will we see Mr. Brody Lee and his Dark Order show up tonight? We will see. And Darby is going to be taking on Kenny Omega, so that should be a great match. And we're also going to see MJF go face to face with Jon Moxley as Jon Moxley reveals the stipulation for the World Championship match at AEW All Out. So hopefully you're excited for today's episode, and if you are, make sure you drop a like down below. And if we can get 150 likes, I'll make the next episode a double header, which will take us right up to AEW All Out. So as always, let's have a quick rundown of the card that we're going to see tonight. And we're going to see FTR in tag team action for the first time since their debut. Of course, last week they teamed up with Kenny Omega to take on SCU, but tonight they will be in tag team action, as I say, for the first time since their AEW debut. And we're going to see Tessa Blanchard take on a debuting Tasha Steelz, who we have just signed from Impact Wrestling. We're going to see the AEW TNT Championship on the line when Cody defends against Pac. And with Pac as the only member in the Death Triangle without gold, can he make it 3 out of 3 tonight? And as we spoke about before, we're going to see Darby Allin taking on Kenny Omega, and we're still at a bit of a cliffhanger from last week. The hand has been offered to Darby Allin, and will he join Dark Order? And Kenny Omega is on a roll recently, getting win after win since he turned on Hangman Page and the rest of the Elite, and he will be looking to continue his momentum as he wants to claim he is the best wrestler in AEW. And of course, we're going to end the show with Moxley MJF face to face as Jon Moxley reveals the stipulation for their match at AEW All Out for the World Championship. So with all that out of the way, let's get in to the show. And we're going to get the low ratings out of the way early on, and we're going to open up with Big Swole taking on another debut of Abaddon. Of course, she's signed with AEW in real life, and we've picked her up on the game. I had to import her from the latest version of the Killing the Business mod, but she's now signed with us, and someone that we might use in the future. She is terrifying, so there's something to work with. But for now, she has lost Big Swole, who has pinned her in 8 minutes 28. Big Swole there with a 31, so not too bad, but Abaddon outdoing her there with a 36. And Abaddon debuted her Living Dead gimmick and got an initial rating of great, which is good to see. The crowd were apparently turned off by this match, but as I've said multiple times recently, that the women's division are still not very well known, and this is all progression to try and get them over. To get them over, they have to be on TV, so not too bad though for performance for Big Swole considering. But overall, it only got a 26 because of the penalties, but we will continue on into the next segment as hopefully the show can get better from this point. And next up, we go into a tag team match where FTR will be taking on Private Party. So a good rating here at 56, and the winners after Cash Wheeler pinned Isaiah Cassidy with a Goodnight Express is FTR, and they've got their first win on the board as they look to climb into the top of the tag team rankings. And again, if you want to see those rankings, you can follow me over on Twitter and I will be posting them a little while after this episode is released. But in terms of in-ring performances, we've got Dax Harwood there with a 64. Cash Wheeler slightly outdoing his tag team partner with a 67. And good performances there from Private Party with a 66 for Isaiah, and Mark with a 59. So solid tag team match overall. Isaiah Cassidy was off his game, which is a shame. Both teams have excellent tag team chemistry, which is good to see. The rating there a little bit lower than what I was expecting at a 56. I was maybe expecting in the 60s. A good match nonetheless. As we continue on after the match, where FTR grab a microphone each and Dax says there's some good guys and there's bad guys in this world, and I promise you, Young Bucks, that we are the baddest of the bad. This has been building for years and it's time to make you pay. You speak our names on your funny little internet show and there is nothing funny about what's going to happen to you. And then Cash jumps in and he says AEW All Out, FTR versus the Young Bucks, to find out who truly is the best team in the world. And when we win, we'll be coming for the tag team titles. And one more thing, fuck the Young Bucks. So the FTYB storyline has advanced with this segment, but lost heat apparently. Only a 53. Not exactly promo masters on this game, but still I would say that's solid. Not too different from their match earlier on against Private Party in terms of ratings. Dax Harwood worked the crowd well, using freedom to improvise to his advantage. And this angle got the crowd interested again, which is good to see. So we've got the crowd back on side after a poor start with the women's match. But we continue on then, and we go to another women's match where we see Tessa Blanchard take on Tasha Steelz. And Tessa Blanchard has defeated Tasha Steelz in 11 minutes 32 by pinfall with a Magnum. And I've put this match on to make sure Tessa stays at the top of the women's rankings. And yeah, she's got another win in her win column. And this got a 43, so not too bad. A good performance there from Tessa Blanchard with a 54. Tasha Steelz doing okay on her debut with a 23. She has debuted already on AEW Dark, as channel members know. She debuted in the last episode of that, but this is her Dynamite debut tonight, and the Next Level storyline has advanced with this segment. We had Hikaru Shida at ringside in the crowd, watching over her upcoming challenger, which has continued that storyline. So the champion with a keen eye on her number one contender. And apparently the match was poorly placed. A wild brawl really needs a crowd who are buzzing. So yeah, a bit of a misjudgment from me there, but that's fine. We've still got a solid rating there at 43, so good mid-card match. But we continue on and we go to a graphic which confirms that next week we will see Starks and Spears, Jurassic Express and Proud and Powerful go head to head to see who will face the Lucha Brothers for the AEW Tag Team Championships at AEW All Out. So a number one contendership match is going to be happening next week. Next up, we go into the AEW TNT title match, where we're going to see Cody Rhodes taking on Pac. And as I say, Pac wants to add some more gold to the Death Triangle, but unfortunately for him, Cody just has too much as he gets the win in 23 minutes 52. So quite a long match here, and he's eventually pinned Pac with a crossroads, and Cody makes defense number 4 of his AEW TNT title reign. So the wins continue for Cody as his solid TNT championship reign continues. And Cody there with a 60, but being outdone by quite a bit, by 12, by Pac, who has a 72. Cody and Brandy have pretty good chemistry. Of course, Brandy now managing Cody once again. And Cody benefited from a groundswell of public support, and the match got the crowd hotter. And in terms of rating, this is the best segment of the night so far with a 71. So a solid match there. Big fan of Pac, but tonight he didn't have enough to take down the reigning TNT champion. And it's going to be interesting to see who pops up in these TNT Open challenges. And I've no spoilers on who it is. Channel members already know, but there's going to be a huge debut at All Out, and that person will be taking on Cody in the Open Challenge. So that is going to be good. I won't say any more than that though. But if you know, you know. And now we go to the main event, which has got an 82. So solid rating there for both of these guys. And we see Darby Allin taking on Kenny Omega. But Unfortunately for Darby, Kenny Omega has put him away with a one-winged angel in 14 minutes 49. And in terms of in-ring rating there, Darby Allin, the standout of the match. I was not expecting that. I thought Kenny would be the best in this match, but apparently not. Darby Allin with a great rating there and really showing himself as a main eventer now. And Kenny Omega not far behind with a 73. But Darby Allin benefited from a hot new move, and both of them had a groundswell of public support, which is good to see. But yeah, 82 overall, as I say. What a main event that is. No sign of the Dark Order just yet, but after the match, the Dark Order make their way to the ring, led by Mr. Brody Lee. And then Kenny Omega walks up the ramp as the Dark Order let him past, and Darby is on the floor in the ring looking annoyed at himself. But the Dark Order climb into the ring as Brody Lee offers his hand to Darby once again. And then flashbacks appear on the screen of last week, where the same thing happened after Darby was attacked by the Dark Order at his home. And once again, Brody says, "We're here to help you, Darby." And then Darby takes Brody's hand as Brody helps him to his feet. But then Darby pulls his hand away and tries to walk off, but is blocked by the rest of the group who have formed a wall around him. But then Darby tries to fight his way out, but is stopped in his tracks. Then the Dark Order leave as Darby is motionless in the middle of the ring. So it seemed like Darby Allin was about to join Dark Order, but he's managed to resist the calls of Brody Lee. Tried to fight his way out, but they just surrounded him. There's too many people as these 6 men take down Darby Allin once again, just like they did at Darby's house. So the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. Mr. Brody Lee did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd, which is good to see. Announcing and colour did well, and Darby Allin once again had a public groundswell of support, and the angle got the crowd hotter. And it's a 69 segment, but now it's time to go to the final segment of the show, where we see Jon Moxley make his way to the ring through the stands, ready to reveal the stipulation for the World Championship match. And Moxley says, "MJF, Jon Moxley, it's official. The match he's been calling for, but the match he will regret. Maxwell, get your ass out here so I can reveal your fate." And then MJF walks out with a microphone in hand, with Wardlow not far behind, and he says, "John, you made it. I was a little worried you'd be too beaten up to get here, but here we are." And then MJF and Wardlow climb into the ring, and he says, "So, what's the surprise? Is it an Iron Man match? Man, I love an Iron Man match. Or is it a steel cage match, so you can keep Wardlow at bay? Whatever the case, it won't make a difference." And then Moxley says, "Max, I like to keep things simple. In our match, anything goes. Falls count anywhere, and please, bring your lapdog Wardlow, because I want to kick his ass too." And Wardlow tries to square up to Mox, but is held back by MJF. And Moxley says, "I'll see you both in Chicago." Then MJF smirks and seems pleased with Moxley's decision, but the stipulation has been confirmed. It will be Falls Count Anywhere, and Moxley has welcomed the interference from Wardlow because he wants to kick his ass too. So Moxley is not afraid of MJF or Wardlow, but we know Moxley is hurt from the attack by Wardlow, who did some damage to Moxley on the stage, but Moxley is still not backing down and he's ready to fight both men at All Out. So it should be an interesting match. And will Moxley be able to overcome MJF, as well as the extra addition of Wardlow, who will be at ringside accompanying him? MJF improvised well throughout the segment. Jon Moxley again struggled when going off the script, which is very odd. But the Better Than Mox storyline has advanced and gained heat, and this got a 79 overall, which is a really good segment. And overall, we get a 72, so a solid rating. And once again, we've increased our popularity in 31 regions, which is, again, always the goal. The segment of the night was the Kenny Omega Darby Allin match at a 82, and that final segment there with a 79. Coming in at second. So solid show overall, I would say, and it is the best match we've had. And Kenny Omega once again showing why he is named the best bout machine, as he is now in first and second with his matches against Darby Allin and Matt Jackson. So yeah, Kenny Omega really on a roll recently, and he is one hell of a wrestler at this point. And also, one last thing, go and check out my Football Manager videos. You can see a button on the end screen down there, or down there, it will say Curb FM. But until next time, peace. So it's time for the biggest episode of the series so far. We've got a lot to get through. We've got 3 shows, including 2 episodes of Dynamite, as well as the AEW All Out 2020 pay-per-view. And can MJF become the first AEW champion that hasn't previously been in WWE? Of course, the first champion was Chris Jericho, and then won by the current champion Jon Moxley. So history is there to be made tonight. So let's take a quick look at what's going to be happening on tonight's episode of Dynamite, and we're going to be starting the show with the number 1 contendership triple threat match to decide the next number 1 contender for the AEW Tag Team Championships, and it's going to be the team of Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus Jurassic Express taking on Santana and Ortiz of the Inner Circle, and the third team in the match will be Ricky Starks and Shawn Spears representing the Marquee, and the winner will take on the champions, the Lucha Brothers, at AEW All Out. We're going to be seeing Cody defend his AEW TNT Championship against the debuting Brian Pillman Jr., of course the son of the late great Brian Pillman, and he will be looking to continue a family legacy tonight on TNT. Of course, his dad previously on TNT under the WCW Nitro banner, and interestingly his dad opened the first ever Nitro against Jushin Thunder Liger, so bit of history leading into tonight's match. And in the main event we're going to see the AEW World Champion take on Wardlow ahead of his defense against MJF at the pay-per-view, and of course Wardlow will be looking to do as much damage as he can against Moxley tonight to give MJF the best possible chance at All Out. But Jon Moxley has made it very clear that he's not intimidated by Wardlow, even inviting him to join MJF in the championship match at All Out, and we can be assured that MJF will be returning the favour for Wardlow tonight, being at ringside for him. And we've got 12 segments on tonight's show to get through, and we're maxed out at the 125-minute mark, so let's get to it without any further ado. And as I say, opening the show, we've got the tag team triple threat match, and coming away with the victory and going on to take on the Lucha Brothers at AEW All Out is Jurassic Express, after they've won this one in 17 minutes 04, going on into the pay-per-view. And Luchasaurus had an in-ring performance of 43, Jungle Boy with a 45, Santana and Ortiz there with a good performance with a 69 and 68 respectively. Shawn Spears doing good with a 51, and unfortunately the worst in the match was Ricky Starks with a 40, but again, another youngster that we're looking to build up through the marquee. And overall the match got a 66, so solid tag team match there to open the show. But next up we go to a women's match between Killer Kelly and the debuting Anna Jay, and Killer Kelly has got the win in 8 minutes 35 by submission with a guillotine choke. Of course, the expected result there. 25 overall, Killer Kelly there with a 34, so I think her performances are going up, which is good. And Anna Jay had an performance of 27 and debuted her entertaining gimmick and got a very good, which is good. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside on behalf of Killer Kelly, but the crowd weren't into it as they're not invested in either of them. But again, we're looking to build the division up. And then Jake Roberts climbs into the ring with a microphone in hand, and he says, "You are looking at the future of women's wrestling. She's like nothing you've ever seen before. A true fighter in every sense of the word, and she will make you tap, and if you don't, you will pass out. Big Swole, Kelly's gonna kill you." Good promo there from Jake Roberts, building up Killer Kelly with an 81 overall, so good mic work from him. And yeah, that should do wonders for Killer Kelly's popularity. But let's go into the next match where we've got Brody Lee taking on Colt Cabana. And of course, Brody Lee has been trying to get Darby Allin to join the Dark Order and has rejected all advances. And last week, the Dark Order beat Darby Allin down. But tonight, Brody Lee has managed to pick up a win over Colt Cabana, who in this timeline has got nothing to do with the Dark Order. But Brody Lee there with a solid 70. Colt Cabana doing okay with a 46. Overall 60 for the match rating, so pretty good. And yeah, a win for Brody Lee there, which should help him towards the AEW Dynamite rankings. But yeah, let's continue on to after the match, where the lights in the arena go out and then Darby Allin appears on the big screen standing in front of a huge bonfire on the field outside his home. And he says, "You act like a pack of wolves, but you're just sheep. You can beat me down, you can throw me to the sharks, but I'll always survive. And you came to my house and you took me out, but this time you're invited. See you soon." And then the camera fades to black as the lights come back on in the arena, and Brody Lee rubs his hands together with a big grin on his face. So Darby Allin inviting the Dark Order to his home, and does this mean that he's going to accept their invitation into the Dark Order, or does he have other plans in mind? We will find out going forward. But the Exalted One storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. Overall, it's got a 64. Darby struggled tonight going off the script, but overall, solid promo. I think he normally gets about a 55, so that's good overall. Darby has invited the Dark Order to his home, and we'll find out where that leads going forward, as I say. But let's go to the next segment, where we go backstage to the Young Bucks and Hangman Page, who are being interviewed by Taz. And Taz says, "Bucks, last week FTR challenged you to a match at AEW All Out in Chicago. Do you have an answer for them?" And Matt says, "Taz, I think you already know the answer. Of course, the match is on." And then Nick says, "We've waited a long time for this. A chance to show who truly is the best tag team in the world, and at All Out will show you what the Young Bucks are really made of." And then Hangman is standing in the background drinking a beer, and then he takes the microphone from Taz and he says, "And speaking of All Out, there's another new match booked on the card. Kenny Omega, see you in Chicago." So 2 matches confirmed there. We're going to be seeing later on in today's episode the Young Bucks taking on FTR. And of course, this feud has been built for years now through the Being the Elite YouTube show, the Young Bucks and Cody and the rest of the Elite mocking the Revival with their FTR catchphrase. And of course, we're going to see the former AEW Tag Team Champions go head to head. Hangman Page taking on a recently turned Kenny Omega. So that should be a solid match. 2 great matches there, hopefully for All Out. But let's continue on then to the next match, where we're going to be seeing Hikaru Shida take on Deonna Purrazzo, and Shida gets the win tonight in 11 minutes 31 by pinfall with a Tamashi no free count. As I say, win for the champion going into All Out there against a solid competitor in Deonna Purrazzo, currently in real life the Impact Knockouts champion. Hikaru Shida there with a 44. Not so good from Purrazzo with a 33, but still solid for the women's division. But yeah, 45 overall. So decent mid-card match there. But let's continue on to after the match, where Shida celebrates as the referee hands her the women's championship. And Shida turns around, but Tessa Blanchard jumps off the top rope and hits her with a magnum. And then Tessa locks in the Indian Deathlock as Shida screams in pain. And Shida taps, but Tessa doesn't let go. And AEW officials rush to the ring and pull Tessa off. But she turns around and strikes Aubrey Edwards, knocking her to the floor. And Aubrey holds her neck as Tessa is dragged to the back. Getting some heat there on Tessa Blanchard and potential repercussions on Tessa for this. We will see later on in the episode, but the next level storyline has advanced with this segment and the 48 overall. So solid stuff there from Tessa and Hikaru and even Aubrey Edwards there. But yeah, let's continue on into the next match, which will be Cody defending the TNT Championship against Brian Pillman Jr. And of course, I covered the history of the Pillman family on TNT. So big match here for Brian Pillman Jr. But coming away with the victory is Cody in 16 minutes 53 by pinfall with a Crossroads. And Cody makes defense number 5 of the AEW TNT title. And Brian Pillman's debut here for AEW on this save with a 49 and debuted his Family Legacy gimmick, which got an adequate, which is decent. Cody there with a 58, another underwhelming performance from the AEW TNT champion, but it's solid for a mid-card match and we'll take it. And it's got a 62 overall. Cody and Brandy with good chemistry once again, and Cody benefited from a groundswell of public support, but tonight Brian Pillman Jr. coming up short on his debut. And the reign of Cody Rhodes continues. And we go to another segment. This time we're going to Chris Jericho's home. And Chris Jericho is shown sitting on the floor of a tennis court with a racket beside him. And Vanguard 2 flies over the net to sit next to him. And he says, "Damn it, Vanguard, you're too good." And then Vanguard bleeps, beep, beep, beep. And then Jericho says, "Nah, you're just saying that. But anyway, let's go and get something to eat." And Jericho and Vanguard walk towards the house, but then Vanguard suddenly crashes to the ground, twitching on the floor. And Jericho says, Vanguard, are you okay?" And then Vanguard flies back up, then stops, and then hovers completely still. And then Matt Hardy's laugh begins to play from the drone. Jericho then screams and runs into the house, and he screams, "He's possessed! He's possessed!" And then Jericho locks all the doors, shutting Vanguard out. So, I don't know what this segment is, but let's go with it anyway. Jericho has been playing tennis with Vanguard. Vanguard has won and beaten Chris Jericho. And then we find out that Matt Hardy has actually possessed Vanguard, the drone, and now he's been shut out of the house. It's got a 82 overall. Chris Jericho looked good in the segment. Matt Hardy benefited from a groundswell of public support, as well as a few other greens down there. But the main thing is the circle that is internal storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. Let's just continue on into the main event, where we're going to see Jon Moxley take on Wardlow and getting the win in 14 minutes 40, so quite a lengthy match here. Jon Moxley taken to the limit by Wardlow, but in the end, Jon Moxley has defeated Wardlow, which is Wardlow's first ever defeat in AEW, and he did it via a quick roll-up, and it's not showing up here, but MJF was involved in a botched interference, so he ended up hitting Wardlow, costing him the match, and adding a bit of tension there between the two. I don't know why it's not showing up though. It's not even in the road agent notes, but it was there. But yeah, I don't know, maybe a glitch. But the main event there, solid with a 74, and MJF has cost Wardlow his first ever loss in AEW. But we continue on to after the match, where Wardlow gets straight up after the pin as Moxley slides out of the ring. And Wardlow turns around and confronts MJF, who is still in the ring after the botched interference. And MJF insists that it was a mistake and backs up into the corner with his hands up. And MJF manages to calm him down as Wardlow gives him the benefit of the doubt. But then Moxley slides back into the ring as Wardlow turns around into a paradigm shift. And then MJF runs at Moxley and starts to brawl with him. But Moxley fights him off and again hits another paradigm shift and stands over both men who are flawed. And will this be the scene next Saturday in Chicago? Moxley has managed to overcome, for tonight at least, the team of MJF and Wardlow. A little bit of a miscommunication there has caused some tension between the two, and Moxley stands tall. But overall, 64 segment there to end the show. Hopefully the earlier segments can hold the rating up a bit tonight. The match also was good for the main event, so hopefully that gives us a little bit of a boost as well. I'm aiming hopefully for a 73. I think that's what I'd be happy with, but let's find out what we got. And we got a 71, so only just behind that. So yeah, I'm happy with that. That'll do. We increased our popularity in 30 regions, which of course is the main thing, but we've got some business to attend to after this show. If you've seen the thumbnail, I think you know what we're about to try and do. Let's just go for it and see how it goes. But before we do that, we've actually got an incident involving Brian Pillman Jr. Pillman Jr. has been identified as a hard drug user by the AEW drug testing policy. Okay, so we've got to make a decision on this. We can fire him, fine him, stern warning, slap on the wrist, or no action. I don't want to fine him because obviously it's an illness, addiction. I don't want to fire him because of it, because he's got a big future, hopefully, in the company. I would have liked to send him to rehab, but that's not an option because he's not on a written deal. Maybe a stern warning or a slap on the wrist could be fair enough. No action, I don't think we should do that. That could be bad for the company's reputation. So I think we're just going to do stern warning for now. Maybe sign into a written deal so we can send him to rehab so this doesn't happen again later down the line. But yeah, disappointing there from Brian Pillman Jr. But we're going to just give him a stern warning for now. It's had a negative impact on him. But yeah, I don't know really what to do in that situation. I don't think I've had that, not in this game anyway, in 2020. But you can see here, next big things, Brian Pillman Jr. is actually up there now, and he's got the 4th best potential according to this, just behind Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara, and MJF. But yeah, that's not good to see. Hopefully we can sort that out. Do we sign into a written deal and send him to rehab? Let me know what you think I should do in the comments below. I'm just going to leave it for now. But yeah, let me just skip forward to Sunday, and then we're going to deal with the thing that I was talking about just before. So, let's do it. We're going for it. CM Punk. It was one of the goals at the start of the series. So if we sign him, we can actually check that off. And it will be the first goal that we have achieved. So, here's the plan. We negotiate a deal with him while he currently has no active roles, which will mean that we get him for cheaper. He's only asking for $41,000 at the minute per month. And that's because he has no active roles. If we asked him to become a wrestler before we signed him, it would go up. We're not even going to sign him as a wrestler anyway for now. What we're going to do is apply the exclusive written template. We're going to try and bring him in for 5 years. We're going to turn him into an announcer for now. That might change in the future and he might make an in-ring debut. But for All Out, he's going to join the commentary team. And maybe he'll be involved in an altercation and somewhere down the line. But I don't want to spoil anything. But that's all I'll say for now. But CM Punk will be joining AEW. Hopefully, that's if he accepts the contract to join the commentary team at All Out. And we're going to offer him this contract. Let's see what he says. If he wants a 5-year deal, he'd expect 42.4. That's fine. So we'll do that to 4. He wants a higher cut of the merchandise as well. So we'll go up to 30. Is that okay? 35. He doesn't want to be on small shows. So we'll do everything except house shows, Punk. There we go. We've done it. Are you sure you want to make this offer official? Of course I do. Let's go. So let's skip forward and see if he signs the deal. We might not be able to get it through before Wednesday. It might be after the next show, but we will find out. But the reason I wanted to wait till Sunday to do this is because he won't be counted on this month's wage bill if we get him in, of course, in September. I think if we signed him before the end of August, he would be counted this month, which would cost us an extra 40 grand, which isn't what we want to do. Once he signs, we're going to offer him the opportunity to be a colour commentator. If we look at his stats, he does have a 90 in that regard. So I think he's going to become our best colour commentator. Yeah, if we look at it, Taz has got a 70, 69 for Tony, 79 for Jim Ross. So I think Punk will replace Taz. So lots of potential future feuds for Punk if we decide to talk him into wrestling maybe 1 or 2 more times. But we'll see how it goes, as I say. But let's continue forward and see if we can get this contract sealed before we get into the next episode of Dynamite. And we can't. It's now Wednesday, so we're going to have to get into the next show before we can get the final answer from CM Punk. But I think we should get him, but we'll see. Hopefully nobody comes in, try and steal him from us. But yeah, as I say, let's get into the next episode of Dynamite. And let's quickly go through a few of the matches that will be happening on tonight's show. So we're going to be opening up with Hangman Page taking on Kip Sabian ahead of Hangman Page's match with Kenny Omega at the weekend. And we're going to see Jungle Boy take on Rey Fenix in what should be a good match, as a bit of a sneak peek of the AEW Tag Team Championship match this weekend at All Out. Brandy Rhodes will be revealing the AEW Women's National Championship belt tonight, as Killer Kelly and Big Swole go face to face in the middle of the ring. And in the main event, we're going to see Kenny Omega take on Matt Cardona, again ahead of Kenny Omega and Hangman Page's match at All Out. And Matt Cardona will be looking to turn his AEW career around, as it hasn't quite gone as planned so far. And to end the show, we're going to be hearing from the number one contender for the AEW World Championship, MJF, as he has some final words for Jon Moxley. So again, lots to get through, so let's start the show now. And to start the show, we're going into the Hangman Page Kip Sabian match, and coming away with the victory in 10 minutes 17 by pinfall is Hangman Page, and a solid performance there from him tonight. We haven't really seen him in action in the ring since the start of the series, and I think this is his singles debut for the series, so yeah, good from him. 31 there from Kip Sabian, 62 overall in this one. Penelope Ford did some good work at ringside on behalf of Kip Sabian, but yeah, getting the show off to a strong start there with a singles match and a win for Hangman Page. But then after the match, Kenny Omega blindsides Hangman with a clothesline from behind, and then he picks him up and hits him with a one-winged angel, and then points to the camera and says goodbye, good night, bang. So signature Kenny Omega there, making a statement against Hangman Page, his opponent, and Kenny Omega benefited from a groundswell of public support, and overall it got a 69, so solid rating there. Just a little preview of what's going to be happening at the weekend, and Kenny Omega still has to wrestle later on, so we're bound to see Hangman Page pop up later on. But we continue on, and the commentators talk about how the AEW Women's World Championship match between Hikaru Shida and Tessa Blanchard may be called off because of Tessa's actions last week on Dynamite. Of course, if you remember, she attacked Hikaru Shida after her match and then eventually struck AEW referee Aubrey Edwards, and yeah, it looks like she's going to be suspended for that and the championship match taken away from her. But Hikaru Shida is rushing around backstage looking for somebody, and then she finds Tony Khan sat near the entrance, and Hikaru says, Tony, the match has to happen. I need this, and I need to shut her up. She talks about how great she is, and I need to prove to myself that I can beat her and that I deserve to be champion. But Tony says, look, she struck an official. She's suspended. It's policy. And then Hikaru says, please, Tony, I have to have this match. And if I can't, I don't want to call myself the champion anymore. I have to beat Tessa. And Tony eventually agrees to the match, and Hikaru thanks him and leaves the room. So the suspension is being shortened a little bit, and the match will go ahead at All Out thanks to the request of Hikaru Shida. But Tessa is out for tonight's Dynamite. She is suspended for this one, but the match will happen. So the next level storyline has advanced with this segment. Hikaru struggled when going off the script, which is something I'll have to try and remember. But yeah, 45 overall for this segment, so not too bad there from Shida. And yeah, showing a bit of fighting spirit tonight. Tony Khan with his on-screen debut there for AEW. And yeah, I think that's gone quite well. And then we go to a women's match where Taynara Conti has defeated Jamie Hayter in 14 minutes 03. Not too much to say about this one, just a chance for a couple of women to stand out. And Conti did okay with a 29. Jamie Hayter there with a 41. So actually the standout of the match was the woman that lost. But yeah, a little bit of a showcase of the other women in the division other than Big Swole, Killer Kelly, Tessa Blanchard and Hikaru Shida. And overall it got a 29, so not a standout match by any means, but a good performance there from Jamie Hayter, maybe something to note for the future. And then we go to the Jungle Boy Rey Fenix match, and in 15 minutes 18 with a roll-up, Jungle Boy has pinned one half of the AEW Tag Team Champions Rey Fénix. And yeah, not looking good for the Lucha Brothers heading into the pay-per-view with a big win there for Jungle Boy, 63 overall in this one. Jungle Boy had an in-ring performance of 41. Rey Fénix with a 76, so great performance from him. And Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus have good chemistry. Of course, Luchasaurus was with Jungle Boy at ringside. So yeah, I'm pleased with that. Really good match. And maybe that is a sign of the future. But let's get into the next segment where we go to the ring, where Big Swole and Killer Kelly are standing there with Brandy Rhodes in the middle. And Brandy says, ladies, I firstly want to congratulate you both on being in this match. You've earned it. And then Brandy is handed a black bag and she says, here in my hand is a symbol of the future of AEW, a future that both of you have a huge part in, but only one of you can be crowned the first ever AEW Women's National Champion. And then Brandy pulls out a belt from the bag and she holds it in the air and she says, may the best woman win. And both women look intensely at each other as the segment comes to a close. So as you can see on the screen, that is the new AEW Women's National Championship belt and it looks pretty good. And that got a 49 overall for that segment. But then we go to a sit-down interview with Jim Ross, who is sat with FTR and the Young Bucks. And Jim Ross says, at AEW All Out, FTR, Young Bucks, it's been years in the making. But then Dax interrupts and he says, just let me jump in there, Jim. We don't get paid by the hour, so let's make this short and sweet. Me and Cash have had to sit back listening to these two harp on about being the best in the business. And now that we're free, the first thing that we did was head to AEW to shut them up. And then Cash says, this is personal. You came for us thinking it was some kind of game, but we ain't playing and are all out. You won't be laughing anymore. But then Matt Jackson responds and he says, that's funny that you say that. We did go for you first and look, here you are on a pay-per-view. You have us to thank for that. And we made you relevant. And then his brother Nick says, while you were shaving each other's back and crapping yourselves on TV for the other company, we were busting our asses making sure tag team wrestling was still alive. So making it even more personal there. But then Cash says we could slap the taste out of your mouth right now, but we'll wait. A lot of greens for this segment. I'll not run through them all, but if you want to have a little bit of a pause, you can. The FTYB storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, and it got a 67 overall. And then we go to a TNT Championship match. Again, Cody defending his belt, and this time he's made defense number 6 against Scorpio Sky of SCU. So a big chance there for Scorpio Sky to make a name for himself in a singles capacity. And yeah, I think he's had an AEW World Championship match against Chris Jericho, and he came up short there, and again he's came up short. But still a solid performance from him, actually having a better performance than Cody with a 62. Cody with a 58, which is, I think, one more than what he got last week. Cody and Brandy again having good chemistry. 65 overall, so solid match there. But we'll move on and we go back to Chris Jericho's home. But this time Jericho can be seen through the window looking out for Vanguard 2. And then Vanguard flies to the window and insists Jericho lets him in. And he says, is he still inside you? And Vanguard bleeps. And then Jericho agrees to let Vanguard in through the window. But then Matt Hardy's laugh begins to play once again from the drone. And Matt Hardy is still possessed Vanguard 2. But then Matt Hardy then manifests himself from the drone and is dressed in black. So Matt Hardy has appeared after haunting Jericho and Vanguard and then possessing the drone. And now he is here in human form. And then Matt Hardy says, I knew you'd let me in. And then we see some text on the screen to be continued. So this will be continued at the pay-per-view and it will be a cinematic match. And there will be a referee sent out as fast as possible to Chris Jericho's mansion. And that will be called Mansion Mayhem. So solid segment though, 84 overall. I think the best segment of the night. And then we go to the main event, which will be Matt Cardona versus Kenny Omega. And as Matt Cardona makes his way to the ring, a pre-taped backstage promo plays from Cardona. And he says, ever since I joined AEW, things just haven't gone to plan. And I mean, I've had opportunities, the Casino Ladder match, a TNT title match, and even a match against the current AEW World Championship #1 contender MJF. And if I won even one of those matches, maybe I'd be on the card at All Out. But I'm not. And that's on me. But maybe I've been scared. Maybe I've been anxious. I don't know. But I'll make a promise. At the next pay-per-view, I will be there. So the Cardona's Promise storyline has advanced with this segment. And this time, Matt Cardona has defeated Kenny Omega in 14 minutes 42 by pinfall with a Rough Rider. Of course, that's not what it's called anymore. But let's carry on. 77 overall for this match. And I don't know why this has happened. But again, another interference hasn't shown up on the text. But Hangman Page has interfered in this one, costing Kenny Omega, of course. Hangman was attacked earlier on in the show by Omega, and a huge win there for Matt Cardona, maybe a potential main eventer on our hands. But he did only get a 55, so I don't know about the main event status just yet, but he has a huge win over Kenny Omega, one of the best in the company. And yeah, Cardona's Promise seems to be paying off so far, and a big win there for him. And in a continuation from that interference, this time it's Page who has the upper hand, and Kenny Omega turns round into a buckshot lariat, so hitting his finisher on Omega. Then Page grabs a drink, takes a sip, and makes his way to the back. And we head into the pay-per-view with some more heat for this match, and the storyline has advanced. And 66 for this segment, so another okay segment. But we now go to the climax of the last Dynamite before AEW All Out, and the segment has got a 94, which is amazing. So let's read through what's happened here. And MJF is in the ring with Wardlow standing behind him, and MJF has a microphone and he says, "Last week on Dynamite, Jon Moxley got the better of us, and my good friend Wardlow lost his first ever match in AEW." And then the camera zooms in on Wardlow, who is visibly angry. And he says, "But let me tell you something, John. That will be the last time you ever get the better of us. And this weekend at All Out, you are looking at the man who will leave as the AEW World Champion. And you want to know why?" But then Jon Moxley's music interrupts MJF as he makes his way through the stands with a mic. And he says, yeah, because you're better than me and I know it. And we've heard it all before. The thing is, Max, you don't know what you've gotten yourself into. You and your friend there are entering my world. No holds barred. Anything goes. And Wardlow, I see the way you look at him, and I know deep down you don't want to be in his shadow much longer. It's like a ticking time bomb. One day you'll explode. And then Moxley gets in the face of Wardlow and he says, "The question is, when will you crack?" So Moxley trying to get in between MJF and Wardlow here, sensing that Wardlow is losing his patience with MJF. And the segment does continue. I couldn't fit it all into one promo, where Wardlow looks at MJF, then back at Moxley. But then MJF attacks Moxley, with Moxley fighting back. And then Wardlow stands there seemingly with something on his mind. But eventually he joins in, grabbing Moxley by the head. He then drags him out of the ring and once again powerbombs Moxley onto the stage with a sickening impact. And MJF watches on with delight as Moxley lays on the floor in agony. And then MJF takes the AEW World Championship belt, holds it in the air, and throws it at Jon Moxley. And he says, "See you at All Out." And they both straighten their ties and make their way to the back. So Wardlow there, showing that he's still loyal to MJF despite Moxley's suspicions of the contrary. But the segment has got an 83 there. So I think it was 94 and 83. So solid way to end the show. A little bit disappointed that that's not another 90 plus, but we'll take it. The Better Than Mox storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And yeah, loads of greens across the board there to end the show. So let's find out what we got overall then. And we got a 77 increase in our popularity in 38 regions. So I think last week we got 30 regions. So yeah, we've actually got more this time. So that is good to see. And yeah, what a way to head into the pay-per-view, which is what we're going to be getting into now. And before we get there, let's see if we actually hear back from CM Punk. It'll be a little bit of a disappointment if we don't hear back in time. So let's skip forward a day and just find out if he gets back to us in time for the pay-per-view. And it looks like he has here. Negotiations with CM Punk. Let's have a look then. And your contract offer to CM Punk has been accepted. We're going to bring him in as a face. And there it is, 5-year deal. We've got him for probably the rest of the series now. And yeah, let's go. Complete the signing. And let's see if he'll do the commentary for All Out. So we're going to say, I think you should make yourself active as a color commentator. And he says yes. So after the cancellation of WWE Backstage, he's now a free agent and he has finally signed with the place where he was rumoured to sign since the start, All Elite Wrestling. And before the pay-per-view, let's have a quick look at the card, and it is shaped up quite nicely. And of course, huge news as CM Punk will make his commentary debut for AEW in Chicago. So huge news that has rocked the wrestling world. And we're going to be seeing the second cinematic match of the series, where Brody Lee will be taking on Darby Allin after the invitation was handed to Brody Lee last week on Dynamite. And will Darby Allin eventually cave and join Dark Order, or does he have some other plans in mind? We will find out. The first ever AEW Women's National Champion will be crowned as Killer Kelly. Accompanied by Jake Roberts, will take on Big Swole, and two young up-and-coming women in the women's roster go head-to-head to make history. We're going to be seeing the AEW TNT Championship on the line as Cody makes a defense against, I'll not say who, but it is a debut for somebody, and I'm pretty sure the AEW fans are going to be pleased with this signing. I'll not say any more for now. And we will see Kenny Omega take on his former tag team partner Hangman Page as the two former AEW tag team champions go head to head. And speaking of AEW tag team champions, we're going to see the Lucha Brothers defend against the newly crowned #1 contenders Jurassic Express, the team of Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. And after Jungle Boy pinned Rey Fenix on Dynamite, it looks like the Jurassic Express may be the favourites for that one. We're going to see the AEW Women's World Championship on the line as Hikaru Shida insists the match goes on against Tessa Blanchard, and Tessa Blanchard's suspension has been shortened to allow this match to happen, and Hikaru Shida wants to prove that she is deserved of the title, the best woman in AEW. And we're going to see the Mansion Mayhem, where Matt Hardy will take on Chris Jericho after some strange goings on over there at the Jericho Mansion. And yeah, the newly manifested dark Matt Hardy will take on the former champion Chris Jericho. And after years in the making, we're going to see FTR take on the Young Bucks. And this got personal on the past episode of Dynamite. Young Bucks with a couple of low blows there on the team formerly known as the Revival, and some digs at the terrible way they were booked in WWE, but now they are not there anymore, and they're here in AEW to show why tag team wrestling should be respected. And in the main event, it is time for Jon Moxley to defend against MJF, who will have Wardlow in his corner. And are the things that Moxley was saying about Wardlow true? Is he sick of MJF? Does he want to step out of his shadow? Is the time now, or will he assist MJF in this no-holds-barred match for the AEW World Championship? We will find out. So let's get into it. So to start the show then, we're going to open up with what will probably be the lowest rated match of the card, where we're going to go into the AEW Women's National Championship match between Big Swole and Killer Kelly. And coming away with the victory is Big Swole after defeating Killer Kelly in 15 minutes 22 by pinfall. So probably coming into this match, she was considered the underdog, but she has managed to defeat the vicious Killer Kelly and giving Killer Kelly her first singles loss in AEW. And yeah, Big Swole crowned the first ever Women's National Champion. So a big night for her. Both women there doing great with a 35 in-ring performance each. And yeah, 28 overall, so not too bad. The in-ring performances, I think, are their best yet. The segment rating not quite as high as the in-ring performances, but again, we're still getting those penalties for both of them being unimportant. But hopefully after tonight, at least Big Swole might be able to step up to the next level out of that perception. But overall, a good start to the show with a brand new champion crowned. But next up, we go into the Darby's Den match between Darby Allin and Mr. Brody Lee. And Darby Allin, of course, invited the Dark Order to his home after they invaded it not too long ago. And in a really good match here with a 77, Darby Allin has defeated Mr. Brody Lee in 19 minutes 32 by pinfall. And in this match, Darby Allin took a stunt bump just to give him a little bit of a boost. He normally does that in big matches. The industry leader production values added to this cinematic style match, and Darby Allin benefited from a hot new move. In terms of in-ring rating, Darby Allin killing it there. Potentially one of the best performances of the night. We will have to see. With an 80, Brody Lee there with a 64, so solid from him as well. The Exalted One storyline has ended with this segment, as it seems that Darby Allin is not joining the Dark Order anytime soon and has come away with a big win over the Exalted One. And next up, we go into the AEW World Tag Team title match, where we're going to see the Lucha Brothers, Rey Fenix and Pentagon Jr. defend against the number one contenders, Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus, of course, the Jurassic Express. And coming away with the victory and making defense number one of their tag team titles is the Lucha Brothers, after Pentagon Jr. pinned Jungle Boy. And a bit of revenge there for him on behalf of his brother. Of course, Jungle Boy pinning Rey Fenix on Dynamite. Pentagon Jr. had an performance of 79. Rey Fenix well above everyone else in the match with an 87, even outdoing Darby Allin. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone else on the card can top what Rey Fenix has done tonight. Of course, that would be helped by the chemistry with his brother there. 45 for Luchasaurus, Jungle Boy with a 44. But overall, what a performance there from Rey Fenix, and given the match a big boost up to that 73 rating. Maybe held back a little bit by the Jurassic Express, but two people that we're looking to build for the future, especially Jungle Boy, one of the next big things for the company. But yeah, big win for the Lucha Brothers, and they still are the tag team champions of All Elite Wrestling. But we move on to another championship match, so a lot of titles on the line early on in the show, and we're going to see Hikaru Shida defend her women's championship against Tessa Blanchard. And Tessa coming in as the favourite for this match. She nearly was taken out of this match, of course, after striking the referee Aubrey Edwards, but Hikaru Shida insisted that the match take place so she can prove herself, and she has, after defeating Tessa Blanchard in a shock victory in 15 minutes 26. So she wanted the match, she got it, and she's managed to come away with the victory. Now, I brought Tessa in to be a big part of this women's division, but one of the goals that we needed her to achieve is to help build up other people, and hopefully this win will do wonders for Hikaru Shida going forward. Tessa with a 54, so the standout of the match. 37 for Hikaru Shida, and she was off her game unfortunately, but that is a massive win, hopefully helping her popularity a ton. The next level storyline has ended with this segment, and overall a 51, so solid match here for the women. Maybe the best women's match we've had so far, but yeah, maybe we'll see these two continue to feud down the line, but for now Hikaru Shida leaves as the champion. And next up, we go into the second tag team match of the show, where we're going to see the Young Bucks take on FTR in what is now a very personal feud. And coming away with the victory in this one is FTR, after Dax Harwood pinned Nick Jackson with a Good Night Express. So the team of Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler ending the match in harmony there with their tag team move and putting away the Young Bucks. And both of the Young Bucks there got an 86. Cash Wheeler with a 61. Dax 68. The FTYB storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. It hasn't ended just yet. There might be more to come from these in the future. But a solid match there with 72, a nice green on the board. Both teams had excellent chemistry. Matt Jackson benefited from a hot new move and some groundswell of public support there for the Young Bucks as well. But a solid match with a 72. That should help tonight's rating. But hopefully things can get even better going forward. The Young Bucks nearly outdoing Ray Phoenix and only one behind them. So they've outdone Darby Allin as well. So some good things coming from the tag division. And maybe a Young Bucks versus Lucha Brothers match would do bits. But they're not going to get near the Lucha Brothers just yet because FTR are bound to be ahead of them in the line after this win. But we will have to see how the rankings are shaping up. At the last time I checked, the Young Bucks were top of the rankings, but I'm going to have to add those together after the show, and they will be on Twitter. So make sure you check my Twitter out within the next day or so, and we'll have the updated rankings up on there. So it will be interesting to see how this has affected the overall tag team rankings. But yeah, solid match there for these two teams. And we go forward to after the match, where the Young Bucks regroup after their loss to FTR. And they both approach FTR seemingly respectful of the winners. And both Bucks offer their hand for a handshake. But FTR look at each other, shake their heads, and go to walk away. And the Young Bucks both give each other a nod. And Matt Jackson shouts, "Hey!" FTR turn around and are met with a super kick each, and they both leave the ring as FTR are laid out in the middle. So they tried to offer the handshake, they said no, so they gave them a super kick for their troubles. And yeah, this is a way to continue the storyline. As you can see, the storyline has advanced but lost heat, which is a shame. It got a 62, so not quite as good as the match, so that's probably why. But overall, solid stuff from both teams. A lot of greens there in this segment. And yeah, the storyline continues between FTR and the Young Bucks. So expect to see this match again sometime down the line. And next up, we go into the second cinematic match of the show. This time we're going to the Mansion Mayhem match. And in this one, the newly manifested Dark Matt Hardy has defeated Chris Jericho in 14 minutes 47 with a twist of fate, putting Le Former Champion away. And of course, in the last cinematic match that these two had at Fyter Fest, Matt Hardy came away with the loss in that one, with Chris Jericho picking up the victory in the Hardy compound. But this time, in Chris Jericho's own backyard, quite literally, Matt Hardy has come away with the victory. And yeah, 62 for Chris Jericho, so good from him. 48 from Matt Hardy, so not quite as good, but not too far behind with only 14 difference. The Circle That Is Internal storyline has advanced with this segment, but lost heat. It had a 68 overall, and yeah, the cinematic style approach really paid off. The match came together superbly, so another successful cinematic match here. Yeah, the match rating actually greater than both of the in-ring performances, which is probably because the cinematic style gave it that boost that it needed. So yeah, two people late on in their career, and maybe this is the way to go with them, with cinematic matches and not too many work rate matches going forward. But yeah, solid match anyway with a 68. And next up, we go to the ring where Cody is making his way down, ready to find out who will accept his AEW TNT Open Challenge. And then Cody gets a microphone and he says, "Chicago, what a show we've had, but we're just getting started. I've got word that AEW have signed a brand new wrestler to the roster and that he'll be challenging for this." Then Cody lifts the TNT belt in the air and he says, "So bring him out here. I'm ready." And then the arena goes dark, but then some text begins to appear on the big screen and it says, "Miro Day." Miro, formerly known as Rusev, makes his way to the top of the entrance ramp to a huge ovation, and Miro has a microphone and he says, "What better day to fight for a title than on Miro Day?" And then Miro makes his way to the ring ready for the match. So, of course, a huge fan favourite, very underutilised in the WWE, has now landed in AEW and has got a golden opportunity against Cody Rhodes here tonight for the AEW TNT Championship. And can he come away with the title? We will find out. Miro did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd. Cody and Brandy had good chemistry again, and Miro has debuted his badass gimmick, and it got an initial great. Cody benefited from a groundswell of public support as well, and a very successful promo here from these two with a 74. So babyface versus babyface here tonight. A little bit of a change from the heel-face dynamic that we've had throughout the show. And the winner of the match, with the match kick and the brand new AEW TNT champion on his debut here at All Out, is Miro, after he pinned Cody Rhodes in 17 minutes 45. So quite a long match here and a good showcase of both men. But Miro has made a huge impact from day one. And what better time to win the AEW TNT Championship than on Miro Day. But yeah, here we are. So yeah, huge debut. Hopefully you're a fan of that. 66 overall for the match rating, 60 for Cody. Miro outdoing the champion with a 68. And again, some good greens there, giving the match a boost. Welcome to AEW, Miro. Next up, we go into the semi-main event, which will be the former tag team champions going head-to-head. It's going to be Hangman Page taking on Kenny Omega. And this should be a good match. And it seems to have got a good rating with a 76. Coming away with the victory and making a big statement in the main event scene is Kenny Omega, after defeating Hangman Page in 19 minutes 10 by pinfall with a one-winged angel. And for in-ring performances, Kenny with a 75, Hangman with a 68. And the Alpha Omega storyline has ended with this one. And Kenny Omega benefited from a groundswell of public support, giving us a little bit of a boost up to that 76, as I say. But yeah, a big win here for Kenny as he moves on from Hangman Page. And Hangman Page has some thinking to do because he hasn't really won any of his big matches in AEW so far. Of course, he lost to Chris Jericho in the first ever AEW World Championship match. And here tonight, in what is probably the second most important match of his AEW career, he's lost to Kenny Omega. And yeah, Kenny Omega moves on towards the top of the card, and Hangman needs to find a way to start getting some wins under his belt. And after the match, Kenny Omega celebrates his victory, and then he demands a microphone. And then he says, "Behold, for you are witnessing a living legend. You are looking at the Omega of this industry. And many pretenders have claimed that they are the best. But right here, right now, you are looking at the greatest wrestler of all time. And there's nobody in Chicago, and there's nobody in this world that can stop the rise of Omega." Then Kenny drops the microphone and says goodbye, good night, bang. And then the crowd have erupted into a huge CM Punk chant as Kenny Omega leaves with his fingers in his ears. So maybe a little bit of a jab at CM Punk here tonight with this promo, but CM Punk is shown laughing at the announce table as Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone joke that the promo was aimed at him. But for now, CM Punk is not fazed by it, and he's here just to do a job on the announce desk. But 73, great promo from Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega improvised well throughout the segment. I don't know, maybe this will lead to something one day, but we're just planting the seed for now. And next up, we go into the main event. So this is what everyone's been waiting for, the World Championship match. So let's see how it gets on. And overall, the segment got an 80. And let's find out who has won this match. Could potentially be the biggest match of AEW history so far. Because the winner and the new AEW World Champion is Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Jon Moxley has lost the AEW World Championship thanks to a double cross from the new future of AEW and All Elite Wrestling. And during the match, we had some interference, as expected, by Wardlow, and he attacked Jon Moxley to help his friend and his companion to become the new champion. So huge match here. And MJF is the new face of AEW, and this is only the beginning of his mouth bragging and saying he's the best and that he's better than you and that he's better than Moxley and he's better than everyone else, because now he has the AEW championship to prove it. And can anybody take it off him anytime soon? We will find out in the near future. But what a way to end our first proper pay-per-view that we've built ourselves rather than the preset card we had for Double or Nothing. But yeah, we've got a brand new champion, MJF, at the top of the company. And as I say, 80 overall to end the show, and this should give us a decent rating for the pay-per-view. So let's find out what we got overall. And we got a 77, so that's good. And the show increased our popularity in 49 regions. We would have gained popularity in one Canadian region, but growth was restricted due to the limited number of viewers there, and the same with Britain. So yeah, we maybe have to look at getting some more deals, but I think we've got the most that we can at the minute. But yeah, if you remember, we've recently signed a lot of deals to show our events around the world, and hopefully this can help us a lot with popularity. And we need to check the finances. And I was talking about checking whether Big Swole has got a boost up the roster in terms of perception from unimportant to the next one that I can't remember the name of right now. And I also want to check if MJF is now considered a major star. He was considered a star before this pay-per-view. So let's go and have a quick look at that. But before we do, we need to do a speech. So we need to congratulate MJF there on his win. We will say that he had a good performance. I want to point out Rey Fenix as well. Praise on a great performance for him. The Bucks had a good match, but I can't really praise them both. There's only one slot left, and they were equal on par. So we're just going to praise Darby Allin for a good performance as well. So good performance from MJF, good for Darby, and great for Rey Fenix. And we're going to make that speech now, and everyone seems pleased. So for pay-per-view buys, we got 1.61, so that's 800,000 buys, so that's huge. We'll check what that compared to other ones. And we also got one saying viewing figures was 963, so that must be separate to pay-per-view buys. That might be like Fight TV and stuff like that, who aren't pay-per-view, they're just subscription. So we've had quite a few eyes on AEW tonight. So yeah, first things first, let's check Big Swole. And she's still considered unimportant to the fans. What about Killer Kelly? She's still unimportant. Hikaru Shida is now recognizable. Let me just see what the order is. So it's unimportant, recognizable. So yeah, Hikaru Shida was already recognizable. And MJF finally is now considered a major star by the fans. So that championship win is huge for MJF, and his popularity has gone up to 69 across the board. Nice. A couple of 70s there as well. If we look at last month, he was on 63. So this huge title win has done wonders for his popularity across the board. And yeah, we now have a new champion and a new major star in AEW. If we go to the creative meeting, he's now in franchise players at number 3 behind Jericho and Omega. He's actually overtaken Jon Moxley. Let's see Jon Moxley's popularity. He's got more popularity actually with 75. Maybe that's to do with his momentum. I'm not really sure how it's calculated. It might be down to some of these 90s that he's got. Moxley isn't quite as good in the entertainment basis. What about next big things? It looks like MJF has moved out of here as well. So he's no longer a next big thing. He's now a big thing in franchise players. So that is massive. Now the next job is to get Sammy out of here, Darby out of here, Pillman out of here, Jungle Boy out of here, and Austin Gunn. And hopefully we can get all of them into the franchise players within the next couple or within the next few years. But yeah, and we've made 1.9 million so far this month. Of course, we've still got 4 shows to run. Is it 4 or 3? Yeah, 3 shows actually. But the pay-per-view revenue was 1.6 million compared to 300,000 last time. So getting all those new deals has given us a massive boost there in finances. So maybe we're not in as much financial trouble as we were before. And a few of our fixes might have helped us there. And we're actually up to 10.9 million, which is more than what we started with. So it'll be interesting to see how long this money lasts. We're running a pay-per-view every 3 months. So we'll keep an eye on it, as always. And before we go, actually, I want to check the top 100 section. And this is joint best with our best show, which was a previous Dynamite in September. So actually, that was the last Dynamite, wasn't it? The one that we've just held. So yeah, that's big. I didn't even realise that. And yeah, so 2 great shows in the last 2 tries. Top 100 matches, of any of the all-out matches broken into this. MJF versus Jon Moxley was 80, which is now joint 3rd. And other than that, it looks like the Darby Allin Brody Lee match is in there as well at number 13. I don't think I can see any more. Unless I'm blind. Oh no, here we go. We've got Kenny Omega and Hangman Page up there as well in 15th. And yeah, I think that's it. We've got our biggest attendance so far with 23,000. And the thing about this is we could have actually drew 31,000. But I wanted to make sure that it was in Chicago. And I think the United Center is the biggest arena there. So yeah, we've moved there from the Sears Center, which is where the all-out pay-per-view is normally. And we broke a record. The pay-per-view buys, we got loads more than last time. So a big commercial success tonight, as reflected in the finances that we saw earlier. We will leave on this screen. The AEW World Champion is now MJF. And it's taken a while to record this episode, so if you have enjoyed it, make sure you drop a like down below. It will help me out a lot. And make sure you are subscribed with notifications turned on so you don't miss MJF's title reign. But until next time, peace. So, following MJF's huge victory at AEW All Out, it is time for the next episode of Fantasy Booking AEW. And on today's episode, we're going to be having a look behind the scenes of the save. So, we're going to be looking at other companies and we're going to try and cover everything of interest. So, I guess we'll start with the company wars. And obviously, as you can see, WWE are still the top company, followed by New Japan, which I think is as it's always been. As for Impact, they're number 3. I can't remember if we were ever above them. But yeah, either way, they are 3rd. We are 4th. Then just behind us in 5th is NXT, then AAA, Ring of Honor, MLW, CMLL, All Japan, and NWA. Now, quite a lot of people were asking about NWA when I posted about what I should include in this episode, so we're going to cover them a little bit later on. But first, I think we'll go to the big guns, the big dog of the wrestling world, WWE, of course. So it's not been too long since we last looked at them, but we will see what's changed. So according to the tour company screen, the big stars are Brock Lesnar, Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, AJ Styles, and Roman Reigns. I'm pretty sure that's as it was last time. In terms of size, there are only 79 across America. I wonder if that's... Yeah, it is. It's less than how they started on 80. So the gap is slowly closing and could potentially drop down to medium if they go beneath 77. So they're not too far away from that. So maybe that's something we should look for in the future. If we look at maybe who they've signed since the last episode, there's nobody really of note. Apart from Roosh, I think we covered him in the last episode. But yeah, we did look at signing him early on, but WWE came in first. And by the time I'd thought of it, he'd already signed up. Maybe a big future ahead of him in the WWE. He probably will turn out to be a very good wrestler. And as I say, he is on our shortlist. But yeah, they beat us to the punch. But I might think about signing his brother Dragon Lee at some point. Maybe we'll see about Dragon Lee in the future. Maybe bringing him in as part of the Death Triangle. That could be quite cool. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. As for champions, we've got Drew McIntyre still as the WWE champion. Rob Gronkowski still the 24/7 champion. Still the Intercontinental champion is Shane McMahon. We've got the Street Profits as the Raw Tag Team Champions. Raw Women's Champion is still Asuka. I believe that's how it was at the start of the game. Of course, the Royal Rumble hasn't happened. The New Day is still the SmackDown Tag Team Champions. Bayley's still the SmackDown Women's. The United States Champion is Andrade. And I think that's how it was at the start of the game as well. So yeah, not too many changes even from when we last looked. We've got Braun Strowman still the Universal Champion. I think it would have been like that at the start because obviously I think we started after WrestleMania. We've got no Money in the Bank being crowned yet. Of course, no Women's Royal Rumble as well. And the Women's Tag Team Champions are still Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross. So a surprising lack of title changes there in WWE then. But obviously most interesting still is the Shane McMahon Intercontinental title reign. Has Edge done much since coming back? If you look at his match history, he hasn't actually wrestled since Mania, which is a shame. Maybe someone we could look at signing at some point. AJ Styles then. If we look at his matches, of course, someone that we hope to sign in the future, but I think his contract is quite long if it was set correctly at the start of the save at least. But his best match there was against Brock Lesnar and Braun Strowman in a tag match where AJ actually teamed with Bray Wyatt, interestingly, on a SmackDown. So that's quite a big main event there. Brock Lesnar versus AJ Styles at Extreme Rules as well, his second best match at 88. Non-title, but yeah, what a match that is. I think that outdoes anything we've ever done on our show at least. But yeah, AJ getting regular work in WWE. What's his popularity like? It is the same as what it was. It did drop down actually, but it's gone back up now for him, at least in the United States. We've got, who else could be interesting to look at? John Cena, has he done anything? He was at SummerSlam teaming with Rey Mysterio against Dolph Ziggler and Adam Cole, baby. Other than that, he hasn't done anything. What about The Undertaker? Not actually had any matches. I think we looked at Lesnar last time, but we'll have another look at him. He's been on SmackDown regularly, which is surprising. Braun Strowman defeating him for the Universal title in a defense, I think that would be. Yeah, it will be. So yeah, Braun Strowman, a big defense there at SummerSlam, following, I think, Brock Lesnar's victory there at Extreme Rules. So that's quite cool. But a big feature of SmackDown there is Brock Lesnar. And if we go down the list then, we've got Randy Orton, who's doing good things in real life at the minute. Hasn't had a match. Maybe he's injured. Who knows? What about Becky Lynch then? Of course, still not the champion. Is she pregnant in this? Yeah, she's on maternity leave there for 11 more months. We've got Finn Balor called up from the NXT to the main roster, of course, after being down there for a short period of time. And yeah, he's had matches on Raw, but nothing in pay-per-views, at least on the main roster. I think I saw him there in some takeovers. We've got Shinsuke Nakamura, someone I would love to bring in to AEW at some point. Not done too much. Saying that, actually, he had a match with Roman Reigns at Extreme Rules where he lost to the big dog there. Speaking of Roman Reigns, I wonder if he's still babyface. Can we check that? His match history since the last time we checked. I think we didn't see SummerSlam last time. So yeah, we'll just go from there. Roman Reigns defeating Bray Wyatt at SummerSlam. So that looks like a pretty stacked card, actually. Let's go and check out SummerSlam. There it is, SummerSlam 2020, headlined by that Braun Strowman Brock Lesnar Universal title match. We had a WWE title match with Drew McIntyre defeating Kevin Owens, Daniel Bryan and Aleister Black. I'm starting to think that I've seen the Aleister Black in the WWE title picture before. Hopefully this video isn't just a repeat of the last time we did this. But yeah, I don't know if we've seen that, but worth another look. Let's see if there's anyone else that could stand out. What about Cesaro? What's he been doing? We go to his match history. He's had one match teaming with Sheamus against the Viking Raiders where they lost. It was at Backlash though, so at least he's got a pay-per-view check there. But other than that, wasted on the main roster. Hopefully he becomes available at some point. But other than that, I think that's everyone worth looking at for now. I don't want to go too long on WWE, but
one thing I want to check is who they've released. Don't think I've looked at that in a little bit. So workers leaving WWE. So Austin Theory ended his loan spell. That loan must have been from NXT. I don't think Austin Theory is available. I think I recall him signing a contract. He is not. Sonya Deville has left WWE. Maybe someone we could look at signing. Yeah, maybe we could bring her in as part of the women's division. That could be quite interesting, actually. So keep your eye out for that. Also, Lance Storm has left WWE. And of course, he was there as a road agent. We could bring him in. Chris Jericho agrees that it would be a good idea. It's £24,000 or dollars, a month. So yeah, we're going to leave that for now. I don't think we necessarily need him. We've got quite a few wrestlers that work as road agents, like Christopher Daniels, Chris Jericho, as well as some others. But yeah, for WWE, we'll just leave it there, I think. But we'll move down to New Japan then, with Tanahashi winning the G1 last month. We've got Naito still the heavyweight champion and Intercontinental. Kenta as the junior heavyweight champion. That's pretty cool. I don't think we saw that last time. Gedo and Jado are the junior heavyweight tag team champions. Is Gedo a junior heavyweight? I'm not too sure. Bullet Club having quite a bit of gold here, with Kenta as well as the junior heavyweight champion is the tag team champion with Switchblade Jay White. So that's quite cool. Sonada there is the United States champion, I think. Yeah, winning that in August. Yujiro Takahashi as the never open weight. And then we've got some more that I'll just quickly scroll through. And if you want to have a pause on those, feel free. But yeah, it looks like Bullet Club are going strong in New Japan, also with the open weight championships. So yeah, next up we'll go to Impact. Last time we checked, Taya Valkyrie was the Impact World Champion, if you remember that. But the Impact Knockouts champion is Jordan Grace. We've got the World Tag Team champion still, the North. X Division champion is Willie Mack. I think it was like that at the start, it was. And the TNA World Heavyweight champion, of course, Moose's version of the belt is still held by Moose. And the world champion is still Taya Valkyrie. And we'll go to NXT before we go to the much requested NWA. The champions are Tommaso Ciampa still. Got Keith Lee as the North American champion still. So not been called up to the main roster to beat Randy Orton just yet. And we've got Imperium as tag team champions and Io Shirai winning the women's championship in July. For NWA then, let's have a look at their champions. So the Crockett Cup hasn't been held this year. The television champion is Caleb Conley after Ricky Starks lost the belt when we signed him. He dropped it to Zicky Dice. And yeah, Conley picked it up from him. Eli Drake and James Storm are still the tag team champions. The women's world champion is Thunder Rosa. Someone I'm going to look at bringing in potentially at some point. Very good wrestler in real life. And hopefully her performances would be the same in real life. Potentially lacking there in primary skills. I think she's been a little bit underrated there, but yeah, very good, and someone that we could look at bringing maybe in as a one night deal if we can potentially put a deal together with NWA for some loans where we maybe bring over their champions. I don't know, something like that could be quite cool in the future. But of course, the main priority for relationships are to get New Japan on board with us. Maybe we'll do that in today's episode, actually thinking about it. But yeah, Nick Aldis is still the world's heavyweight champion, and the national heavyweight champion is Aaron Stevens, of course, formerly known as Damien Sandow. So things looking good in NWA. They've picked up Enzo. Interesting addition, to say the least. Not really the style you would expect in the NWA, but maybe he's there as a heel and someone that can disrespect the traditional values of the NWA. But yeah, that's interesting. He joined right after Ricky Starks left, so it looks like he was Starks' replacement. Christian Cage has been hired by NWA, it says there. That's interesting. What's he doing? He's a retired wrestler, so he's not signed as a worker. So he must just be a road agent. Has he been on screen for them? I don't think I can check that actually. Let's have a look at their other signings then. Have they signed anyone else? If we go to worker signings, so yeah, just Enzo and Christian Cage, but a good addition there to the backstage team at the National Wrestling Alliance, and questionable addition to the in-ring roster. So yeah, speaking of New Japan then, like I mentioned there, should we open up our relationship with them yet? Our roster is quite stacked, so I don't really see where anyone would fit in for now, at least at the next pay-per-view. And speaking of the next pay-per-view, I need a name for it, because I don't really want to go with Full Gear. I don't really like the name, so if you want to give me your ideas in the comments below, that would be good. Also, before we go to that pay-per-view, unnamed pay-per-view, we will be having a special edition of Dynamite in October, where we're going to be bringing you Halloween Havoc, so that should be quite cool. Maybe we'll bring someone in for New Japan for that. Maybe someone like Jay White. The Switchblade thing is fit the Halloween gimmick. Let's see if we can open the door to New Japan. Proposed talent trading agreement. New Japan have declined your proposal as they feel you are too small to make this relationship beneficial to them. So, okay, we need to go up a size first before we can do that. It looks like we can adopt a friendly attitude, though. So New Japan currently have a mildly positive opinion of AEW. Apparently we have a neutral opinion. Can I change that so we're positive of them as well? Doesn't look like it, but we'll leave that as it is then. So will they not do a talent trading agreement now? No, they won't. So we need to get to 77 for that to happen, so that might not be for a year yet. So it looks like we're not going to get anyone in for Halloween Havoc, which is a shame. I don't know, that's something to look forward to. Maybe it is something that's not worth rushing into. So as I was saying earlier then, we will have a look at some of the popularity changes of the wrestlers that we've got on the roster. So if we look at Chris Jericho, for example, he is down popularity. So he was at 80 to start with, went up to 81. Now he's down to 76 or 75 across the board. Not good. I think that was the loss to Matt Hardy has done that. Hopefully he can bounce back going forward, but I don't know, maybe not. We've got someone like Jon Moxley as well, if we go to him, and he's also had a similar hit after the loss to MJF. So that loss boosted MJF way up, as we saw in the last episode, from 63 all the way up to 69, 70 in a couple of regions. So that match is good and bad. We've made a new star, but we've affected Jon Moxley a little bit. So Jericho and Moxley down 4 from where they started. MJF up by 9, which is pretty cool to see. We've got someone like Pentagon Jr., who I've got all this written down if you wonder where I'm getting this from, but Pentagon has gone up by 6. So he started on 60, he's now up to 66. Another big hit is Kenny Omega. He's gone down 4 from 70 to 66. So someone that we need to build up. Of course, he just beat Adam Page at All Out, so he's on the way up. We've got someone like Matt Hardy, who's gone up by 5 from 60. And we've got Miro, who has only had one match, yet has gone up 5, starting at 60, now at 65. So that's pretty cool. Someone else like Darby Allin, he was, I think, 55, and he's now up to 62. Someone that we've been pushing, of course. I think we've booked him quite well. Of course, just beating Brody Lee at the pay-per-view. Brody Lee, not too affected by that, actually, because he's gone up 1 from the start of the save. If you can find him. I always forget that he's under Mr., but there he is. He's at 61, starting at 60. The Revival, or FTR, Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood are up 5. They started at 55, now up to 60. A massive change, actually. If we look at someone like Orange Cassidy, who started at 40 across the board, and he's made improvements up to 13 in the Southwest. Southeast is up 12 to 52. So he's actually the biggest increase so far, Orange Cassidy, and someone that we've not really used. So it's quite surprising. He has been used in PWG, so maybe that's played a big part of it, but he's only had 3 matches for us. And yeah, someone I definitely want to start to include more, and someone that I've neglected a little bit since the start of the series, but I think he's going to be on the next pay-per-view, maybe even on Halloween Havoc. Ray Phoenix is another one. He's gone up 5. We've got Shima, gone up by 8, surprisingly. He's used mainly on Dark. We've got El Lindemann also gone up 8, of course, associated with Shima. Jungle Boy and Wardlow up 5 as well. Then we've got Brandon Cutler and Alex Reynolds up by 7. In terms of big downs, though, there's only really the 3, Jericho, Moxley and Omega, all down by 4. Other than that, there's a few people that are down by 1, but generally it's all ups, which is good. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone else relevant to the booking that's gone up by a lot, but I think that's it. Luchasaurus, actually, interestingly, up by 6. Someone that hasn't really been killing it in the ring, but yeah, he's gaining ground in terms of popularity. So hopefully that does help him going forward, starting at 30 up to 36. So that was just the males. We've got someone like Killer Kelly who's up by 19 from the start of the save, starting at literally 0 across America. When I say 19, I mean 19 in our region, southeast there. She's actually higher in northwest. We've got Tasha Steele, someone who worked for Impact early on as well. She's gone up by 17, again starting at 0 for some reason. But yeah, she's 0 in our region. I must stress that I'm talking about. The list that I've got is talking about our home region. But yeah, up to 19 also in the northwest, so she's quite popular there. And Jamie Hayter, someone that has impressed in her in-ring performances. She had a good match against Tay Conti with a performance of 41 for her, so that was good. Someone that I'm looking to use. But yeah, she's up by 16, starting at 10. Hikaru Shida up by 11, and yeah, she started at 30. Of course, the women's champion still, recently defeating Tessa Blanchard. And speaking of Tessa Blanchard, she's actually down by 3 from where she started. So yeah, not ideal, but we sacrificed a small hit to Tessa Blanchard's popularity for a big boost in the likes of Hikaru Shida. The biggest hit in the women's division is Nyla Rose, who is down by 6, I think starting at 35. Riho is down by 4. So the 2 former women's champions there down by quite a bit. Other than that, Ali down by 2, currently away pregnant on maternity leave, and will be returning when she comes back in 10 months as the Ali that she was before she was the bunny. We booked her as the bunny until her ultimate departure, but she will be coming back as maybe a babyface. The new national champion is up by 6, Big Swole, starting there at 20. Actually, sorry, she's up by 4. And finally, I guess we'll look at Taynara Conti, someone that I'm a big fan of, now known as Tay Conti, so I've changed her name in-game. She is up by 5, starting at 14. Is that right? Yeah, 14. So some big ups there and some little downs across the board for popularity, but I think generally everything is up. I think we can have a look at maybe title prestige though and see how that's changed. So the TNT Championship starting on 50, now up to 53. We've got the National Championship. Be interested to see if that's changed. No, it's still at 44 where it started. I still need a picture for that one. I've got the belt made, I just need to do the picture. Hikaru Shida's Women's Championship has gone up a little bit in prestige by 1. The tag team belts have gone up by 1 as well. Casino ladder match, I don't think that changes, no. And the AEW World Championship is at its peak at 71, and MJF will of course take the credit for that, even though it went up in July. But that will be it for today's video. If you've enjoyed it, make sure you drop a like down below and subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future videos. But until next time, peace.
So it's time for the first AEW Dynamite since the AEW All Out pay-per-view, where MJF was crowned the new AEW World Champion, and Maxwell Jacob Friedman will be having his championship celebration a little bit later on in tonight's episode. And we're also going to be announcing a brand new series on the channel. And if you're excited for today's episode, make sure you drop a like down below and make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any upcoming episodes. But without any further ado, let's get into it. So let's go through what's going to be coming up on tonight's episode of Dynamite before we get into the show itself. And we're going to be seeing former AEW Women's Champion Riho take on a debuting Thunder Rosa, and of course Thunder Rosa is the current NWA Women's Champion, so coming in with a lot of credibility and looking to make a big name for herself tonight on the national stage on TNT. We're going to be seeing the Dark Order's Vance make his in-ring debut, and coming off of Brody Lee's loss to Darby Allin at AEW All Out, he will be looking to redeem the Dark Order's name tonight, and hopefully we see a strong showing from him. And speaking of Darby Allin, we're going to be seeing him go up against Lance Archer a bit later on tonight. Of course, Darby Allin coming off that win at All Out, so a lot of momentum on his side, and Lance Archer hasn't been seen in a couple of months since he lost the AEW TNT Championship to Cody, and there can only be one winner, and he will be looking to make a strong return tonight. And in tonight's main event, it will be an 8-man tag match with the team of SCU and the Young Bucks taking on the tag team champions, the Lucha Brothers and FTR. And currently FTR are top of the tag team rankings, so the Lucha Brothers teaming with their next potential challengers. And of course the Young Bucks and FTR just faced at AEW All Out, with FTR coming away with the victory, but ultimately for them the night ended with a super kick party, so they're not going to be happy about that. That should be a highly rated main event. Hopefully to close the show, we're going to be seeing the new AEW World Champion MJF having his championship celebration alongside Wardlow, with MJF going into that wanting to rub the title win in everyone's face and declare himself the new face of AEW. But yeah, anyway, let's get into the first Dynamite of the MJF era. So I think we're going to be getting some good ratings tonight. I'm really looking forward to that main event, especially with the chemistry between the tag teams. I think that's going to give it a nice boost. So yeah, it should be good. Also the MJF promo. But yeah, with that out of the way, let's just get into the show. So we're going to open up with a women's match, and it's going to be the AEW Women's Champion, Hikaru Shida, defeating Jamie Hayter in 9 minutes 30 by pinfall. And yeah, Jamie Hayter's had some good ratings recently, so we've put her on Dynamite in a match against the champion, a chance to shine, of course non-title, but yeah, Shida gets the win in this one. But Jamie Hayter did get a 38 overall, which is good for the women's division, and 44 for Hikaru Shida, so she's only 6 behind the champ. And overall we got a 46, so that's pretty good, coming off the back of Shida's defense against Tessa Blanchard at the pay-per-view. And then we go to the match between the Dark Order's Vance taking on Shima, of course representing Strong Hearts. So yeah, an easy win here for Vance in 5 minutes 24. This is his in-ring debut for us, so very much a test just to see how he gets on. And tonight he's only got a 29 in-ring performance, but hopefully that does start to go up. He's not very well known at the minute, but he's got decent stats, so hopefully that can improve going forward. The reason I put Shima in this is because he gets good ratings. 64 there for him. Overall, a 33. I was expecting a little bit more, but that's fine. Hopefully Vance can improve going forward, representing the Dark Order. And we go to a graphic hyping next week's Dynamite, and Miro will make his AEW Dynamite debut. Of course, he made his AEW debut at AEW All Out, defeating Cody for the AEW TNT Championship, and that belt will be on the line next week. So we're not going to see Miro here tonight, but he will be here next week in the next episode, and he has a special surprise with him. I'll not say any more than that though. And we go to the arena once again, and the lights go down as Dark Matt Hardy makes his way to the ring under a spotlight. So of course we've seen Matt Hardy evolve into a darker form of himself after being resurrected at the Chris Jericho mansion. And of course he went on to defeat Jericho at the pay-per-view in a cinematic match at Jericho's home. And he says, at AEW All Out, Christopher of Jericho was deleted. Ha ha ha. He will never be the same again. And then Vanguard 2 flies from the top of the arena down to the ring. Of course, we know Vanguard 2 turned on Matt Hardy to align with Chris Jericho during their first match at the Hardy compound. Matt Hardy says, "Vanguard, what are you doing here?" And then Vanguard beeps at him. Then Matt Hardy says, "Forgiveness? Never." And then Matt Hardy grabs Vanguard by the legs, which is the bit under the drone. He hasn't literally got legs, as he tries to fly away, beeping for help. But then Matt Hardy laughs and turns Vanguard upside down, turning off his propellers. So if you've never used a drone before, that's how you turn them off. You get them underneath and you tip them upside down, the propellers stop. And yeah, that's how you turn them off. And then he throws Vanguard to the ground and he climbs out of the ring and grabs a steel chair. Then Chris Jericho runs down to the ring for the save, but is intercepted by a chair shot to the ribs. And then Hardy throws Jericho into the ring and lays Vanguard on top of him. Hardy drives the chair into Vanguard, smashing him in the process. And Jericho writhes in pain, rolling around on the floor. And the crowd boo Hardy, and the lights go back down, and the spotlight shines on Jericho as Hardy makes his way to the back. So a double turn in this segment. Matt Hardy is now a heel, and the turn was a complete success. And Chris Jericho is now babyface, and we have seen the death of another drone in this series. And Vanguard 2 is now no more. And we've had quite a lot of support for Vanguard 2 in the comments, but unfortunately we're not going to be seeing him again. But it seems like a good catalyst to do this double turn. And yeah, Chris Jericho is now, as I say, a babyface. Matt Hardy is now dark Matt Hardy. So I kind of hinted at it in the last episode, or the one before last, at the pay-per-view, with him now becoming dark Matt Hardy. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. This feud has been completely flipped. And yeah, a double turn here on Dynamite. So that one got a 64 overall, so pretty good. Not exceptional though. We have seen better from these two. But yeah, I'll take it for a mid-card segment. Then we go on to the women's match that we saw advertised earlier, with the debut of Thunder Rosa taking on the former AEW Women's Champion Riho, of course the first champion of the company. And Thunder Rosa has defeated her in 14 minutes 36 by pinfall with a reverse DDT. And Thunder Rosa had an in-ring performance of 39, Riho had an in-ring performance of 40, and Thunder Rosa has debuted her mysterious gimmick, and it got an initial rating of very good, so very good. And 43 there for this match, so pretty good. Again, two good matches there for the women's division tonight, with the first match with the champion defeating Jamie Hayter, and now Thunder Rosa has defeated Riho. So the NWA Women's Champion has made a strong debut here on Dynamite. And now we'll go to a graphic hyping the upcoming AEW anniversary show, and it has been confirmed that FTR are going to be challenging the Lucha Brothers for the AEW Tag Team Championships. Now this adds a little bit of a spanner into the works of tonight's main event now, as of course one of the teams in that match, FTR and the Lucha Brothers, are going to be going up against each other very, very soon. So maybe that's going to affect their teamwork in tonight's main event, but we'll see how that goes going forward. But yeah, the official announcement, Dynamite anniversary show will be coming as a Dynamite special on TNT. So that should be a pretty good show. But yeah, we go on to another singles match now, this time in the men's division. And it's going to be Matt Cardona taking on Jack Evans of Hybrid 2. And coming away with the victory is Matt Cardona, who has defeated Jack Evans in 14 minutes 41 by pinfall with a radio silence, of course, previously known as the Rough Rider. And good match there with 58. Matt Cardona pulling out a 56. Jack Evans had an in-ring performance of 46. Apparently, Evans and Angelico, who was at ringside, have no chemistry, so maybe we split them up, or we just take him off as manager. I only just added him as the manager just for this match as well. So we're going to have to take that back off. But it's not really affected the rating there, as I say, with the 58. So solid match. And of course, if you remember the Dynamite before this one, Cardona promised that he will be on the next AEW pay-per-view. He's well on his way with another victory on Dynamite. Of course, on the last episode as well, he defeated Kenny Omega. So that was a big win for him. And yeah, doing everything he can to get on the next pay-per-view, which is yet to be named. But yeah, we go forward though, and after the match, Cardona celebrates his victory and he looks to the hard cam and he says, "I'm always ready." But then behind him, Kenny Omega can be seen slowly climbing into the ring, and Kenny takes out the back of Cardona's knee with a kick as Matt drops to one knee, and then Omega begins to beat him down. And then Omega picks Cardona up and lifts him up for the one-winged angel with a crazed look on his face, and then Omega drives him into the canvas as he takes pleasure in Cardona's pain, and then he says goodbye. Good night. Bang. So Kenny Omega coming back to get Cardona after his victory over him last week. Of course, a lot of that victory was down to Hangman Page and his distraction, but Kenny Omega has taken that loss to heart. And after seeing off Hangman Page at the All Out pay-per-view, he's now gone back for Cardona as part of his retribution, not that one. And 69 overall for this segment, so solid stuff. So yeah, potentially another match for these two going forward, and Kenny will be looking to get his win back. And yeah, we go forward into the Darby Allin Lance Archer match now, and solid rating here with a 73, main event worthy match here. And yeah, in a bout that had good heat and decent wrestling, Darby Allin has defeated Lance Archer with a coffin drop in 17 minutes 51. So a massive win here for Darby. He's coming off the back of a win against another big man, Brody Lee, at the pay-per-view in that Darby's Den match. And a solid rating there for Darby Allin with a 78. Lance Archer with a 50. And yeah, Lance Archer's return hasn't quite gone to plan. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside, and Darby Allin with some good greens there as well in the match got the crowd buzzing. And a solid rating, as I say, with Darby Allin picking up another huge victory as he heads into the top 5 of the men's rankings. And of course, those rankings will be over on my Twitter at CurbSC after this show. So make sure you go over there and check that out if you want to see how the men's, the women's and the tag team rankings are shaping up after this show. But yeah, solid win there for Darby Allin. And then we go to a commercial break, and then after the break, we cut to the locker room where Lance Archer can be seen destroying the room. Numerous wrestlers try and calm him down, but they get swiftly taken out as he throws them around with ease. So this angle is at the expense of Brandon Cutler, Michael Nakazawa, Pineapple Pete and Sonny Kiss, who have all been taken out by Lance Archer in this one. And Jake Roberts manages to calm Lance down after he has destroyed everything in sight. So yeah, Lance Archer is not happy about that loss to Darby Allin, and he's took it out on a lot of the lower card guys in AEW who just happen to be hanging out in the locker room. And yeah, the room is now a state after Lance Archer has ripped it apart. And Jake Roberts did some good stuff in this segment as well, boosting it up to a 66. So solid segment there from Lance Archer and Jake Roberts. But then we go to the main event now, which will see the team of the Young Bucks and SCU take on FTR and the Lucha Brothers. And yeah, coming away with the victory in this one is the Young Bucks and SCU after defeating FTR and the Lucha Brothers in 25 minutes 05 when Nick Jackson pinned Pentagon Jr. So in this one, Nick Jackson getting the pin over Pentagon Jr., one half of the tag team champions. So that could throw a bit of a spanner into the works of the Lucha Brothers FTR match going forward. Will we see the Young Bucks added to that match? Will SCU be included in that as well? We will see going forward. But yeah, overall 75 for this match. Disappointing in this match with Frankie Kazarian and Scorpio Sky. Frankie there with a 51, Scorpio with a 58. FTR not doing too great either, with a 60 each, but the ratings do get a little bit better with Matt Jackson there getting a 70, Pentagon Jr. with a 73, Nick Jackson with a 77, and the standout of the match was Rey Fenix with a 78. Now, it looks like the chemistry hasn't come into effect because it's not a tag team match that is 2v2v2v2, but when that FTR Lucha Brothers match happens, the chemistry will be in effect. So hopefully that boosts the rating. And yeah, the main event has gone pretty well there, as I say, with a 75. Solid despite not getting the chemistry that we were after. But anyway, let's get into the MJF Championship celebration as we go to the ring after a commercial break. And the ring is now covered in a red carpet. And MJF makes his way to the ring all suited up. And Wardlow follows, and MJF says, thank you, you're too kind. But of course the crowd are booing him. But he says Saturday at All Out was not only the most important night in AEW history, it was the most important night in the history of pro wrestling. And I want to thank one man that stood by me and believed in me from the start. MJF looks over to Wardlow and back at the camera and he says, and that man is me. And then Wardlow covers his face with his hand and MJF holds up the AEW World title and he says, this right here represents the apex of this great sport. And I will carry this torch into the future for years to come. You will look back at this as the moment this industry soared to new heights. This isn't MJF 316. This is bigger than any new world order, and this will send more shockwave through this industry than any kind of pipe bomb. I want you to get to your feet and give me my standing ovation. And MJF stands in the middle of the ring, arms outstretched as the crowd boo. MJF is taking it all in. This is his moment. He is the champion of the world. The only man that he gives credit to is himself. And when we all know he probably wouldn't have won that title without Wardlow. So important promo here for MJF as he declares that this is his time and the MJF era has begun. And apparently this is the most important moment in pro wrestling history. And I'm sure there's going to be some people that will question that, and we will see who will be his next challenger shortly. But for now, we're going to let MJF have his moment and end Dynamite with MJF as the champion in the middle of the ring, red carpet and all. So yeah, 84 promo here from MJF, absolutely killing it. I think that's his best promo so far, especially when it's just been him on the mic. Yeah, solid stuff. I think the boost in popularity that he had when he won the belt has helped that as well. Of course, we know that he's got great stats for microphone and entertainment skills. So yeah, solid stuff there from MJF to end the show. And we got a 71, but we've got some reds. What's this? This show increased our popularity in 23 regions. We would have gained popularity in one American region, but the growth was restricted due to limited number of viewers there. What region would that be? We would have gained popularity in 3 Canadian regions, but the growth was restricted due to a limited number of viewers there. And we would have gained popularity in 2 British regions, but growth was restricted due to limited viewers there as well. We are on TV, aren't we? This is Dynamite, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely Dynamite. We've increased in 23 regions. Let's just go forward a minute and check that this is nothing to worry about. AEW Dynamite viewing figures, 1.2 million. So we were on TV. I thought maybe the TV had expired without me realising, but okay, it hasn't. Let's just go to show history. Okay, we were on TNT. We brought in 814,000 viewers. We were in Canada on TSN 2. So yeah, what is that about? I'm not really sure. Let me just check coverage. Okay, I don't know what that is. Can someone maybe explain that to me? I don't think it's anything to worry about because we definitely were on TV. So, since the last episode, we've signed a reigning world champion, and he will be making his first Dynamite appearance on tonight's show. So who might that be? We will find out a bit later on. So before we get into the show itself, let's have a quick look at what will be coming up on tonight's Dynamite. And we're going to be seeing 2 qualification matches for the Casino Ladder match, which will be happening at the anniversary show. And those matches will be Yuka Sakazaki taking on Dr. Britt Baker DMD, and the second match will be Anna Jay taking on Tessa Blanchard. And as I say, the winners of those 2 matches will be added to the Casino Ladder match that is scheduled for the anniversary show. And currently we have 2 participants confirmed, and those are Deonna Purrazzo and Eva Lise, who qualified on AEW Dark. And the winner of this Casino Ladder match will get a title match of their choosing, so they can either go after Hikaru Shida for the Women's World Championship, or they can go after Big Swole for the Women's National Championship. And speaking of Tessa Blanchard, her fellow marquee members Ricky Starks and Sean Spears will both be in singles action, as Ricky Starks takes on Austin Gunn, and Sean Spears will be taking on Darby Allin, who's coming off a big victory against Lance Archer last week. And we're going to be seeing Miro's first AEW TNT Championship defense after he won the title from Cody at AEW All Out 2 weeks ago. And in our main event, we're going to be seeing the Young Bucks take on SCU, with the winner being added to the anniversary show Tag Team Championship match. And this match came about because last week in the 8-man tag match, where it was 4-on-4, it was the champions, the Lucha Brothers, teaming with the number 1 contenders FTR against the team of the Young Bucks and SCU, Scorpio Sky and Kazarian. And SCU and the Young Bucks got the victory, so this week Tony Khan has given them the opportunity to go head to head to find out which one of those teams will be added to the championship match at the anniversary show. So that should be a good main event, and that will lead to an even better triple threat match for the title, hopefully later on down the line. And as I say, if you want to see that in the next episode, make sure you drop a like down below. But for now, let's get into the show. And we go backstage to open the show, and the Marquee are lined up against the wall, and Tully Blanchard is stood in front of them. And he says, "So far, this group has not impressed me. By now, you should all have gold around your waist, but here we are with nothing to show for your work. Tessa, you came close, but you didn't get the job done. And tonight, you have an opportunity to get back into the title picture, and I expect you to do just that. And Sean, Ricky, you have been nowhere near as good as you really are. Sean Spears, one of the most experienced wrestlers in this company, and Ricky Starks, a hell of a prospect, but now it's time to live up to your potential instead of claiming to be the future." Then MJF and Wardlow walk past, and Tully Blanchard notices MJF, and he says, "You see him there? He is everything you need to be. Somebody that lives up to his word, a champion, and I expect every single one of you to have your hand raised tonight. Get him." So that sets up a nice story for the night. Tully Blanchard expects every member of the Marquee, Tessa, Sean and Ricky, to get a victory in their respective matches. Of course, Tessa taking on Anna Jay in that Casino Ladder match qualifier, Sean Spears taking on Darby Allin, and Ricky Starks taking on Austin Gunn. And then we go into that Ricky Starks-Austin Gunn match, and Ricky Starks has defeated Austin Gunn in 15 minutes 23 by pinfall with a Buster Keaton. And the match actually did quite well there, 48 overall. Ricky Starks with a 39, so decent performance from him, definitely better than he's had in the past. Austin Gunn, though, doing well with a 47. Unfortunately for him tonight, he takes the loss, and the Be the Marquee storyline has advanced with this segment again. 1 out of 1 so far for the Marquee so far tonight. Then we go to the first Casino Ladder match qualifier, and this time it's going to be Yuka Sakazaki taking on Britt Baker, and the winner in 12 minutes 56 by pinfall is Dr. Britt Baker, who defeats Yuka Sakazaki. Yuka Sakazaki was off her game tonight, and Britt Baker, though, getting a 42. Sakazaki there with a 25. And yeah, 29 overall, so not the best, but yeah, we're still building that women's division up. And then in the next segment, we cut to a dark room somewhere in the back, and Matt Hardy can be seen on a piano playing a slow version of Judas, Chris Jericho's theme. and he's singing the lyrics in an equally sad tone. And then we hear a door slam, and then Hardy's eyes open wide as a huge grin appears on his face. And he says, "Dark Order, I knew you'd come." And the camera shows Mr. Brody Lee walking into the room, followed by the rest of the members of the Dark Order. So we have Matt Hardy meeting up with the Dark Order. And what does that mean for the future of Matt Hardy? Of course, last week he turned heel in the double turn with Chris Jericho. And now this week he's meeting up with Brody Lee and friends. So it will be interesting to see where this goes in the future. But the circle that is internal storyline has advanced with this segment with a 67 overall. So is Matt Hardy now in the Dark Order? We will see going forward. But we go back to the arena where we see Lance Archer taking on Michael Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler in a handicap match. So if you remember last week on Dynamite, Lance Archer lost to Darby Allin, and then he destroyed the locker room, and part of that collateral damage was Michael Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler, who got thrown around, as well as some other people. But tonight, Michael Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler will represent the group of men that were attacked by Lance Archer last week in the handicap match. But unfortunately for them, Lance Archer gets the victory in 5 minutes 28. So quick work here from Lance Archer, pinning Brandon Cutler with a blackout. And Lance Archer carried the match in terms of in-ring, so that's good to see from him. 54, so a good performance from Lance Archer. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside. 39 for Brandon, so actually not too bad. And same for Nakazawa there with a 38. Again, not too bad. But overall, 41. And yeah, just a dominant victory for Lance Archer here in a handicap squash match against two people lower down on the card. And next up we go into the marquee second match of the night, which will see Tessa Blanchard take on Anna Jay in the qualifier for the Casino ladder match. And of course, getting the victory as expected is Tessa Blanchard in 8 minutes 02 with a magnum. And you can see there, dominating performance from Tessa Blanchard. And yeah, strong win for her, putting her in that ladder match, as you can see on the screen. And yeah, now we have 4 participants. We have Eva Lise, Diana Perrazzo, Tessa Blanchard, and of course Britt Baker, who qualified earlier. So a strong lineup so far. And you can see that the women's division is starting to flesh out a bit now. And yeah, we've still got 5, I think, more competitors to go into this match. It will be a 9-woman ladder match. So over the coming weeks towards the anniversary show, there will be matches on Dark and on Dynamite to find out who else will be in this match. So keep an eye out for that. We go on as the Be the Marquee storyline has advanced with this segment, and a win 2 for 2 for them tonight. And then we go to a graphic that confirms Kenny Omega will take on Matt Cardona at the AEW Dynamite anniversary show in 2 weeks' time. Matt Cardona with a lucky victory, I guess, over Kenny Omega with the help of Hangman Page before Hangman Page's match with Kenny at All Out, and then attacking Matt Cardona last week as he seeks to redeem his loss and get the win back on Cardona. And we will see that rematch, as I say, at the Dynamite anniversary. But we move on to the first TNT Championship match of Miro's AEW career. Of course, he won the belt in his debut, and tonight he defends it successfully against Luchasaurus in 14 minutes 43 with a bull flex. So a big defense there for Miro against the monster Luchasaurus. And yeah, 67 overall, so solid match there. Good performance for Luchasaurus with a 42, but Miro there, of course, the standout with a 72. And yeah, good greens all around. But we continue on to the next segment, which we see after the match. Miro celebrates with his title, but then a video begins to play on the Titantron, and we see a huge man holding a championship belt, and he walks closer and stares into the camera, and he signals a throat cut, and then he screams as text flashes up: "The tribal beast, Jacob Fatu, coming soon to AEW." That is the world champion that I was talking about, Jacob Fatu, making his way to AEW, the reigning MLW champion. He will be remaining in Major League Wrestling for the time being. He is signed on a pay-per-appearance deal. But yeah, he's made his presence known to Miro tonight. Maybe one day soon we're going to be seeing the TNT champion take on the MLW champion. So that will be a huge contest. Two massive men. Of course, Miro, highly influenced by Jacob Fatu's uncle, Umaga. Of course, Miro, when he was Rusev, used to wear the tape around his feet rather than boots. And that was inspired by Umaga. And also he's got that spinning kick that he does that he took from Umaga. So yeah, it seems like a good matchup that will be happening very, very soon. But yeah, overall 64. But now we go to the final marquee match where Shawn Spears will be representing the marquee, taking on Darby Allin. But Darby Allin has defeated Shawn Spears in 15 minutes 14 by pinfall with a coffin drop. And what a rating there from these two, 79. Darby Allin with an in-ring performance of 83, so absolutely killing it tonight. Darby Allin, 48 for Shawn Spears, very respectable mid-card performance for him. But yeah, that's really good from Darby. Darby with some good greens there for him as well. But Shawn Spears letting down Tully Blanchard tonight, getting a loss against Darby Allin, and Tully is bound to be angry with him. But another victory there for Darby Allin, shooting him up the singles rankings, maybe towards a match against MJF at some point. That will be his goal, of course. But there are people ahead of him, such as the former champion Jon Moxley, and Kenny Omega, of course, is right up there in the rankings too. You'll be able to see the rankings as usual on my Twitter after this video. But for now though, Shawn Spears takes that loss. So it's only 2 out of 3 for the marquee tonight. And then after the match, Darby leans on the top rope holding his face. And Shawn Spears rolls out of the ring to an angry Tully Blanchard, who is furious with Spears for taking the loss tonight. And the entirety of the marquee make their way to the back. But then Darby takes a breath and steps into the middle of the ring as the referee raises his hand, and the ring canvas begins to rip behind them as someone seems to be cutting a hole in the ring from underneath. And the Blade climbs out of the hole and circles Darby Allin, and then the Butcher climbs out and stomps towards Darby Allin and then grabs him. The Butcher and the Blade then hit him with a full death, which is their finisher, where the Butcher lifts him up for a suplex. The Blade hits a backstabber on the back of the opponent with his knees. And yes, a double team move that they do. And then they leave the ring as Darby Allin lays motionless in the middle. So the Butcher Daredevil storyline has started with this segment. There wasn't quite enough star power in the segment to have the Blade fighting for this long, apparently. The same for the Butcher. So we'll have to take note of that. Darby Allin was a real star in this segment. The Blade and the Butcher underperformed, which isn't good, but still respectable rating there with a 50. So yeah, the Butcher and the Blade targeting Darby Allin for some reason, but we'll find out more about this storyline as we go forward, of course. And in our main event, it's the Young Bucks taking on SCU, and the winner of this will join the Lucha Brothers and FTR at the anniversary show in the Lucha Brothers Tag Team Championship defense. Of course, you remember last week there was a 8-man tag where it was 4-on-4. The Young Bucks teamed with SCU to take on the Lucha Brothers and FTR, the number one contenders for the Lucha Brothers Tag Team titles. And the winners were the Young Bucks and SCU. So that has earned them this match tonight to find out who will be added to that match. And the winners are the Young Bucks after defeating SCU in 22 minutes 58 when Matt Jackson pinned Scorpio Sky with a Meltzer driver. And overall solid match with a 75. Matt Jackson there with an 81, Nick Jackson with an 88, Frankie Kazarian with a 55 and 61 for Scorpio Sky. And yeah, the main reason for this is because of that rating for the Young Bucks. I really want to get them involved in that tag team match at the anniversary show. That will main event. And I really think that could be our highest rating so far. It was originally going to be a fatal 4-way tag match, where it was going to be the Young Bucks, FTR, Lucha Brothers, and SCU. But I decided that I'm going to cut SCU from the match so we could get the highest rating that we can. And I think that showed here tonight that it was a sensible decision. This got a 75 overall, so solid match. The Bucks with excellent chemistry once again. Lots of greens for the Bucks as normal. But yeah, they have been added to that main event. But overall, we got a 72, increasing our popularity in 24 regions. We have this warning again, where we couldn't gain popularity in 1 American region, 3 Canadian and 2 British. And thanks to the comments last week, I found out that it's because of our TV deal. We can't get any higher with it. So yeah, but for now, it's only 1 American region that is affected, at least this week. So we're going to try and max out until it says that we can't gain popularity in every region. Then we'll consider switching from TNT. But I kind of want to stay here just for the WCW roots and because we literally have the TNT title. But that will be an easy fix. We can just change that to the TV title if we ever need to. But yeah, something to keep an eye on. But for now, I'm okay with it. We're still improving everywhere but these 5 regions across the world. But yeah, strong show though, 72. And let's see how that compares to other shows that we've had so far. And in terms of match rating, it's this one here. So it's 8th, which is pretty good. About halfway up, just below halfway. And we're interested to see where the Darby Allin match was. So there it is. It's 7th, actually joint 5th. With Jon Moxley versus Pentagon and Jon Moxley versus Darby in that cage match for the title that they had. So yeah, great stuff there from Darby Allin and Shawn Spears getting the match of the night. And we can also see the main event, the Young Bucks versus SCU, down there at 20th. So yeah, all of the top 20 matches that we've had are now above 75, which is good to see. Of course, number 1 still Kenny Omega versus Darby Allin from August, with Kenny picking up the victory in that one. So it's time for a fresh start on Fantasy Booking AEW as we head into Season 2, and we start off with the go home show for the anniversary special of AEW Dynamite. And to start off the season, WWE and Stephanie McMahon are trying to splash their cash and sign a few AEW wrestlers away from us, so we're going to have to deal with that a little bit later on. And we're going to be in negotiations with an ex-WWE superstar who recently left, and I feel will add a lot to All Elite Wrestling, so hopefully we can secure that signing, as I say, a bit later on. So as always, let's have a quick breakdown of what we're going to be seeing on tonight's episode of Dynamite. Matt Cardona will be taking on Shawn Spears in one-on-one action. Of course, Matt Cardona next week will be taking on Kenny Omega at the AEW Dynamite anniversary show. And tonight he takes on Shawn Spears, who will be looking to impress Tully Blanchard after being the only member of the Marquee to lose last week. And we're going to be seeing the last 2 Casino Ladder Match qualifiers as Killer Kelly takes on Chris Statlander, and former AEW Women's Champion Riho will take on the Superbad girl Penelope Ford, and 2 of them will fill up the remaining spots in the Casino Ladder Match that will be happening at the AEW anniversary show next week. Kenny Omega will be taking on a debuting Matt Sydal, as Sydal looks to get a big victory on his debut against one of the best in AEW right now. And of course, Kenny Omega looking to pick up a win heading into his match next week with Matt Cardona that we talked about a little bit earlier on. We're going to be hearing from the AEW World Champion MJF from his home, and this will be the first time that we've heard from the champion since his championship celebration 2 weeks ago on Dynamite. And in the main event, we're going to be seeing a preview of next week's main event, where the AEW World Tag Team Championships will be on the line between the champions, the Lucha Brothers, the Young Bucks and FTR. And the sneak peek tonight will see Pentagon Jr. taking on Nick Jackson and Cash Wheeler in a three-way dance. And make sure you stick around as well for the giveaway of TEW 2020. But without any further ado, let's get into the show. And we start the show with a segment where Tully Blanchard and the rest of the Marquee are behind the curtain, ready to enter the arena. And Tully talks to Shawn Spears and he says, "Last week you let the whole group down. Tessa got the win Ricky got the win, but you lost. So tonight, I've arranged another match for you, and I expect you to come out on top. And if not, we might have to start looking elsewhere. Winners make the marquee, champions make the marquee, and that's what I want from you. And then the marquee's music hits as they head to the ring. So the Be the Marquee storyline has advanced with this segment. So yeah, simple instructions there from Tully Blanchard. Defeat Matt Cardona, otherwise you're risking your spot in the faction. A 38 here from Tully Blanchard, so not spectacular, but it's okay, I guess, for a mid-card promo. But we go on, though, to Matt Cardona, who makes his way to the ring as a pre-taped promo airs on the screen. And he says the anniversary of AEW Dynamite next week is the biggest match of my career. I promised everyone that I will make it onto the card at the next AEW pay-per-view, and this is where I show that I deserve to be there. Kenny Omega, I've beaten you before, but I'm not dumb. Hangman Adam Page did me a big favour, but this time I beat you on my own. I'm always ready. And Matt Cardona here, improvising well with the crowd, so that's good to see. A 58 promo from Cardona, so pretty good. So yeah, things are moving up, and Matt Cardona declaring that he is ready for Kenny Omega next week and looks to get a win tonight over Shawn Spears, who is under a lot of pressure at the minute. And Matt Cardona successfully defeats Shawn Spears in 9 minutes 38 by pinfall. The match got a 51, so not too bad once again. Matt Cardona had an in-ring performance of 43 there for Shawn Spears, and this got the crowd buzzing. So yeah, good start to the show. Two storylines advancing with this one match. Shawn Spears lost once again. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. Will he get kicked out of the marquee, or will he manage to redeem himself eventually? And then we go into the next match, where we're going to be going into the Casino Ladder Match Qualifier, where Killer Kelly defeats Chris Statlander in 13 minutes 28 by submission. Killer Kelly sustained a chronic upper back pain, so we'll have to check that out after the show. Hopefully it's nothing too severe. The segment rating got a 29, so not great. But yeah, Killer Kelly, someone we're looking to build up, and hopefully this win can do bits for her. Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone have pretty good chemistry when calling matches together, so that's good to see, and that gave that a boost. Jake Roberts did some good work at ringside with Killer Kelly, and Killer Kelly and Jake Roberts have excellent chemistry together, so that's good. That's something we didn't have in the previous mod, so yeah, bit of a lucky roll of the dice there for us. But yeah, Killer Kelly with that injury, hopefully it's nothing too bad. It doesn't sound that bad, bit of back pain. It's not like she's broken neck or anything, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully she can make the Casino Ladder Match next week. But yeah, we're going to have to look at maybe finding a replacement. That's a real shame. We'll see how that goes. We'll evaluate that after the show, so stick around for that. But as I say, 29 overall for the match, not too bad. Jerry Lynn there just letting us know about the injury. And there is heat backstage on Chris Statlander after her botch caused Killer Kelly to get hurt. That's not good. We go into a graphic now, which says that next week we will see two champions collide. The AEW TNT champion Miro will take on the MLW heavyweight champion Jacob Fatu in a champion versus champion match. And both men will receive a special introduction from their own cornerman. So who will be introducing these two men to the ring? We'll find out next week. It will be Jacob Fatu's in-ring debut. Of course, he warned Miro last week that he was coming for him. And yeah, this week we've got the confirmation of the match. So we will see both of those two men next week on the anniversary show. And then we go into the second Casino Ladder Match qualifier of the night. And this is the final one before we confirm the entire field for the match. And it is Riho filling the last slot in the match, defeating Penelope Ford in 12 minutes 41 by pinfall with a Northern Lights suplex. Of course, the former and first AEW Women's Champion here, coming away with the victory heading into that ladder match. As you can see on the screen, the field is set. It's going to be Eva Lise, Deonna Purrazzo, Britt Baker, Tessa Blanchard, Jamie Hayter, Nyla Rose, Tay Conti, Killer Kelly, hopefully, and of course Riho. So yeah, it's looking pretty stacked. And yeah, I feel like we're getting to the next level of credibility with the division, and hopefully this ladder match can take it one step further. And of course, the winner of this match will receive a title shot of their choice, either against the Women's National Champion, Big Swole, or of course the Women's World Champion, Hikaru Shida. And next up we go into a match. This time it is in the tag team division, where the team of the Jurassic Express, Jungle Boy, and Luchasaurus are going to be taking on the Butcher and the Blade. And the Butcher and the Blade have defeated Jurassic Express in 15 minutes 17 when Jungle Boy pinned Jungle Boy. Okay, how does that work then? A little bit of a glitch going on in the game, but I think the Butcher and the Blade have been given the win here. Yeah, that's weird. But anyway, let's just move on. The Butcher and the Blade here defeating the Jurassic Express, who have not long been the number one contenders. So a big victory here for the Butcher and the Blade against someone that's very credible in the tag team division. And in terms of in-ring performances, Luchasaurus with a 49, Jungle Boy with a 54, the Blade with a 43 and 47 for the Butcher. So the standout of the match was Jungle Boy, and the announcing and colour did great again. Of course, not only Tony Schiavone and Jim Ross, we've got CM Punk on the booth as well. But yeah, 56 overall. The Butcher and the Blade stand in the middle of the ring, and then Darby Allin shows up on the big screen as it draws their attention, and he is wearing a paper pig mask staring into the camera. So of course we know Darby Allin has these masks where he prints it off and he cuts around the face and just wears it. This time he's wearing a pig, of course a reference to the Butcher. Back in the ring, a hole is being cut from under the ring, and this time it's Darby Allin. Of course we saw this last week where the Butcher and the Blade came from underneath the ring and attacked Darby, but this time Darby Allin, who throws out a body bag onto the canvas, and then he climbs out of the hole holding a skateboard covered in thumbtacks, and the Butcher and the Blade are still distracted by the video, and then Darby Allin swings the skateboard into the back of the Blade, and then the Butcher quickly turns around and runs into a shot to the gut, and Darby smashes the board over his back as the Butcher drops to his knees, and then Darby climbs onto the top rope ready to dive onto the back of the Butcher with the skateboard, but the Blade intercepts and pushes him off of the top to the outside, and Darby hits the floor hard, and both men beat Darby down, and the Butcher grabs the body bag and they begin to zip Allin inside it, and then they throw him over the barricade as he crashes into the concrete floor. So Darby Allin showing his guts tonight, but the Butcher and the Blade are just too strong and overpowered Darby Allin with their numbers game. And the Butcher Daredevil storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat, so that is good. The storylines from the previous save have been added in the pre-game editor to this with the correct heat. And yeah, we've gained heat in this one, so that is good. 52 overall, so not too bad. Darby Allin was a real star in this segment. The announcing quality lifted the segment, and again, the colour as well. The angle got the crowd hotter, and yeah, good segment, I think. Then we go to a dark room as the Dark Order are shown sitting in a circle with Brody Lee and Matt Hardy stood in the middle. Of course, last week Matt Hardy was playing his piano, playing Judas, and then the Dark Order arrived and we had Dark Order, I Knew You'd Come, and this is a continuation of that. So Brody says, today we welcome a new member to our family, Brother Matt. I knew this day would come. Your enlightenment is complete. And then each member of the Dark Order light a candle as we see a circle of fire form around the two men. And then Matt says, oh, Mr. Brody, Dark Order, what have I become? Encircled by demons, I fight. Chris Jericho, it's over. So another day, another Matt Hardy impression, and this time he is quoting the Judas song, of course, sang by Chris Jericho in his band Fozzy, What Have I Become? So the Dark Order has grown stronger with the addition of Matt Hardy, and yeah, this is going to take Matt Hardy to that next level, hopefully. I use that phrase a lot, next level, but we'll go with it. Matt Hardy struggled when going off script, which is surprising, but that's fine. Hopefully that can go away, maybe. Mr. Brody Lee improvised well throughout the segment, which is good, and Matt Hardy benefited from having a hot catchphrase and easily the best segment of the night with a 76. So this might have salvaged us a little bit. We were flatlining kind of around the 50s here. So as we head towards the end of the show, hopefully we can start to up the ratings as we get to the main event scene. But Matt Hardy, interesting segment here with the Dark Order, 76 overall, as I say, the best segment of the night. We go into our second last match of the night where Kenny Omega is taking on Matt Sydal. Of course, he debuted while we were in the middle of the save. So this is his first appearance in our universe. And Kenny Omega has defeated him in 15 minutes 19 by pinfall as Kenny Omega defeats Matt Sydal. So that is Kenny and Matt Cardona both picking up a victory over credible talent heading into their match next week on the AEW Dynamite show. But Kenny Omega overall getting a 78, so solid performance from him. Hopefully that can go up into the 80s as we go forward, though. That would be good to see. Matt Sydal had an in-ring performance of 51, so solid debut and maybe his only match. We'll get into that a bit later on. But we continue on after that, where we go to MJF, who is shown in his home. And he tells the cameraman to zoom in on his face, leaving Wardlow half out of the shot. And he says, I am Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and I have requested this camera crew to my house so I can spread some truth. Right now in AEW, there is a conspiracy at play. I am your new AEW World Champion, yet last week I was at the show, but I was stuck in catering without any airtime whatsoever. And I think we all know who is still trying to hold me back. But next week, I will be at the AEW Dynamite Anniversary show, the show that I built with my own two hands. And I am still better than every single one of you, and you know it. So MJF thinks there is something funny going on with the EVPs, or maybe Tony Khan at the top of AEW. Despite him being champion, he still isn't on the show last week. So he's not happy about it. And he's not even on the show this week, apart from his video that he had to create himself. He had to get the camera crew himself, invite them to his home, and then send the video in to the higher-ups at AEW to get it approved. But the champion will be on AEW Dynamite next week. The performance of MJF was fantastic. MJF worked the crowd well, using freedom to improvise to his advantage. So that's great to see that MJF can cut a promo in this mod. Wardlow was underperforming, just because he's not on MJF's level, I guess. But he was rated on Menace, MJF on Entertainment, and MJF benefited from a hot new catchphrase. And overall, 69, so not a bad promo. Hopefully overall on this show we can get into the 70s, so that's what I'm expecting. So we're going to have to see how the main event goes. And this is a preview of next week's main event for the tag team titles. The Lucha Brothers taking on the Young Bucks and FTR in a triple threat. And Nick Jackson has defeated Pentagon Jr. and Cash Wheeler in 18 minutes 41 when Nick Jackson pinned Cash Wheeler. So this is the first pinfall victory of any kind that the Young Bucks have had over FTR. He didn't pin the champion, but it's good signs for the Young Bucks. Of course, FTR and the Young Bucks have had a match previously that FTR won, and that was at All Out, of course. But one step in the right direction for the Young Bucks tonight as Nick Jackson gets the victory in tonight's main event. And solid match here with a 74, so I think that's the best match we've had, at least on this save. And Matt Jackson carried the match in terms of in-ring performance, which is a little bit surprising. I thought Pentagon might do a little bit better, but 59, again, isn't too bad. Nick Jackson had an in-ring performance of 71, so really did carry it.
and Cash Wheeler had an in performance of 52. And the FTYB storyline has advanced with this segment. But after the match, Dax Harwood jumps Nick Jackson from behind as all hell breaks loose. Pentagon and Rey Fenix play it smart and make their way up the ramp, clutching their tag titles. But the Young Bucks and FTR brawl all across ringside as the show comes to a close. So, yeah, good way to end as we head into the Dynamite anniversary. But 58 to close the show isn't great at all. But hopefully that Matt Hardy promo can help us out here, as well as the Kenny match and the main event itself. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we get a 70. And we do, 70. Perfect. We're still getting the warnings about not being able to grow in certain regions. But that is only restricted to one American region right now. So we have improved in 15 regions overall. 2 Canadian regions we couldn't grow in, and 6 in Britain. I'm pretty sure that's the entirety of Britain, which is surprising because we're on ITV. We could maybe look at getting a different time slot. So we'll do that now, actually. So let's have a look then. We go to broadcasting. TNT on Dynamite. We're already on prime time. I'm thinking maybe one of the regions is Puerto Rico or Hawaii because it says medium there, which would suggest it is because it's big everywhere else. So yeah, maybe it's not too bad because we will be able to improve in all of these other regions above. Of course, mainland USA. I would say it's Puerto Rico because we've got more popularity there. I would imagine you can get more than 68 on a big USA TV network such as TNT. So yeah, big across the mainland. So yeah, that's my guess. I don't think it's actually anything to worry about then. If it says that we can't grow in 3 regions, that's when we're going to have to start worrying. But I think we're okay for now, just for that reason. In terms of Canada, we've only got a small deal there. So we're going to have to see about getting a new one at the minute. Apparently we can't negotiate with TSN2 right now. We've still got a year and 11 months left on this deal. I don't think you can cancel it. Apparently you can actually. They've agreed to let you cancel, but I don't know if that's going to affect our reputation, so I'll just leave that for now. And where was the other one? Britain, wasn't it? So it's ITV4, which is very small, and it is every region that we can't grow in, all 6 of them. So maybe we can look at changing the time slot there. You see there that we're in the graveyard slot. Let me just see what we're expecting to get for ratings. So 60 in TNT, so we'll try not to go above that. If we go late evening, we've got the same expectations. Can we do that? They're not willing to offer us that one. What about late night? Late night. Okay, cool. So we'll see next week then if that allows us to grow further in the British Isles. In terms of WWE trying to pinch our talent, they're trying to sign Matt Sydal, who made his debut tonight. And yeah, we're not going to offer him a deal. So he's gone. We're not going to try and keep him, but I've offered him a deal just so WWE offer him more money. And yeah, just to try and rinse them a little bit more. Marco Stunt has been offered a contract by WWE and I want to keep him. So I've negotiated with him and our offer is apparently not being considered seriously at the minute. So I'm going to have to go back and negotiate with him, or he might be gone by the next episode. Who knows? Alex Shelley has been offered a contract by WWE. And this is someone I definitely want to keep. And you're probably thinking, well, I didn't even know you had Alex Shelley, but we do have Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin, who we brought in on pay-per-appearance deals in the last save, and those carried across to this one. And they were about to debut in the tag team division, so that might not happen anymore. QT Marshall is someone I'm not bothered about sticking around, really, but he's been offered a deal by WWE as well. Again, I've offered him a contract just to bump up WWE's offer. And Helico is someone that is being offered a contract by WWE as well. Again, someone I don't really care about keeping. I've got no massive plans for Angelico and Jack Evans. Maybe it can give Jack Evans a bit of a singles push, who knows. But yeah, Angelico, once again, I've offered him a contract, but that's only to get WWE to bump up their offer. Hopefully, especially, we can keep Alex Shelley. But I'm not going to go too overboard with wages. So if WWE offer ridiculous money, I'm just not going to be able to compete. As well as that, because they're a bigger company, they don't have to pay as much for it to be considered a better offer. So we could offer him
20,000, WWE could offer him 15 and he'd prefer to go to WWE just because of how big they are. Killer Kelly with her chronic upper back pain. Let's see how she's doing. So if we go to our medical section, and she's out for 2 months and 2 weeks. It says here is being worked through. So does that mean that she can wrestle just with a bit of pain in her back? I think she can work the match, but it might risk agitating the injury. So maybe we'll just put her in the ladder match if we can, and then we'll just give her a bit of a break maybe. But I was saying earlier, we're going to be looking to sign an ex-WWE superstar, and this is who we're looking to bring in, Kairi Ho-Ho, who is also known as Kairi Sane. So this kind of works out, actually. If Killer Kelly can't make it, maybe we add Kairi into the match, but we'll see. We do need to talk to her and persuade her to work in the US, though, because she can only work in Japan at the minute. Of course, that's why she left WWE, to be with her family. Let's see if she'll work in America, and she will. There is a slight worry that WWE will come in and try and steal her from us, but we're going to just try and sign her to a big deal. We want her on a 5-year contract. We'll give her 10% of merch for now. I'm expecting her to ask for more money since the length of the contract is bigger. So we'll go up to what she's asked for, which is $12,600. 5-year deal, 10% of merch. Okay, she wants even more money now. Okay, we'll do that. Given my popularity, I think I deserve higher cut of merch. So we'll go 15. She wants even more, 20. I'd accept these terms and seriously consider signing unless a better offer comes my way in the future. So we'll see how that goes. I'm expecting an offer to come in from WWE, but unlike with Alex Shelley and Marco Stunt, I'm willing to pay the extra cash to get her because I think she's one of the best women's wrestlers in the world. We're signing Big Swole to a new deal, which is an exclusive contract, which means she can't be stolen. The same with Will Hobbs, and Angel Rose is coming in after we look to sign her because she wasn't already on the roster at the start. And I believe she's on a handshake deal. She is. But yeah, Will Hobbs is on an exclusive written, and so is Big Swole. So they won't be going anywhere anytime soon. And we're also in contract negotiations with some other talent that aren't on exclusive deals. Orange Cassidy, Dax Harwood, Cash Wheeler, Awesome Kong, Alex Shelley and Marco Stunt, of course. Matt Sydal, who we're not going to be looking to keep. This is just literally just to get WWE's offer higher. Same with Angelico and QT Marshall, as I've already covered. Pentagon Jr. and Phoenix, who are potentially going to be key in our main event scene eventually. We had to cancel a deal with AAA, which says that we're not going to steal each other's talent to be able to do this because they're handshake deals with AAA. But we don't want WWE poaching them for sure. So yeah, I've basically gone through and offered everyone that is unsecure in their contract a exclusive deal. But as I say, hopefully you've enjoyed the video and appreciate you watching. And until next time, peace. On today's episode, we've got a stacked card as we celebrate the 1-year anniversary of AEW Dynamite on TNT. And a bit later on, we're going to be seeing MJF interviewed live in the middle of the ring by the newest edition of the AEW broadcast team, Renee Paquette, of course, formerly known as Renee Young. And that should be pretty interesting after MJF recently defeated her husband for the AEW World Championship, of course, Jon Moxley. And as well as that, we've got loads of other great matches coming up, so hopefully you're excited for it. And if you are, make sure you drop a like down below and make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss another episode. But without any further ado, let's get into it. So before we get into the anniversary of AEW Dynamite, let's have a rundown of what we're going to be seeing on tonight's card. And we're going to be opening the show with the Women's Casino ladder match, with the winner earning a championship opportunity of their choosing, either against the Women's World Champion or the Women's National Champion. And after Killer Kelly was injured in her qualification match against Chris Statlander, and we now have a mystery participant, and we'll find out who that will be very soon. And we're going to be seeing the MLW Heavyweight Champion Jacob Fatu take on our very own AEW TNT Champion Miro as two big bulls collide in the middle of an AEW ring. Of course, this is a non-title match, but it is champion versus champion. And in this match, each man will have a corner man, introducing them to the ring and keeping them company at ringside. So who will the corner men be? We will see as we head towards the match. And we're going to be seeing Matt Cardona, who is currently 1-0 against his opponent tonight, Kenny Omega, and Kenny will be looking to get that victory back over Always Ready Matt Cardona. And with Matt Cardona vowing to be on the next AEW pay-per-view, he will be looking to get that victory tonight. And as I've mentioned earlier, we're going to be seeing Renee Paquette interview MJF live in the middle of the ring. So what will the champion have to say to the newest edition of the AEW broadcast team? And in the main event, the Lucha Brothers, the AEW Tag Team Champions, will be defending their titles against FTR and the Young Bucks. So that should be a hell of a main event, and I'm expecting it to be the highest rated match we've had so far. And if you're interested in winning a free copy of TEW 2020, make sure you retweet this video on Twitter and let me know your Twitter name in the comments of this video to confirm your entry, and I'll be picking a winner on the 31st of October. So the giveaway has been extended by 1 week just to allow more people to get involved, and all channel members will be given an extra entry as well, starting at the $1 tier. So if you want to win a free copy of the game, make sure you get involved. But let's get into the show. So we're starting with that casino ladder match then, and the participants are Eva Lise, Deonna Purrazzo, Britt Baker DMD, or Dr. Britt Baker DMD, Tessa Blanchard, Jamie Hayter, Nyla Rose, Tay Conti, Riho, and the mystery participant is Kairi Ho-Ho. And of course, if you stuck around to the end of the last episode, you would saw that we approached her for a contract, and eventually she signed, and here she is making her debut as the last entrant of the casino ladder match. But unfortunately for her, she hasn't came away with the victory in her debut, as Tessa Blanchard was the one to retrieve the poker chips from above the ring and is now in line for a title opportunity. So she can either go up against Hikaru Shida for the Women's World Championship. Of course, they've had a match before, but Tessa came up short. Or she might be more inclined to take on Big Swole for the AEW National Championship, having previously defeated Big Swole earlier in her AEW career. So an interesting choice for Tessa Blanchard coming up, but the marquee and Tully Blanchard specifically will be pleased with this after he has been demanding more from the members of the faction, and Tessa Blanchard doing the group proud here tonight. And the match did quite well there with a 51. Nyla Rose and Eva Lise were off their game apparently, but we got some good ratings. Kairi Ho-Ho there with a 58. Tessa Blanchard not too far behind with a 55. And if you want to have a look at the other ones, I'm not going to go through them all, just pause here. And Vicky Guerrero did some good work at ringside, and she was debuted as Nyla Rose's manager last week on Dark. Of course, she hadn't been in the company previously up until that point. But as I say, 51, good match, and we have a new number one contender for one of the championships. And we go forward then into a pre-tape segment where we see Lance Archer and Jake Roberts sat in the locker room as Archer takes a sip of water from a bottle. And then we see Orange Cassidy walk into the shot with his hands in his pockets. And he looks at Archer, then he looks at Roberts, and then he gently knocks the bottle of water over with his foot. So he just gives it a little nudge there, just to get to Lance Archer, who has been taking out his frustrations on the AEW locker room as of late. And then Archer goes for Cassidy, but Jake Roberts manages to calm him down. So this has set up another match for tonight, where Lance Archer is going to take on Orange Cassidy, and that match will be next. So this segment got a 72, so pretty good there between these two. And yeah, just a fun way to set up a match between these two. Orange Cassidy standing up for the AEW locker room against Lance Archer, nudging his bottle of water over onto the floor. And yeah, we go into that match next, and the winner is Lance Archer defeating Orange Cassidy in 12 minutes 11 by pinfall with a blackout. So another victory for Lance Archer here tonight, and yeah, solid performance from both men here. 59 for Lance Archer, 61 for Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, this is just the start of me trying to write more stuff in for Orange Cassidy. He hasn't done too much so far in the series, but expect him to get involved a little bit more now. But we move on then, and we go to another graphic which reveals a match for AEW Dynamite Halloween Havoc, which will be happening in 2 weeks' time. And we're going to be seeing the Butcher take on Darby Allin, and that will happen in a body bag match. So, of course, the Butcher and the Blade have been a thorn in Darby Allin's side over the last 2 weeks. And we will see that come head to head in this singles match. And we're bound to see the Blade get involved as well. So it's going to be a tough challenge for Darby Allin to overcome. But someone is going in a body bag. And then we cut back to the arena where we hear a voice over the speaker system clearing their throat. AEW Dynamite, do you know what day it is? It's Miro Day. And then we see Matthew Rehwoldt, formerly known as Aiden English, walk out onto the stage. And I was going to sing there, but I'm going to save you that. And he says, everybody sing it loud and proud. Today is, and then the crowd sing back, Miro Day, as the chants begins to spread across the arena. And then Miro's music hits as he makes his way onto the stage. He fist bumps Rehwoldt before making their way down to the ring, and they encourage the chants as the crowd get louder and louder. So a debut here for Matt Rehwoldt, coming in as Miro's corner man for this match. And yeah, these two work really well together. So I've decided to bring him in as his manager for now, at least for this match, and we'll see how it goes. Apparently Matt Rehwoldt did a masterful job of improvising interactions with the crowd. So not a bad segment at all. But let's find out who Jacob Fatu's corner man will be. And we see a man in a suit and sunglasses make his way to the top of the ramp, and he has a microphone in hand, and he says, it's time to prepare for war. What you're about to see is not fit for television and is not for the faint of heart. I am Joseph Samael, and AEW Jacob Fatu is coming for you. And then Jacob Fatu makes his way onto the entrance ramp and stands in front of Samael, and he screams in the air and storms to the ring towards Miro. He pushes past Matt Rehwoldt, knocking him to the floor, and he goes for Miro as they start to brawl, and the bell rings as the match begins. So the manager of Jacob Fatu, Joseph Samael, the leader of the Contra unit in MLW, is here in AEW alongside Jacob. And yeah, I couldn't think of anyone else better to do the job as the person that actually manages him in real life. And yeah, Samael getting a very good rating for his gimmick here, and the Tribal Beast storyline has advanced with this segment. But yeah, this got a 48 overall. I can't remember what the previous segment got. I don't think I said, but you might have spotted it anyway. But we'll go into the match now as these two beasts collide. The Bulgarian monster takes on the Tribal Beast, and the winner via Samoan drop on his debut in AEW, getting a victory over the AEW TNT champion, is Jacob Fatu, who got the victory in 13 minutes 52. So what a way to make your debut, defeating one of our champions, the reigning defending MLW heavyweight champion, making an impact from day one. This match got a 62 overall, so good stuff. 64 there for Miro, 49 for Jacob Fatu. And again, the Tribal Beast storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. Rehwoldt and Samael both doing good work at ringside to give this match a boost. Expect big things coming for Jacob Fatu, and this is just the start of his rise in AEW. And now we go into another champion versus champion match. This time, Thunder Rosa, the NWA Women's Champion, is coming in to take on our Women's World Champion, Hikaru Shida. And Shida has picked up the victory in 13 minutes 53 by submission with a full metal muffler. And yeah, as I say, another champion versus champion match, another champion from another promotion coming in. And yeah, Thunder Rosa is good. We're actually signing her to a permanent contract,
so she will be leaving NWA very soon, and she will be exclusive to us, but we might loan her back from time to time, or hopefully getting a trade deal with MLW and NWA, two promotions I want to work with going forward. But yeah, Thunder Rosa losing here today against our champion, but still a solid match with 55, one of the best women's matches we've had. And Hikaru Shida there with a 54, Thunder Rosa with a 44, and some good stuff with the announcing and colour as well. But let's move on to the next segment, where we go to a video package showing Cody and Arn Anderson in a room watching footage of Cody's matches. And Cody has a new look as he has dyed his hair black, and Arn is taking notes and coaching him, and then a voice is heard at the end and it says a new Cody is coming. So the a new Cody storyline has advanced with this segment as Cody improvised well throughout, so that's good. 74 overall as we look to reintroduce the American Nightmare into the scene here at AEW. Of course, recently losing his AEW TNT Championship to Miro, and I think this is his first appearance since. And yeah, he is back with Arn Anderson, and hopefully this time around they won't have bad chemistry on this mod. But yeah, we'll see how it goes anyway. But for now, good stuff with a 74, as I say, overall in the greens as we head towards the end of the show, and hopefully we can keep those greens up. But we move on then and we go into another 74 rated segment. This time it is Kenny Omega taking on Matt Cardona, and this time making it 1-1 is Kenny Omega after defeating Matt Cardona with a one-winged angel in 12 minutes 11. Yeah, Kenny getting a clean victory here over Matt Cardona, a big win for Kenny Omega. Of course, Matt Cardona previously defeating Kenny, but that was with the help of Hangman Page, of course, costing Kenny in the build-up to their match at All Out. But some momentum here for Kenny as he continues to rise up the rankings of AEW, and as always, the rankings will be on my Twitter after this video if you're interested in that. But yeah, 79 for Kenny, 46 for Matt Cardona, so good performance from him as well. But we head now into the interview segment between Renee Paquette and MJF. So we go to the ring and Renee is there, and she says, "Tonight I have been given the pleasure of introducing the AEW World Champion, MJF." And then MJF's music hits as he walks to the ring with a smug face as Wardlow walks behind him. And then MJF grabs the microphone out of Renee's hand and he says, "That's enough from you, sweetheart. Ladies and gentlemen, your world champion is here. Now get out of my ring." And then Renee stands her ground as she takes the microphone back from MJF. And she says, "You may think you're the champion, but everyone knows the real champ is still Jon Moxley." And then MJF gets closer to Renee as she backs away. But then CM Punk stands up from the commentary booth and he has a microphone of his own. And he says, "Back off, Max. Leave her alone." And then MJF says, "Oh, look, it's that MMA guy. How'd that turn out for you?" And then MJF begins to shout at Renee, but is tapped on the shoulder. And when he turns around, he is hit with a paradigm shift. Jon Moxley is here, and then he hits a paradigm shift on Wardlow as they both are left laying. And then Moxley and Renee make their way to the back together. So the married couple leaving here together. Maybe we'll see Renee with Jon Moxley more in the future. A good segment overall with a 78 as we see some greens down there. MJF and Punk doing well. Renee Paquette there couldn't keep up with everyone else's entertainment skills, but still, as I say, good segment with a 78. As we move on to the main event now, we see the champions, the Lucha Brothers, taking on FTR and the Young Bucks in a triple threat for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. This one is an elimination match, so if a team is pinned, they are removed from the match and it turns into a singles. And eliminated first are the Lucha Brothers, so we are guaranteed new champions tonight, and coming away with the victory, defeating the Young Bucks once again, is FTR, who are now the tag team champions. So big way to end the Dynamite anniversary with an 81 rating there. I think that's our highest rated match so far, even on the old mod. But yeah, FTR, now officially the best tag team in the company. And for in-ring performances, the Bucks there with 78 each, the best and standout of the match. The FTYB storyline has advanced and gained heat with this storyline. Lots of bonuses there for chemistry and tag team specialist bonuses as well. But yeah, as I say, new champions to end the anniversary show. So I think this is a pretty good show overall, and hopefully we can get a good rating. So anything over 75, I'll be happy with. I think the last show was 70. So yeah, hopefully we can get a big improvement on that. And let's find out how we got on. And we get a 77. So that is good. And we're getting the usual growth restrictions, 1 in America, 2 in Canada, 6 in Britain. So worth noting that the change that we made last week with ITV4 didn't help. Of course, we changed the time slot, but we're still being restricted over there. So maybe we can look at getting a new deal at some point. But still, we grew in 25 regions, which is good. And yeah, solid show overall. But I think that's where we're going to leave today's episode. If you've enjoyed it, make sure you drop a like down below. If you're interested in winning a copy of TEW 2020, make sure you retweet the tweet over on Twitter and leave your Twitter name in the comments down below this video. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any upcoming episodes. But until next time, peace. Welcome to AEW Dynamite Halloween Havoc. And as always, let's take a look at the card for tonight's show ahead of AEW Dynamite Halloween Havoc. Now, this show will be in-game 1 week earlier than I had planned, but I just want to get this one out the way since today is Halloween. And we're going to be opening up with the Trick or Treat Battle Royal, and the winner will get to choose from a number of treats from the bag. Whichever one they draw at random will be their prize, and the runner-up will be given a trick, which means that they will be drawing from a different bag and they will be forced to do whatever that trick might be. And there's going to be 30 men fighting in the Trick or Treat Battle Royal, and if you get to the final 2, it is all on the line. So that should be pretty interesting. And we're also going to be seeing Kairi Hoyo, who debuted last week on the anniversary show in the Casino ladder match in singles action, and she'll be taking on Abaddon. And of course, the living dead girl, a Halloween nightmare personified, and she'll be looking to get a victory on what I'm sure is her favourite time of the year. And we're also going to be seeing a body bag match where the Butcher of the Butcher and the Blade will be taking on Darby Allin. And of course, the winner will be crowned once one of the participants can place their opponent inside the body bag and zip it all the way to the top. And we're going to be seeing Tessa Blanchard taking on Hikaru Shida one-on-one in a last woman standing match a bit later on, and Tessa Blanchard cashing in her title opportunity that she earned on the anniversary show at the earliest opportunity, of course, after she won the Casino ladder match, and she'll be looking to bring some gold to the marquee tonight. And Jon Moxley will be in singles action a little bit later on tonight as well, for the first time since his title loss against MJF at AEW All Out. And in the main event tonight, we're going to be seeing Mr. Brody Lee representing the Dark Order taking on Chris Jericho, who has been embroiled in a feud with the newest member of the Dark Order, Matt Hardy, over the past few months. And yeah, Matt Hardy will of course be with Mr. Brody Lee at ringside, as will I'm sure many of the Dark Order members. And how will Chris Jericho handle being outnumbered in that one? We will find out tonight. And if you're excited for this card, make sure you drop a like down below, and also make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any upcoming episodes. But without any further ado, let's get into it. So to start off then, we go backstage into the parking lot where a limo pulls up, and Tessa Blanchard, Ricky Starks and Sean Spears get out,
and walk towards the locker rooms. But then Tully can be seen through the window talking to someone in the limo. Tessa Blanchard comes back and pushes the camera away from the limo. Who is Tully talking to? So yeah, the Marquee have arrived in style, but they seem to maybe have a new member or potential new member in the limo. So we might find out more about that soon. But yeah, of course, Tessa Blanchard arriving at the arena ahead of her women's championship match tonight. So she looks ready for it. But yeah, we'll see where that goes at some point. But yeah, 52 for this segment overall. Pretty standard there. Be the Marquee storyline has advanced with this segment and gained heat. And Tessa Blanchard did a masterful job at improvising interactions, which is good to see. But yeah, we move on then and we go into the Trick or Treat Battle Royal. And I'll quickly go over the rules once more. The final two will gain a trick or a treat. The runner-up getting the trick and the winner getting the treat. So you might fight to the end, but then end up with the trick, but at the sacrifice of hopefully gaining the treat. So I think it's actually a really cool match stipulation. And it's something that I came up with. I don't think it's been done before. So yeah, if you're looking for match ideas, Tony, mate, then you can have this one on me. But the participants for this match can be seen at the top there. We've got Austin Gunn, Awesome Kong, who will be in the match as the only female. Brian Cage making his debut in our version of AEW, which is big. Brian Pillman Jr., Chuck Taylor, Colt Cabana, Daniel Maccabi, who is someone we've got on a 1-month deal. He's got really good skills, so yeah, I'm looking to see how he gets on Dark. But yeah, we've got Dustin Rhodes, Evil Uno, Frankie Kazarian, Griff Garrison, Jack Evans, Joey Janela, Jungle Boy, Kevin Blackwood, I think this is his Dynamite debut as well, Kip Sabian, Lance Archer, Luchasaurus, Matt Cardona, Matt Seidel, Orange Cassidy, Pentagon Jr., Pineapple Pete, Ray Phoenix, Scorpio Sky, Serpentico, Sonny Kiss, Stu Grayson, Trent, and Will Hobbs. And the winner receiving the treat after the match is Matt Cardona, who won the Battle Royal in 17 minutes 44, and the runner-up was Joey Janela, and in the final four as well was Awesome Kong and Jungle Boy, making it all the way to near the end there. But yeah, big win here for Matt Cardona, who also got the most eliminations over the course of the match. But yeah, overall good battle royal there with a 60 rating. And we go to after the match where Tony Schiavone heads to the ring holding the trick or treat bags for the finalists to draw from. And first up goes Joey Janela choosing a trick. And then Tony reads it out and he says, Joey, next week you will go one-on-one with a debuting Black Taurus. And then on top of the ramp, a huge man appears. And Joey looks afraid as the man gets closer to the ring. Taurus runs and dives over the top rope as Joey runs to the back. And then Taurus chases him. So a big debut here on Halloween Havoc for Black Taurus. And if you haven't seen this guy's work before, I highly recommend checking him out. He works for AAA and has done some stuff for MLW, I think even Impact Wrestling at some point. But yeah, huge guy, interesting look, and very athletic as well. He's actually been with us since the start of the series. I never actually managed to debut him. I just haven't had anything for him. But now Halloween Havoc seems like a pretty fitting place for this man to debut. And then next up, it's Cardona's turn to draw from the treat bag. And then Tony reads, Matt, you have a title opportunity at any time you like for the AEW Tag Team Championships. And then Matt looks pleased as he makes his way to the back. So who will Matt choose as his tag team partner for that match? And when will he cash in that opportunity? We will find out going forward. Part of me thinks it might be at the next pay-per-view to fulfill Cardona's promise. But we'll see how he gets on. And then we go to a kitchen where the Butcher and the Blade can be seen. And there is a pig hanging from its back legs from the ceiling, and then the pig has a Darby Allin mask, quite similar to the one that you can see behind me, and the Butcher is using it as a punching bag. And then the Blade speaks and he says, Darby, the Butcher will finish what we were sent to do.
and that's to take you out. And tonight, you'll leave in a body bag. And then the Butcher grabs a machete and swings it at the pig, and the camera cuts out before impact. And yeah, an interesting note from this promo is that he says we want to finish what we were sent to do. So who sent the Butcher and the Blade for Darby? It was quite a random attack when they first went for Darby Allin, but seemingly it was actually someone else that put them up to it. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. Who might that be? Who might want to take out Darby Allin? We will find out going forward. But the Butcher Daredevil storyline has advanced with this segment with a 48 overall, and no animals were harmed during the filming of this segment. And next up, we go into the Kairi Ho-Ho Abaddon match, and coming away with the victory on Halloween over the Living Dead Girl is Kairi Ho-Yo, defeating Abaddon in 11 minutes 31 by pinfall with a spear. And Kairi Ho-Yo had an in-ring performance of 50, so good from her. Abaddon, not so great there with a 22. But if the creative meeting says anything about Abaddon, she will be improving in the future, as she is now down as the next big thing after MJF moved up to franchise players. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see where that goes. But tonight on Halloween, she's unfortunately been beaten by Kairi Ho-Yo in her first singles match for AEW. And yeah, 42 overall for this segment. So solid match and a good win there for Kairi. And next up we go to a vignette. So yeah, the wonder will rise. Who is that wonder? Let me know who you think it is in the comments below. But I'm not going to say anything more about that until the debut. 42 overall, so that's fine. But next up we go into the body bag match where Darby Allin's taken on the Butcher. It looks like Darby Allin has sustained a fractured cheekbone here, but he has got the victory over the Butcher after he trapped him in the body bag in 14 minutes 21. So yeah, despite the mission from the Butcher and the Blade to take out Darby Allin, they've failed tonight, as the Butcher ends up in the body bag despite the Blade also being at ringside. So he's managed to neutralise both men tonight. And a big win here for Darby Allin, an interesting feud, and a nice match for Halloween Havoc to have Darby and the Butcher going head to head. And yeah, I really like that match as a concept. And here it is with a 52 rating. Darby there with a 70, so solid from him. The Butcher with a 46. Shame about the injury. I think he might be able to work through a fractured cheekbone, but I'm not too sure. It would be a shame for him to miss the pay-per-view, which will be coming up soon. The pay-per-view will be Full Gear. I was going to have a different name, but I can't actually think of anything good, so we're just going to go with what they use in real life. We'll have to have a look at that injury after the show. And next up, we go to a video package where Cody is shown in the gym lifting weights with Brandy Rhodes beside him with her hand on his shoulder. And then we cut to Cody in a wrestling ring with another wrestler, and Cody makes him tap out with a triangle choke, forcing Arn Anderson to pull him off. So Cody getting quite into it there. And then Cody helps up the other wrestler to his feet, and they go again, and Cody quickly locks in the triangle choke once again. So yeah, Cody really working on his submission game here. And the wrestler that he was been training with is Daniel Maccabi, who we saw earlier on in the Battle Royal. He's a technical wrestler. Yeah, a good person for Cody to be going up against and practicing against, working on his submission game. And then we see the text at the end saying, a new Cody is coming. There's no significance to this being Daniel Maccabi in terms of storyline. He's just there at the gym or in the ring with Cody. We had to pick someone, and we just went with him. Maybe give him a little bit of a pop boost being associated with Cody Rhodes in the segment. But yeah, the new Cody storyline has advanced with the segment, getting a 71. So solid angle there. And then we go to a title match for the AEW Women's World Championship, and it's going to be Tessa Blanchard taking on Hikaru Shida in a last woman standing match, and the winner and the new AEW Women's World Champion is Tessa Blanchard, after Hikaru Shida could not beat the 10 count, and Tessa Blanchard wins the AEW Women's World title.
So yeah, big win here for Tessa Blanchard and, more importantly, the Marquee, as they now have gold to their name. And we know that Tully Blanchard has been demanding more from the Marquee, and Tessa has stepped up tonight. And then after a hard-fought victory, Tessa Blanchard holds a new title in the air. And then the Marquee make their way to the ring applauding her. So Sean Spears, Ricky Starks, and Tully Blanchard, of course. And then Tully goes to speak into the microphone, but Tessa stops him. And then she takes the mic away from Tully. And then she says, "I've got this, Dad. I've proved that Tessa Blanchard is the Marquee of this business. And now it's time for you two," looking at Sean and Ricky, "to step up to the name. I won't sit by while you drag our name through the dirt. We want winners and we want champions. Follow my lead, boys." And then Tessa drops the microphone as Tully has a huge smile on his face as the group make their way to the back. So yeah, Tully likes this. He likes the intensity from Tessa, coming away with the victory and taking charge of the group, more importantly. And Tessa Blanchard taking lead and essentially becoming the leader of the faction with this one segment. And now it's up to Sean Spears and Ricky Starks to step up to the plate. We still haven't found out who was in the limo, so make sure you stick around on the channel for that in the next few episodes as well. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Tessa Blanchard clearly enjoyed having the freedom to go off script and performed well, which is good to see. 56 overall as we go into the Jon Moxley singles match that we mentioned earlier. And in 39 seconds, he has defeated Angelico with a Death Rider paradigm shift, coming away with the victory. And Angelico has decided to turn his back on AEW and go to WWE, so don't let the door hit you on the way out. Jon Moxley with a quick win in his first match since losing the title. 84 there in-ring performance for Jon Moxley. Angelico with a 33, who cares? And yeah, Jon Moxley looked excellent out there. I'm not salty at all. Let's continue to the main event, where Chris Jericho is taking on Mr. Brody Lee of the Dark Order, and the winner in 18 minutes 24 by pinfall is Chris Jericho. And during the match, we saw Alex Reynolds and John Silver accidentally hit Brody Lee, the Dark Order, costing Brody Lee the victory here tonight. And of course, speaking of people leaving for the WWE, John Silver and Alex Reynolds have signed with the WWE as well. So yeah, they've cost Mr. Brody Lee tonight by accident, and I'm sure Mr. Brody Lee will not be happy about that, and their place in the Dark Order is now up for question. 60 there for Brody. Jericho with a 75. The circle, that is internal storyline, has advanced with this segment, and Matt Hardy did some good work at ringside. 71 overall. Solid main event there as we go to the closing segment, where after the match, Mr. Brody Lee is furious with Silver and Reynolds. Chris Jericho makes his way up the ramp to escape the numbers game, but from behind, he is attacked by Evil Uno, Stu Grayson, and Vance. And they drag him down to the ring and hold him still. And Matt Hardy orders Silver and Reynolds to get out of the ring. And then Jericho tries to escape the grip of Uno and Vance, but cannot escape. And they force him down to his knees as Matt Hardy approaches, and he shouts, "Delete, delete, delete," as he gets closer to Jericho. And he is interrupted by the music of the Inner Circle. And Santana and Ortiz rush to the ring for the save, and they are quickly followed by Sammy Guevara and Jake Hager as the Inner Circle clear the ring as Jericho gets to his feet. And the Inner Circle stand with their arms around each other's shoulders. And then Sammy climbs out and goes under the ring and pulls out a bottle of the bubbly and some glasses. And they all celebrate with a little bit of the bubbly as the show comes to a close. So the Inner Circle have returned and have aligned themselves once again with Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho has been busy in this feud with Matt Hardy one-on-one. They've been having cinematic matches and yeah, a bit of a distraction away from the Inner Circle, but they have reformed tonight after not being seen too much during this feud. And yeah, in that return, they turn face. For some reason, I can't turn them at the minute in this segment. We'll probably have to do that next week. But it does say that Jake Hager hinted at a face turn, but got a little reaction. He's just not very good at playing that role, which is a shame. Maybe we keep him heel somehow. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Let's just imagine they have just turned here tonight for this save for Chris Jericho, who obviously turned face in the double turn with Matt Hardy not too long ago. But yeah, 84 segment here for the return of the Inner Circle, which is solid. And let's see how we get on overall. And we've increased our popularity in 16 regions. We've still got the limit in a few regions there. 1 in America, 2 in Canada, 6 in Britain. There's nothing we can do about that at the minute. So yeah, we're fine with that. 16 regions have gone up though. And that is good to see. 72 overall. And yeah, decent show, I think. Hopefully you've enjoyed that one. And let's go and have a look at how Darby's getting on with his injury. So here we are then, the injury screen. 24 days there for Darby Allin with his fractured cheekbone, and it's being worked through though, so he is able to work the pay-per-view. Maybe for now we keep him in angles and the odd match, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a knock there. Killer Kelly, of course, still with the chronic upper back pain, which is going to last for the next 2 months. And yeah, I think we're going to end this episode here because I can't show too much, because we've made some signings that I haven't shown yet and they're set to debut. One of them being the Wonder, that will soon rise, and also some other people. The reason I've signed a bunch of people, maybe 5, I think, 4 or 5, is because WWE are basically signing everyone, and these people I really want at some point. I was going to hold off on them, but yeah, I want to make sure we get them signed so that Stephanie McMahon doesn't sign them before us and make it so we have to offer ridiculous wages to be able to bring them in to compete. Actually, before we continue, let's have a look at the creative meeting. This is what I was talking about earlier. MJF is up to franchise players now, of course the champion of the company, just behind Moxley and Jericho, and replacing him in the next big things was Abaddon, but now it's somebody else that I'm not going to show you because it's one of the people that we've signed, but just know that this person could become a future star in AEW. But yeah, that's where we'll leave it then. Hopefully you've enjoyed today's episode. And if you have, make sure you drop a like down below. It helps me out a lot. And make sure you subscribe with notifications turned on so you don't miss any future episodes and the debut of potentially the next big thing here in AEW. But until next time, peace.